125 Real-World Cyber Threat Intelligence Scenarios Masterclass.
Welcome to the Ultimate Cyber Threat Intelligence Interview Preparation Masterclass. In this video, we break down 125 enterprise-grade scenarios inspired by real-world security operations to test your tactical, operational, and strategic CTI skills. Each scenario follows a proven senior-level framework. The high-level approach, step-by-step execution plan, final business recommendation, and a battle-tested expert insight. Whether you are preparing for a SOC, threat intelligence, detection engineering, or security operations interview, these scenarios are designed to help you think like an experienced CTI analyst, not just memorize answers.
Curriculum Overview. The 13 Threat Intelligence Domains.
Here is how all of this 125 real-world scenarios are structured across 13 core categories representing the modern intelligence lifecycle. Category 1. Intelligence Planning and Requirements Scenarios 1 to 8. Category 2. Collection and Source Validation Scenarios 9 to 18. Category 3. Processing, Enrichment and Correlation Scenarios 19 to 28. Category 4. Threat Actor Attribution and Campaign Scenarios 29 to 40. Category 5. Malware Intelligence Scenarios 41 to 50. Category 6. Phishing and Social Engineering Scenarios 51 to 60. Category 7. Threat Hunting Support Scenarios 61 to 70. Category 8. Detection Engineering Support Scenarios 71 to 80. Category 9. Vulnerability Intelligence Scenarios 81 to 90. Category 10. Cloud and Container Intelligence Scenarios 91 to 100. Category 11. TIP Operations and Automation Scenarios 101 to 110. Category 12. OSINT, Dark Web and External Intel Scenarios 111 to 120. Category 13. Strategic Threat Intelligence and Program Maturity Scenarios 121 to 125. By the end of this masterclass, you will understand how experienced threat intelligence analysts assess threats, prioritize intelligence, support security operations, and deliver business-focused recommendations in real enterprise environments. Let's dive into Category 1.
Category 1. Intelligence Planning and Intelligence Requirements.
Before analyzing indicators, attributing threat actors, or supporting incident response, every effective cyber threat intelligence program begins with proper planning and intelligence requirements. Category 1 covers how a threat intelligence analyst aligns threat collection with core business objectives, defines priority intelligence requirements, manages conflicting stakeholder requests, and adapts intelligence strategy during major business expansion or corporate mergers.
Category 1. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 8 real-world scenarios covered in Category 1. Scenario 1. Intelligence Support for High-Risk Regional Business Expansion. Scenario 2. Defining Priority Intelligence Requirements PIRs for Leadership. Scenario 3. Resolving Conflicting Stakeholder Intelligence Priorities. Scenario 4. Merging Intelligence Requirements for Acquired Companies. Scenario 5. Prioritizing Threat Intelligence Workloads with Limited Resources. Scenario 6. Aligning low-value SOC requests with operational intel. Scenario 7. Pre-migration cloud intelligence requirements planning. Scenario 8. Realigning collection after major business strategy changes. Let's dive into Scenario 1.
Scenario 1. Business leadership requests intelligence support for a new business expansion into a high-risk region. Security leadership needs a structured plan to assess regional threats, evaluate localized risks, and establish ongoing intelligence monitoring. How do you construct and execute a regional threat intelligence strategy?
Answer: approach. My first priority would be to establish tailored priority intelligence requirements before initiating collection. Rather than gathering generic geopolitical news, I would align intelligence gathering directly with the business assets, personnel, and infrastructure being deployed to the region. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Stakeholder Requirement Mapping. Interview business unit leaders and local operations managers to identify critical corporate assets, physical sites, and key personnel deploying to the region. Step 2. Regional PIR Formulation. Translate business risks into specific priority intelligence requirements focusing on localized threat actors, regional cybercrime syndicates and nation-state motivations. Step 3. Threat landscape profiling. Profile regional threat groups' active tactics, techniques, and procedures targeting our specific industry sector within that geographic area. Step 4. Collection gap analysis. Audit existing intelligence feeds and open-source intelligence sources to identify collection gaps specific to local dark web forums and regional telemetry. Step 5. Third-party risk assessment. Evaluate regional telecommunications infrastructure, local vendors, and supply chain partners for inherent security vulnerabilities. Step 6. Executive Threat Intelligence Briefing. Deliver a concise executive report summarizing regional threat actors, confidence levels, business risks, and prioritize mitigation recommendations. Step 7. Establish continuous intelligence monitoring. Establish continuous intelligence monitoring aligned with the regional PIRs, providing scheduled threat updates and immediate alerts for significant threat developments. Final recommendation decision. Based on the regional threat assessment, I would recommend proceeding with the expansion only after implementing the identified security controls and establishing continuous regional threat monitoring. Pro tip: expert insight. Define your PIRs before purchasing commercial threat feeds. Otherwise, you may invest in intelligence that does not support your organization's actual business risks.
Scenario 2. Security leadership asks the Cyber Threat Intelligence team to define priority intelligence requirements (PIRs) for the enterprise. Without existing formal requirements, the team risks collecting irrelevant data and wasting analytical resources. How do you construct and establish a formal PIR framework for the organization?
Answer: approach. My first priority would be to conduct a comprehensive asset-to-threat mapping process rather than drafting requirements in isolation. Effective priority intelligence requirements must bridge the gap between executive business risk and technical security operations. Once the enterprise PIRs are established, I would decompose them into more granular intelligence requirements to guide collection and analysis activities. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Executive business alignment. Interview key executives and department heads to identify core business assets, crown jewel data, and strategic enterprise operational risks. Step 2. Threat actor capability mapping. Analyze historical industry telemetry and open-source intelligence to identify threat groups actively targeting our vertical. Step 3. Core PIR drafting. Formulate 5 to 7 high-level, decision-oriented priority intelligence requirements that directly answer executive risk concerns. Step 4. Specific intelligence requirement breakdown. Deconstruct each high-level PIR into technical specific intelligence requirements, SIRs, in specific orders, or requests, SORs. Step 5. Collection source mapping. Audit existing commercial feeds, internal logs, and open-source intelligence feeds to map collection tools directly to defined SIRs. Step 6. PIR governance and review cadence. Establish a semi-annual review process with security leadership to update PIRs as the business environment evolves. Final recommendation decision. I recommend formally presenting the top 5 enterprise PIRs to the CISO for approval and aligning all commercial intelligence feed renewals strictly against these requirements. Pro tip: expert insight. Never establish more than 5 to 7 core PIRs for an organization. Having 50 PIRs means you have 0 priorities and will flood analysts with operational noise.
Scenario 3. Multiple internal stakeholders submit conflicting intelligence priorities within the same quarter. The fraud team demands dark web carding research, the SOC requests perimeter block lists, and the CISO wants nation-state ransomware briefings. How do you triage and resolve conflicting intelligence requests?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to establish a formal request for intelligence triage matrix based on organizational risk impact and team capacity. Rather than attempting to fulfill every request simultaneously or denying stakeholders arbitrarily, I would evaluate requests against core enterprise business objectives. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Intelligence intake standardization. Implement a formal request for intelligence workflow requiring stakeholders to detail business justification, urgency, and expected decisions. Step 2. Risk-based triage scoring. Evaluate incoming requests against defined PIRs business financial exposure, and likelihood of active exploitation. Step 3. Capacity and resource assessment. Calculate analyst bandwidth and technical collection capabilities to determine realistic delivery timelines. Step 4. Stakeholder negotiation. Engage requesting teams to refine high-effort tasks into scoped, high-value intelligence deliverables. Step 5. Master intelligence schedule creation. Publish a transparent quarterly intelligence delivery roadmap to align stakeholder expectations across teams. Step 6. Escalation framework execution. Escalate unresolvable priority conflicts to the C, with objective impact models for final prioritization. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing an RFI scoring model that automatically prioritizes requests aligned with approved enterprise PIRs while assigning SL-backed tiers for ad hoc requests. Pro tip: expert insight. Never tell an internal stakeholder no. Always state, yes, this request has been logged and scored against our current PIR framework, and it is scheduled for fulfillment in Tier 2.
Scenario 4. A newly acquired enterprise operates on legacy infrastructure with distinct threat profiles and different intelligence requirements than the parent company. Security leadership needs an integration strategy that maintains visibility during the merger. How do you align and merge intelligence requirements during an acquisition?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to implement a temporary federated intelligence intake model that respects the acquired entity's immediate threat surface while mapping a path towards centralized integration. M&A transition windows are heavily targeted by threat actors seeking backdoor entry. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Acquired attack surface audit. Analyze the subsidiary's tech stack, public footprint, cloud infrastructure, and legacy network access points. Step 2. Temporary subsidiary PIR creation. Formulate interim priority intelligence requirements focused specifically on edge vulnerabilities and M&A brand impersonation threats. Step 3. Telemetry and intelligence ingestion integration. Feed subsidiary perimeter logs and EDR alerts into the parent threat intelligence platform for cross-correlation. Step 4. Threat actor overlap analysis. Identify threat groups targeting both the parent vertical and the newly acquired business sector. Step 5. Intelligence tooling harmonization. Audit commercial intelligence vendor contracts from both entities to eliminate duplicate feed subscriptions. Step 6. Master PIR consolidation. Merge subsidiary requirements into the parent enterprise PIR framework upon completion of network integration. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying a dedicated 90-day M&A intelligence monitoring overlay to detect lateral movement attempts between the subsidiary and parent networks during integration. Pro tip: expert insight. Treat newly acquired entities as untrusted external networks until full technical integration is complete. Threat actors aggressively seek out M&A press releases to target the weaker corporate network.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 5. Threat intelligence team resources, budget, and analyst bandwidth are severely constrained while intake requests continue to grow. Security leadership demands maximum return on investment from existing feeds and tools. How do you optimize and prioritize intelligence workloads under resource constraints?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to perform a rigorous feed audit and aggressively automate routine enrichment workflows. In a resource-constrained environment, analyst time must be strictly reserved for high-impact analytical synthesis rather than manual indicator processing. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Intelligence Feed Utilization Audit. Analyze internal SIM and TIP logs to identify commercial feeds that yield zero actionable detections or hunting leads. Step 2. Indicator Enrichment Automation. Deploy automated scripts to query open-source repositories and enrich incoming indicators without analyst intervention. Step 3. Low-fidelity intake elimination. Discontinue low-confidence commercial feeds that generate high false positive alert volumes for the SOC. Step 4. Strict PIR filter application. Reject intelligence collection tasks that do not directly answer an approved enterprise priority intelligence requirement. Step 5. Government and community intel leverage. Maximize collection from free high-fidelity government advisories, CISA alerts, and ISAC sharing communities. Step 6. Analyst bandwidth reallocation. Shift analyst hours from daily ad hoc reporting to proactive threat hunting and strategic briefing creation. Final recommendation decision. I recommend canceling low-performing commercial feed contracts upon renewal and reinvesting budget into automated intelligence processing and SOC integration tooling. Pro tip: expert insight. High-fidelity internal network telemetry, combined with free government advisories, almost always provides better threat detection than an expensive, uncurated generic commercial feed.
Scenario 6. The Security Operations Center repeatedly requests raw threat intelligence feeds and low-fidelity IP lists that yield high false positive rates and little operational value. The SOC manager complains that threat intel is not actionable. How do you align intelligence outputs to provide true operational value to the SOC?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to educate the SOC on moving up the pyramid of pain from brittle indicators to behavioral tactics and techniques. Intelligence is only actionable if it reduces analyst triage time or prevents active intrusion. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. SOC pain point analysis. Audit SOC alert logs to identify specific threat types causing high triage fatigue and false positive rates. Step 2. IOC confidence filtering. Apply strict age-out policies and confidence score thresholds before ingesting indicators into perimeter firewalls. Step 3. Shift to behavioral detection. Convert flat IP lists into dynamic Yara and Sigma detection rules targeting threat actor behavior. Step 4. Intelligence context enrichment. Ensure every alert escalated to the SOC includes actor motivation, associated campaign details, and recommended remediation steps. Step 5. Feedback loop implementation. Establish a weekly sync with SOC leads to evaluate the efficacy and accuracy of provided intelligence rules. Step 6. Detection validation testing. Work with detection engineering to simulate adversary behavior and confirm rule trigger accuracy. Final recommendation decision. I recommend stopping the ingestion of unverified bulk indicator feeds into security tools and establishing a rule requiring all operational intel to include actionable mitigation steps. Pro tip: expert insight. Use David Bianco's pyramid of pain in meetings with SOC leadership to visually demonstrate why hunting for adversary TTPs provides higher security ROI than chasing dynamic IP addresses.
Scenario 7. Executive leadership plans to migrate critical legacy workloads to a multi-cloud environment in the coming quarter. The CISO requests a proactive intelligence collection plan to identify threat vectors before migration begins. How do you define and execute cloud-native threat intelligence requirements?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to pivot intelligence collection toward cloud-native threat vectors, specifically identity compromise, misconfigured storage, and CI/CD pipeline supply chain attacks. Cloud environments shift the threat model from network perimeters to identity federation. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Multi-cloud threat surface profiling. Identify threat actors actively targeting the specific cloud providers, container technologies, and identity services chosen for migration. Step 2. Cloud-native PIR establishment. Define specific requirements covering stolen cloud access keys, identity token theft, and public repository exposures. Step 3. Dark web credential monitoring. Continuously monitor code repositories and underground marketplaces for exposed corporate cloud API keys and access tokens. Step 4. Attack for cloud mapping. Map cloud adversary techniques to the MITRE ATT&CK for cloud matrix to inform cloud detection engineering. Step 5. Cloud supply chain risk tracking. Assess third-party cloud integrations and open-source container registries for malicious packages or vulnerabilities. Step 6. Pre-migration briefing delivery. Deliver a strategic risk assessment to cloud architects detailing threat actor TTPs targeting cloud deployment phases. Final recommendation decision. I recommend establishing dedicated cloud PIRs prior to Phase 1 migration and mandating automated secret scanning across all internal and public developer repositories. Pro tip: expert insight. In modern multi-cloud environments, identity is the new perimeter. Focus your threat collection on access key leaks, OAuth abuse, and identity federation exploits rather than traditional network IPs.
Scenario 8. The enterprise completes a major strategic pivot from traditional brick and mortar retail to a digital-first e-commerce and mobile platform. Existing threat intelligence collection plans are aligned with legacy physical and point-of-sale risks. How do you realign intelligence collection to match a major business strategy change?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to immediately decommission obsolete collection requirements and conduct a rapid threat model of the new digital architecture. When a business model shifts, the adversary profile and attack surface change overnight. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Obsolete requirement decommissioning. Retire legacy physical security, point-of-sale malware, and regional retail PIRs to free up analytical bandwidth. Step 2. Digital attack surface threat modeling. Map threats against the new e-commerce architecture, payment gateways, mobile APIs, and cloud infrastructure. Step 3. Digital fraud and cybercrime actor profiling. Profile financial cybercrime groups engaging in Magecart attacks, credential stuffing, and payment fraud. Step 4. E-commerce collection feed acquisition. Ingest targeted intelligence feeds covering stolen credit card data, mobile app brand impersonation, and fraud botnets. Step 5. Fraud and security team alignment. Establish intelligence sharing workflows with the internal e-commerce fraud team and mobile app development leads. Step 6. Revised PIR publication. Publish updated enterprise PIRs reflecting digital fraud, API abuse, and online brand protection priorities. Final recommendation decision. I recommend conducting a complete revision of corporate intelligence feeds to align budget with digital fraud risks and establishing automated API security monitoring. Pro tip: expert insight. Never let legacy intelligence collection run on autopilot after a business shift. Stale requirements waste budget and leave newly deployed digital platforms completely unmonitored.
Category 1 conclusion: Intelligence planning and requirements.
In Category 1, we established how strategic cyber threat intelligence begins long before raw data is ingested. By defining priority intelligence requirements, resolving stakeholder conflicts, adapting to corporate acquisitions, and aligning with business strategy changes, you ensure that every intelligence action directly serves enterprise objectives.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 1, Planning to Category 2 Collection.
With strategic requirements established, the intelligence lifecycle moves into its operational phase, gathering raw data and validating sources. Having clear requirements ensures we only collect data that matters, but raw data must be enriched, validated, and contextualized before it can be trusted by operational defenders.
Category 2, Intelligence Collection and Source Validation.
Category 2 focuses on operational telemetry and indicator validation. As a threat intelligence analyst, you must evaluate raw IP addresses, suspicious domains, EDR file hashes, SSL certificates, type-asquatted domains, and anomalous user agent strings. This section tests your ability to validate raw technical indicators, eliminate false positives, and enrich telemetry with actionable threat context.
Category 2, Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 2. Scenario 9, Suspicious IP Address Intelligence Enrichment. Scenario 10, DNS Log Suspicious Domain Reputation Analysis. Scenario 11, EDR File Hash Malware Intelligence Correlation. Scenario 12, Phishing Campaign URL Assessment and Profiling. Scenario 13, Malicious Infrastructure SSL Certificate Pivoting. Scenario 14, Type-asquatted Email Domain and Business Impersonation. Scenario 15, Registry Key Indicator and Campaign Correlation. Scenario 16, Anomalous User Agent String Weblog Analysis. Scenario 17, Autonomous System Number ASN Firewall Log Auditing. Scenario 18, Resolving Conflicting Threat Intelligence Source Data. Let's dive into Scenario 9.
Scenario 9, A newly observed IP address communicating with internal systems requires intelligence enrichment. The SOC needs to know whether this IP is benign corporate traffic, a shared cloud service, or an active adversary command and control server. How do you enrich and evaluate this IP indicator?
Answer approach. My first priority would be to evaluate the IP in context rather than relying on a static reputation score. I would cross-reference internal network telemetry with passive DNS, who is ownership data, and threat actor infrastructure mapping to determine if the connection represents true malicious activity. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Internal telemetry auditing. Query SIM and network flow logs to identify affected internal hosts, traffic volume, connection frequency, and destination ports. Step 2. Who is an ASN infrastructure pivoting? Determine the IP hosting provider, autonomous system number, and geographical location to identify bulletproof or cloud hosting. Step 3. Passive DNS resolution analysis. Analyze historical domain to IP mappings to determine whether the IP has hosted malicious domains or shared infrastructure with known threat campaigns. Step 4. Threat intelligence feed correlation. Query commercial and open-source intelligence platforms for recent association with malware C2 frameworks or botnets. Step 5. Endpoint artifact inspection. Work with the SOC to inspect endpoint EDR logs for process execution or file creation associated with the network connection. Step 6. Threat actor attribution assessment. Evaluate whether observed TTPs match known threat groups targeting our specific industry vertical. Final recommendation decision. If the IP maps to malicious C2 infrastructure, I recommend immediately blocking outbound traffic at the perimeter firewall and isolating the affected internal endpoint for incident response. Pro tip: expert insight. Never block an IP address based purely on a commercial threat score without checking passive DNS. Cloud providers like AWS and Azure dynamically rotate IPs, meaning a malicious IP from yesterday might host legitimate corporate services today.
Scenario 10. A suspicious domain discovered in DNS logs needs reputation analysis. Security analysts suspect the domain is being used for domain generation algorithm DGA traffic or covert data exfiltration. How do you analyze and evaluate this domain indicator?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze the domain's registration metrics, structural entropy, and resolution patterns alongside internal DNS query logs. By evaluating domain age, whois privacy, and query behavior, I can distinguish between legitimate CDN traffic and adversary C2 channels. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. DNS log telemetry query. Inspect internal DNS logs to calculate query frequency, requesting endpoints, query types, and subdomain structural entropy. Step 2. Whois and domain entropy audit. Evaluate domain registration age, registrar reputation, whois privacy settings, and string randomness to detect DGA patterns. Step 3. Passive DNS and IP mapping. Perform passive DNS resolution checks to map historical IP infrastructure, hosting providers, and co-located domains. Step 4. Web crawling and sandbox inspection. Query web crawlers and sandbox repositories to inspect web page DOM content, SSL certificates, and hosted payloads. Step 5. Threat campaign correlation. Cross-reference the domain against open source and commercial threat feeds to link it with active phishing or malware campaigns. Step 6. Threat indicator categorization. Assign a validated threat confidence score based on combined registration entropy and internal execution telemetry. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying a DNS sinkhole policy for the domain across internal recursive resolvers and auditing all endpoints that issue DNS queries to the domain. Pro tip: expert insight. Newly registered domains, NRDs, communicating over non-standard ports represent a significantly elevated security risk and should be automatically prioritized for investigation. Consider implementing security policies that flag high-risk NRDs for additional analysis before permitting unrestricted communication.
Scenario 11. Multiple file hashes appear in EDR alerts and require malware intelligence correlation. Incident responders need to know if the file represents a commodity Trojan, custom-targeted malware, or a benign administrative tool. How do you correlate and analyze these malware hash indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to look beyond static file hashes by performing fuzzy hashing, IMFASH analysis, and Yara rule matching. Threat actors recompile malware continuously to bypass static SHA-256 blocks, making behavioral and structural code correlation essential. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Multi-vendor hash lookup. Query malware repositories like VirusTotal and Reversing Labs to assess detection rates, compilation timestamps, and vendor classifications. Step 2. Fuzzy hashing and code similarity matching. Calculate SSDeep and IMFASH values to identify code reuse across known malware families. Step 3. EDR telemetry prevalence check. Query internal EDR telemetry to determine file execution scope, execution paths, and command line arguments. Step 4. Behavioral sandbox analysis. Submit file samples to isolated sandboxes to observe process injection, persistence creation, and network C2 behavior. Step 5. MITRE attack mapping. Map observed file behaviors and execution tactics to the MITRE attack matrix for detection engineering. Step 6. YARA rule formulation. Draft and test YARA rules based on unique byte sequences and string patterns found within the malware payload. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated YARA detection rules across the EDR platform and isolating all endpoints where the confirmed malware payload executed. Pro tip: expert insight. Never rely purely on SHA-256 hashes for malware tracking. Attackers change file hashes by altering a single byte. Always track malware families using MFHashes, SS deep fuzzy hashing, or YARA memory rules.
Scenario 12. Newly detected URLs must be assessed for phishing campaign association. Email gateway security logs indicate multiple employees received messages containing suspicious embedded links. How do you analyze, profile, and correlate these phishing URL indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to safely analyze the URLs using headless browsers operating from non-attributable infrastructure to examine the underlying phishing kit, DOM structure, and credential harvesting mechanisms. Phishing kits frequently employ anti-analysis controls that must be bypassed to accurately assess malicious behavior. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. URL structure and obfuscation analysis. Parse URL parameters, redirected paths, character encoding, and domain typesquatting patterns. Step 2. Non-attributable web crawling. Detonate URLs using headless browsers from isolated infrastructure to bypass geofencing and user agent filtering. Step 3. DOM and phishing kit fingerprinting. Inspect page HTML, JavaScript sources, and form action endpoints to identify known phishing kit frameworks. Step 4. Email gateway telemetry correlation. Query secure email gateway logs to calculate campaign scope, targeted departments, and recipient counts. Step 5. Infrastructure and SSL certificate pivoting. Map backend hosting infrastructure, SSL certificates, and IP addresses supporting the phishing kit. Step 6. Credential exposure auditing. Cross-reference email logs with web proxy logs to identify users who clicked the link and submitted credentials. Final recommendation decision. I recommend immediately blocking the phishing URL at the web gateway, purging the phishing messages from all employee inboxes, and forcing password resets for impacted users. Pro tip: expert insight. Modern phishing kits use geofencing, IP anti-analysis filters, and CAPTCHAs to hide from security scanners. Always detonate suspicious URLs using non-attributable proxy networks with residential IP pools.
Scenario 13. A suspicious SSL certificate appears across multiple malicious domains identified in a threat report. Security leadership wants to know if adversary command and control infrastructure can be proactively mapped using this certificate. How do you pivot on SSL certificate indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to extract the certificate's unique cryptographic fingerprints, JARM hashes, and issuer details to perform internet-wide scanning queries. Pivoting on SSL certificates allows analysts to uncover hidden adversary infrastructure before domain registration occurs. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Certificate fingerprint extraction. Parse the SSL certificate to extract serial numbers, SHA-256 fingerprints, issuer common names, and JARM fingerprints. Step 2. Internet-wide scanning pivoting. Query scanning engines like Sensis and Shodan to identify all public IP addresses hosting identical certificate hashes. Step 3. Co-located domain mapping. Perform passive DNS lookups on discovered IP addresses to reveal associated C2 domains and staging servers. Step 4. Internal telemetry correlation. Audit firewall, proxy, and EDR logs for historical communication with any newly discovered infrastructure IPs. Step 5. Threat actor infrastructure clustering. Cluster discovered C2 servers, payload hosts, and redirectors to map the adversary's overall deployment model. Step 6. Threat rule generation. Draft perimeter blocking rules and SIM detection patterns based on identified certificate parameters and server fingerprints. Final recommendation decision. I recommend pushing all discovered IP addresses and JARM fingerprints to perimeter firewalls and EDR block lists to neutralize adversary infrastructure proactively. Pro tip: expert insight. Threat actors often use automated tools like Let's Encrypt with default server configurations. Fingerprinting server responses using JARM or JA3S allows you to track threat actor C2 fleets even when they rotate IPs and domains.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 14. An email sender domain resembles a trusted business partner, differing by only a single character. The finance department regularly exchanges wire transfer invoices with this partner. How do you investigate, assess, and mitigate this type-squatted domain threat?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze the domain's MX infrastructure, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC authentication posture, and registration history to evaluate imminent business email compromise risk. Impersonation of trusted partners is a primary vector for financial fraud. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Domain permutation and type-squatting analysis. Run tools like DNSTwist to analyze domain variations, character substitutions, and homoglyph attacks. Step 2. Email authentication and infrastructure audit. Inspect the domain's MX records, SPF configurations, DKIM signatures, and DMARC policies for active mail servers. Step 3. Email Gateway Historical Query. Search email gateway logs to determine if messages from the type-squatted domain have reached employee inboxes. Step 4. Partner and vendor verification. Contact the legitimate business partner through verified out-of-band communication channels to confirm domain ownership. Step 5. Brand takedown request initiation. Coordinate with legal and domain registrar abuse teams to initiate an immediate domain takedown request. Step 6. High target user security alerting. Issue targeted security alerts to finance, procurement, and executive assistants regarding the impersonation campaign. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing an immediate domain block across the secure email gateway and updating mail rules to flag all external messages displaying trusted partner display names. Pro tip: expert insight. Cybercriminals often register type-squatted partner domains weeks in advance and configure active MX records shortly before launching wire fraud. Monitor partner domain variations continuously for new MX record additions.
Scenario 15. Newly discovered registry key indicators appear in EDR telemetry across multiple endpoints. Security analysts suspect an adversary is establishing persistent execution access across internal systems. How do you correlate and analyze these registry key indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to map the registry modification to the MITRE attack framework for persistence, evaluate the binary payload referenced in the key, and search historical EDR logs across the enterprise. Registry persistence often outlives initial execution payloads. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Registry modification structural analysis. Analyze the registry path, value data, execution parameters, and user context associated with the modification. Step 2. Reference binary and payload extraction. Locate, extract, and analyze the executable, script, or DLL referenced by the registry key value. Step 3. Enterprise-wide EDR historical query. Execute retrospective queries across all endpoint EDR logs to identify every host containing the registry key modification. Step 4. Persistence technique mapping. Map the modification to specific MITRE attack techniques such as registry run keys, startup folder, or winlogin helper abuse. Step 5. Threat campaign and actor attribution. Cross-reference the registry modifications, payload hashes, and execution parameters with commercial threat intelligence reports. Step 6. Detection rule creation. Draft targeted EDR behavioral detection rules to alert on unauthorized modifications to critical system registry hives. Final recommendation decision. I recommend isolating all endpoints containing the malicious registry persistence key, terminating reference processes, and deploying automated EDR remediation rules. Pro tip: expert insight. Registry modifications like run once keys or COM hijacking are designed to survive reboot cycles even if the initial dropper malware is deleted. Always inspect the referenced executable file location for hidden secondary payloads.
Scenario 16. An unknown user agent string appears in web server logs communicating with an internal application server. Security operations suspects an automated vulnerability scanner or adversary C2 framework traffic. How do you analyze and evaluate this user agent indicator?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to parse the user agent string for structural anomalies, correlate request frequency with source IPs, and match the string pattern against known attack frameworks and custom C2 profiles. Default C2 tools often leave distinct user agent artifacts. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. User agent parsing and anomaly scoring. Evaluate string formatting, browser version syntax, character encoding, and rarity across web proxy telemetry. Step 2. Source IP and request rate correlation. Correlate the user agent string with source IP addresses, request volumes, targeted URI paths, and HTTP response codes. Step 3. C2 framework and scanner matching. Cross-reference the string against default user agent profiles used by tools like Cobalt Strike, Metasploit, or vulnerability scanners. Step 4. Internal endpoint identification. Identify internal servers or endpoints issuing or receiving requests with the anomalous user agent string. Step 5. Web application firewall rule tuning. Update web application firewall rules to detect, inspect, and drop traffic exhibiting suspicious user agent patterns. Step 6. Threat intelligence platform logging. Ingest confirmed malicious user agent patterns into the TIP for cross-correlation with proxy telemetry. Final recommendation decision. I recommend updating WAF rules to block the anomalous user agent pattern and initiating host-level forensic inspection on internal systems originating the traffic. Pro TIP expert insight. Adversaries using out-of-the-box command and control frameworks frequently forget to customize default user agent strings. Look for rare strings that appear on only one or two internal endpoints across millions of web proxy logs.
Scenario 17. Internal firewall logs contain high-volume outbound traffic to previously unseen autonomous system numbers ASNs hosted in foreign jurisdictions. Security engineering needs an intelligence assessment before implementing block rules. How do you audit and evaluate these ASN indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to profile the hosting provider reputation, analyze traffic protocols, and cross-reference destination IP ranges with known bulletproof infrastructure. Evaluating traffic at the ASN level helps identify malicious hosting ecosystems and enables organizations to implement targeted controls against infrastructure frequently abused by cybercrime syndicates. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. ASN reputation and hosting provider profiling. Audit destination ASNs using Whois and threat intelligence databases to identify bulletproof hosting providers. Step 2. Network traffic protocol analysis. Analyze firewall logs for traffic volume, connection duration, destination ports, and protocol encodings. Step 3. Associated domain and IP clustering. Perform passive DNS queries on IP ranges belonging to the ASN to map associated malicious domains and C2 servers. Step 4. Internal system and user identification. Identify internal hosts establishing connections to the ASN to assess potential data exfiltration or malware C2. Step 5. Business utility verification. Cross-reference destination hosting providers with corporate vendor lists to ensure legitimate business services are not impacted. Step 6. Geofencing and perimeter rule formulation. Draft geofencing and ASN-based perimeter firewall rules to restrict traffic to high-risk hosting infrastructure. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing strict perimeter firewall blocks against high-risk bulletproof hosting ASNs that have no legitimate corporate business function. Pro tip expert insight. Cybercrime syndicates overwhelmingly favor specific bulletproof hosting ASNs operating in uncooperative jurisdictions. Blocking or alerting on entire high-risk ASNs effectively neutralizes adversary C2 infrastructure before new domains are registered.
Scenario 18. Newly observed indicators conflict with existing threat intelligence sources. One commercial vendor flags a critical IP address as malicious C2 infrastructure, while another vendor rates it as clean CDN infrastructure. How do you resolve conflicting intelligence source data?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to evaluate the conflicting indicators using the Admiralty system for source reliability and corroborate vendor claims with internal network telemetry. Vendor threat feeds frequently suffer from stale data or lack context regarding shared hosting infrastructure. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Source reliability and credibility scoring. Apply the Admiralty system to score source reliability and information credibility for both intelligence vendors. Step 2. Internal telemetry corroboration. Query internal SIM, proxy, and EDR logs to observe actual endpoint behavior and network traffic patterns associated with the indicator. Step 3. Infrastructure disambiguation analysis. Perform active WHOIS, passive DNS, and SSL certificate inspection to determine if the IP represents shared cloud infrastructure. Step 4. Sandbox detonation and payload verification. Submit associated file artifacts or URL paths to isolated sandboxes to confirm active malicious behavior. Step 5. Confidence score recalibration. Recalibrate the indicator's confidence score within the threat intelligence platform based on verified internal evidence. Step 6. Vendor feedback and feed tuning. Notify the vendor providing inaccurate intelligence to request data correction and refine automated feed confidence weighting. Final recommendation decision. I recommend trusting verified internal telemetry over commercial feed ratings and updating the internal threat intelligence platform to classify the indicator with a medium confidence monitoring tag. Pro tip: expert insight. Systematically apply the Admiralty system, A through F for source reliability, 1 through 6 for info credibility when resolving intel conflicts. Never block critical infrastructure based solely on a single vendor's automated threat score.
Category 2 conclusion. Intelligence collection and source validation.
In Category 2, we covered how raw operational data is gathered, validated, and enriched. From inspecting IP reputation and DNS logs to pivoting on SSL certificates and analyzing type-squatted domains, rigorous validation ensures that only high-confidence telemetry moves forward in the intelligence pipeline.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 2 collection to Category 3 processing.
Once raw intelligence is collected, it cannot be used effectively without structured processing. In Category 3, we shift from gathering individual indicators to normalizing, deduplicating, enriching, and correlating data inside the threat intelligence platform to build cohesive campaign context.
Category 3. Intelligence processing, enrichment, and correlation.
Category 3 focuses on the analytical engine of cyber threat intelligence. Here, analysts resolve conflicting feed reputations, deduplicate platform records, enrich contextual gaps, analyze shared infrastructure, and establish operational linkages between distinct malware families. This section tests your ability to transform fragmented indicators into actionable, high-fidelity intelligence.
Category 3. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 3. Scenario 19. Resolving conflicting multi-feed indicator reputations. Scenario 20. Commercial and open-source intelligence OSINT correlation. Scenario 21. Deduplicating threat intelligence platform TIP records. Scenario 22. Enriching context-deficient operational indicators. Scenario 23. Historical telemetry enrichment upon campaign discovery. Scenario 24. Disambiguating shared multi-campaign infrastructure. Scenario 25. Correlating operationally related malware families. Scenario 26. Linking unknown infrastructure via passive DNS analysis. Scenario 27. Analyzing unreported internal telemetry infrastructure. Scenario 28. Auditing and correcting automated enrichment errors. Let's dive into Scenario 19.
Scenario 19. Multiple intelligence feeds report conflicting reputations for the same IOC. Commercial feeds rate an IP address as critical malicious C2 infrastructure, while open source feeds list it as clean hosting infrastructure. How do you resolve and normalize conflicting feed reputations?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to evaluate the conflicting indicator using the Admiralty system for source credibility while corroborating vendor ratings against internal network telemetry. Rather than relying on a single commercial score, I would inspect passive DNS history and active server behavior. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Intelligence Feed Reliability Audit. Evaluate the historical accuracy and false positive rates of each reporting intelligence feed using internal performance logs. Step 2. Admiralty System Classification. Apply the Admiralty System Matrix AF for source reliability, 1 to 6 for information credibility to both intelligence sources. Step 3. Passive DNS and Hosting Infrastructure Inspection. Analyze passive DNS resolutions and who has records to determine if the IP represents dynamic cloud infrastructure. Step 4. Internal Telemetry Correlation. Query SIM and firewall logs to observe whether internal systems have established active connections to the IP. Step 5. Active Probe and Sandbox Verification. Submit associated URL paths or file payloads to isolated sandboxes to confirm active C2 communication. Step 6. Normalized Indicator Score Generation. Calculate a normalized confidence score inside the threat intelligence platform, reflecting verified internal evidence. Final recommendation decision. I recommend overriding the external commercial rating in the threat intelligence platform with a normalized medium confidence tag and placing the IP on heightened internal monitoring rather than automated perimeter blocking. Pro tip: expert insight. Never average out conflicting vendor threat scores. Assign dynamic weightings to commercial feeds based on their historical accuracy against your internal network telemetry.
Scenario 20. Threat intelligence must correlate indicators from commercial and open source feeds. Analysts are overwhelmed by disparate formatting, duplicate records, and varying confidence scores across ingestion pipelines. How do you construct an automated correlation pipeline across commercial and OSINT sources?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to standardize all incoming feed data into a unified STIX2.1 schema transported via TAC-C protocols and deploy automated canonical deduplication. Combining commercial indicator breadth with open-source contextual narrative creates a complete intelligence picture. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Schema and transport standardization. Ingest all commercial and OSINT feeds through STIX2.1 schemas over TAC-C 2.1 server protocols to standardize object attributes and transport layers. Step 2. Canonical deduplication rule execution. Merge duplicate indicator records into single master entries while aggregating source metadata and timestamps. Step 3. Multi-source confidence scoring. Calculate normalized confidence scores by combining vendor reliability weightings with multi-source corroboration and internal telemetry validation. Step 4. Automated campaign relationship linking. Map indicators automatically to threat actor profiles and MITRE attack techniques across open source and commercial feeds. Step 5. High-value intelligence filtering. Filter out low-confidence, uncorroborated indicators before pushing telemetry to operational defenders. Step 6. Downstream SIM and EDR distribution. Feed enriched master indicator records to security enforcement tools with actionable mitigation tags. Final recommendation decision. I recommend standardizing all intelligence ingestion on STIX2.1 schemas over TAC-C 2.1 server protocols to automate indicator correlation and eliminate manual data formatting. Pro tip: expert insight. Commercial feeds excel at indicator volume, while open source communities excel at contextual narrative. Merge them by using OSINT for threat actor context and commercial feeds for technical IOC breadth.
Scenario 21. Duplicate intelligence records flood the threat intelligence platform. Automated ingestion from multiple vendors creates millions of redundant indicator entries, degrading platform performance and analyst search speeds. How do you resolve platform duplication and optimize indicator storage?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to implement canonical indicator key indexing and deploy automated database merging playbooks. Eliminating duplicate records restores platform search performance and provides analysts with a single source of truth. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Canonical indicator key mapping. Establish unique primary keys based on normalized IP strings, domain formats, and file hash standards across the database. Step 2. Automated record merging execution. Deploy database rules to merge duplicate indicator entries, aggregating vendor tags, timestamps, and site counts. Step 3. Expiration policy implementation. Configure automated aging out policies for dynamic indicators such as IP addresses and domains based on organizational retention policies, indicator confidence, and recent activity. Step 4. Indicator source attribution retention. Preserve original vendor source metadata within the merged record to maintain audit trails for intelligent scoring. Step 5. Database indexing optimization. Optimize database search indexes on high-frequency query fields like indicator value, threat family, and confidence score. Step 6. Downstream synchronization audit. Ensure deduplicated master records synchronize cleanly with internal SIEM and EDR platforms without repopulating duplicates. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing automated merging playbooks at the ingestion layer and enforcing an enterprise aging out policy for dynamic threat indicators. Pro tip: expert insight. Set automated aging out policies for dynamic indicators like IPs and domains, unless they are explicitly tagged as active nation-state infrastructure. Stale indicators cause database bloat and false positive alerts.
Scenario 22. Indicators arrive without sufficient context for operational use. A raw list of file hashes and IP addresses is ingested into the threat intelligence platform without threat actor attribution, campaign associations, or recommended mitigations. How do you enrich context-efficient indicators for operational deployment?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to build automated enrichment playbooks using open-source repositories and internal telemetry correlation. Indicators without context create operational noise. Enrichment transforms raw data into actionable security intelligence. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Automated API enrichment execution. Query external repositories like VirusTotal, Shodan, and PassiveTotal Vir API to append malware family names and hosting context. Step 2. Internal telemetry correlation. Search internal SIEM and proxy logs to determine if any enriched indicators have appeared within internal enterprise networks. Step 3. Passive DNS and certificate pivoting. Perform passive DNS and SSL certificate queries to map associated infrastructure and domain relationships. Step 4. MITRE attack technique mapping. Map enriched malware behaviors and C2 patterns directly to the MITRE attack framework. Step 5. Threat severity and confidence scoring. Calculate a revised confidence score based on external API results and internal network visibility. Step 6. Actionable intelligence brief creation. Package the enriched indicator set with threat actor context, campaign tags, and recommended SOC triage steps. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated enrichment playbooks that append malware family tags and attack mappings to raw indicators before pushing them to defensive teams. Pro tip: expert insight. Raw IOCs without context are useless to defenders. If an indicator lacks campaign context or recommended mitigations, treat it as low-priority telemetry until automated enrichment playbooks complete.
Scenario 23. Historical intelligence requires enrichment after new campaign discoveries. A newly published threat report reveals C2 infrastructure that has been active for 6 months. How do you perform retroactive enrichment and historical telemetry auditing across your enterprise?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to extract newly disclosed campaign indicators and execute retrospective queries across historical network logs and EDR telemetry. Retrospective hunting uncovers dormant compromises that occurred before intelligence was published. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Campaign artifact extraction. Parse newly published intelligence reports to extract C2 domains, IP addresses, YARA rules, and file hashes. Step 2. Retrospective telemetry querying. Execute retrospective queries across 180 days of historical SIEM, DNS, firewall, and EDR logs for campaign matches. Step 3. Passive infrastructure backfilling. Query passive DNS databases to map historical domain resolutions during the 6-month campaign window. Step 4. Historical TIP record enrichment. Backfill historical database records in the threat intelligence platform with newly discovered campaign tags and threat actor attribution. Step 5. Impacted host forensic audit. Perform forensic inspection on internal endpoints that communicated with historical C2 infrastructure during the campaign timeline. Step 6. Defensive Detection Rule Backporting. Deploy new behavioral detection rules to EDR and SIM tools to protect against ongoing campaign activity. Final recommendation decision. I recommend executing a retrospective 180-day telemetry audit for all newly disclosed campaign indicators and updating historical TIP records with threat actor context. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Threat actors frequently establish infrastructure weeks or months before active operations begin. Maintaining at least 90 to 180 days of searchable DNS, firewall, and EDR telemetry enables analysts to perform effective retrospective hunting whenever new intelligence becomes available.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 24. Multiple campaigns share identical infrastructure. Passive DNS analysis reveals that ransomware groups and nation-state APTs are utilizing the same bulletproof hosting provider IPs and C2 servers. How do you disambiguate and correlate shared infrastructure across distinct campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to pivot on secondary artifacts like JARM fingerprints, SSL certificates, URI structures, and custom encryption keys. Relying on shared IP addresses for attribution leads to inaccurate threat modeling. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Multi-dimensional artifact extraction. Extract SSL certificates, JARM server response fingerprints, and specific URI request paths associated with each campaign. Step 2. Infrastructure clustering analysis. Group infrastructure nodes based on cryptographic fingerprints and server configurations rather than shared IP ranges. Step 3. Temporal activity profiling. Analyze active communication timestamps to distinguish between historical nation-state usage and current ransomware leasing. Step 4. Payload and behavioral disambiguation. Correlate specific malware payloads and post-exploitation TTPs executed from the shared infrastructure. Step 5. Threat intelligence platform tagging. Tag shared infrastructure records in the TIP with dynamic multi-campaign attribution tags reflecting shared hosting. Step 6. Defensive detection customization. Develop layered detection logic that correlates URI patterns, SSL certificate fingerprints, JARM signatures, and destination IP addresses to improve attribution accuracy while reducing false positives. Final recommendation decision. I recommend disambiguating shared IP infrastructure by requiring secondary indicator matching, such as JARM fingerprints or specific URI patterns, before attributing alerts to specific threat actors. Pro TIP expert insight. Never attribute an attack based solely on a shared IP address. Cybercrime groups routinely lease space on the exact same bulletproof, hosting servers used by nation-state threat actors.
Scenario 25. Threat intelligence must determine whether 2 malware families are operationally related. Technical reports suggest 2 distinct infostealers share code snippets, C2 communication protocols, and delivery mechanisms. How do you evaluate and correlate potential operational linkages between malware families?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze code similarity using MFAShes, compare C2 encryption routines, and evaluate underground forum sales. Shared code frequently indicates common development frameworks or malware as a service ecosystems rather than proving that the same threat actor is responsible for both campaigns. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Code similarity and MFASH comparison. Perform static code analysis and MFASH comparison to quantify shared functions and binary structure. Step 2. C2 protocol and encryption routine audit. Analyze network traffic captures to determine if both malware variants use identical command structures and cryptographic keys. Step 3. Initial access and delivery correlation. Evaluate whether both malware strains are distributed via identical phishing campaigns or loader infrastructure. Step 4. Underground marketplace monitoring. Monitor dark web forums to determine if both variants originate from a shared malware as a service developer codebase. Step 5. Threat intelligence platform relationship mapping. Link both malware family records in the TIP using parent-child or derivative code relationships. Step 6. Universal YARA rule creation. Draft YARA rules targeting shared code functions to detect both malware families across enterprise endpoints. Final recommendation decision. I recommend classifying the malware families as operationally linked derivatives, sharing a common developer codebase, and deploying universal Yara detection rules across endpoint security tools. Pro-TIP Expert Insight. Shared code snippets often indicate malware as a service purchases rather than identical threat actors. Focus on C2 infrastructure overlap and post-exploitation TTPs to prove true operational relationships.
Scenario 26. Previously unknown infrastructure becomes linked through passive DNS analysis. While investigating a single malicious domain, passive DNS telemetry reveals dozens of unflagged domains, resolving to co-located IP infrastructure. How do you analyze and expand infrastructure correlation through passive DNS?
Answer approach. My approach would be to build a historical resolution graph connecting domains, IP co-location, and who is registration details. Passive DNS allows analysts to map an adversary's entire campaign infrastructure from a single seed indicator. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Historical resolution graphing. Query passive DNS databases to map every historical IP address associated with the seed malicious domain. Step 2. Co-located domain discovery. Identify all secondary domains resolving to the discovered IP infrastructure during the campaign timeframe. Step 3. Who is an SOA registration pivoting? Pivot on registrant emails, name servers, and start of authority records to discover additional infrastructure clusters. Step 4. Internal telemetry search. Query enterprise DNS and proxy logs to determine if any internal hosts have communicated with newly discovered domains. Step 5. Threat infrastructure clustering. Correlate newly discovered domains, IP addresses, and registration artifacts into a unified campaign cluster within the threat intelligence platform to strengthen attribution and infrastructure visibility. Step 6. Perimeter blocklist synchronization. Push all newly discovered infrastructure indicators to perimeter firewalls and recursive DNS resolvers. Final recommendation decision. I recommend expanding the investigation to include all co-located domains discovered via passive DNS and pushing the entire infrastructure cluster to perimeter blocking tools. Pro-TIP Expert Insight. Passive DNS is the ultimate infrastructure expansion tool. When you uncover one C2 domain, query passive DNS to discover every domain that ever resolved to that server IP during the campaign window.
Scenario 27. Internal telemetry reveals infrastructure never reported by intelligence vendors. Threat hunting uncovers custom C2 domains communicating with internal endpoints that appear nowhere in commercial or open-source threat feeds. How do you process, enrich, and validate internally discovered threat infrastructure?
Answer approach. My approach would be to perform deep endpoint forensic extraction and infrastructure pivoting to build an internal threat cluster. Internally discovered threats represent high-fidelity, targeted risk that vendor feeds often miss. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Endpoint artifact forensic extraction. Extract memory dumps, network sockets, and binary payloads from internal endpoints communicating with the unknown domain. Step 2. Passive DNS and SSL infrastructure pivoting. Query passive DNS and SENSIs to identify co-located IPs, JARM fingerprints, and SSL certificates tied to the domain. Step 3. Custom Yara and Sigma rule creation. Formulate custom Yara and Sigma rules based on extracted binary artifacts and network communication patterns. Step 4. Threat intelligence platform ingestion. Ingest internally discovered domains and IPs into the TIP as a high-confidence, custom threat campaign record. Step 5. Enterprise-wide hunting execution. Deploy newly created detection rules across EDR and SIM tools to search for broader internal compromise. Step 6. Anonymized external sharing. Sanitize sensitive internal information and share validated indicators, TTPs, and infrastructure details with trusted ISAC communities, government partners, or commercial intelligence providers to strengthen collective defense. Final recommendation decision. I recommend ingesting internally discovered infrastructure into the threat intelligence platform as a high-confidence custom threat cluster and immediately deploying custom detection rules across EDR platforms. Pro-TIP Expert Insight. Internally discovered threat infrastructure is your highest fidelity intelligence. Third-party vendors report global trends, but internal telemetry reveals threats actively targeting your specific enterprise.
Scenario 28. Intelligence enrichment automation introduces inaccurate correlations. An automated threat intelligence platform playbook incorrectly linked a shared cloud CDN/IP address to an APT campaign, causing widespread false positive alerts and service disruption. How do you audit, correct, and prevent automated enrichment errors?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to conduct an immediate playbook root cause audit, purge inaccurate relationships from the platform database, and implement shared cloud provider exclusions. Automation without infrastructure awareness leads to severe operational disruption. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Incident root cause analysis. Audit automated enrichment logs to identify the specific rule and API response that caused the false positive correlation. Step 2. Platform database record correction. Purge incorrect threat actor and campaign tags from the CDN/IP record inside the threat intelligence platform. Step 3. Downstream blocking rule revocation. Work with security operations to immediately remove the cloud CDN/IP from perimeter firewall block lists. Step 4. Cloud provider exclusion list implementation. Configure exclusion filters in automated playbooks to prevent auto-correlating dynamic cloud provider IP ranges. Step 5. Confidence scoring logic recalibration. Refine enrichment logic to require corroboration from multiple independent indicators, such as domains, SSL certificates, passive DNS, or internal telemetry, before automatically attributing cloud-hosted infrastructure. Step 6. Playbook sandbox validation. Test updated enrichment playbooks against historical dataset samples to ensure false positive prevention. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying strict cloud provider IP exclusions within automated enrichment playbooks and requiring human analyst verification before tagging dynamic cloud infrastructure. Pro-tip expert insight. Never allow automated playbooks to auto-attribute or auto-block indicators matching major cloud providers, AWS, Cloudflare, Akamai without human-in-the-loop verification.
Category 3 Conclusion. Intelligence processing, enrichment, and correlation.
In Category 3, we mastered how raw indicators are transformed into high-fidelity intelligence. By standardizing ingestion through STIX schemas over TAC-C server protocols, deduplicating platform entries, enriching context gaps, and correlating shared infrastructure, you turn isolated telemetry into cohesive campaign context.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 3 processing to Category 4 attribution.
With enriched and correlated threat clusters established, intelligence analysts must answer the critical question of adversary identity and motivation. In Category 4, we move into threat actor attribution and campaign analysis to evaluate complex adversary tradecraft, false flag operations, and shifting geopolitical drivers.
Category 4. Threat actor attribution and campaign analysis.
Category 4 addresses one of the most challenging areas in cyber threat intelligence, determining who is behind an attack and why. This section covers attribution uncertainty, overlapping TTPs, rapid C2 infrastructure rotation, false flag operations, vendor disagreements, and calculating objective confidence scores for executive leadership.
Category 4. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 12 real-world scenarios covered in Category 4. Scenario 29. Navigating attribution uncertainty and potential APT intrusions. Scenario 30. Disambiguating overlapping multi-group TTP matches. Scenario 31. Tracking rapid overnight ransomware infrastructure pivots. Scenario 32. Disentangling multi-campaign historical infrastructure overlaps. Scenario 33. Analyzing malware code reused for threat actor attribution. Scenario 34. Countering rapid command and control C2 server fast fluxing. Scenario 35. Analyzing nation-state technique adoption by financially motivated actors. Scenario 36. Evaluating and correcting suspected open-source false attributions. Scenario 37. Resolving disagreements across commercial intelligence vendors. Scenario 38. Calculating executive confidence scores for threat attribution. Scenario 39. Uncovering false flag operations and adversary deception tactics. Scenario 40. Adapting campaign analysis to shifting geopolitical motivations. Let's dive into Scenario 29.
Scenario 29. An intrusion resembles an APT campaign, but attribution remains uncertain. Technical artifacts match advanced nation-state techniques, but infrastructure is leased from commercial VPS providers. How do you evaluate and report attribution under high uncertainty?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to apply the Diamond model of intrusion analysis and express attribution as an objective confidence score based on verified evidence layers. Rushing attribution based purely on shared tools or leased hosting leads to inaccurate threat modeling. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Diamond Model Framework Application. Map the 4 core vertices: adversary, capability, infrastructure, and victim to isolate established facts from analytical assumptions. Step 2. Technical artifact disambiguation. Disentangle bespoke threat actor tools from publicly available utility frameworks and commercial VPS hosting. Step 3. Operational working hours audit. Analyze command and control connection timestamps to determine adversary time zone alignment and operational routines. Step 4. Alternative hypothesis testing. Apply analysis of competing hypotheses ACH to evaluate whether the intrusion represents a proxy group, e-crime actor, or state unit. Step 5. Analytic confidence scoring. Assign an ICD-203 qualitative confidence rating: low, moderate, high, reflecting underlying data gaps and evidence strength. Step 6. Uncategorized threat cluster creation. Assign an internal tracking name, for example, uncategorized group 104, to group-related activity without forcing a name state attribution. Final recommendation decision. I recommend briefing leadership using Diamond model methodology with a moderate confidence assessment to attract threat cluster rather than definitively naming a specific nation-state. Pro tip: expert insight. Never rush attribution to satisfy news headlines. Use the Diamond model to separate capabilities from infrastructure, and always state your level of confidence alongside key analytical assumptions.
Scenario 30. Multiple TTPs match different threat groups simultaneously. Forensic telemetry from a compromised server indicates tools and scripts used by both an e-crime ransomware broker and a nation-state APT. How do you disentangle overlapping threat actor TTPs?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to construct an intrusion timeline to separate initial access activities from post-exploitation lateral movement. Modern cyber attacks routinely involve initial access brokers breaking in and selling access to secondary operators. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Intrusion timeline reconstruction. Reconstruct execution timelines from endpoint EDR logs to identify handoff timestamps between initial access and post-exploitation activity. Step 2. Initial access broker IAB trait identification. Isolate initial compromise artifacts such as credential theft or web shell deployment to profile the access broker. Step 3. Post-exploitation payload disambiguation. Analyze secondary payloads, lateral movement scripts, and exfiltration tools deployed after the initial access handoff. Step 4. Threat ecosystem mapping. Cross-reference observed TTP handoffs with known dark web cybercrime broker partnerships and ransomware affiliate programs. Step 5. Telemetry clustering separation. Split the incident telemetry into 2 distinct threat clusters inside the threat intelligence platform reflecting both threat actors. Step 6. Defensive rule customization. Deploy targeted detection rules covering both the initial access broker's persistence mechanisms and the operator's ransomware payload. Final recommendation decision. I recommend documenting the incident as a dual-actor intrusion involving an initial access broker handoff to a secondary ransomware operator and deploying detections against both TTP profiles. Pro TIP expert insight. Modern intrusions frequently involve multiple actors. Initial access brokers, AABs, break in and sell access to ransomware affiliates, creating overlapping TTP signatures on the same compromised system.
Scenario 31. A ransomware operation changes its infrastructure overnight. After a public security vendor report, the group abandons their entire domain fleet, C2 IPs, and payment portals. How do you track and correlate a threat actor during rapid infrastructure pivots?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to track the threat group using immutable code artifacts, custom malware packers, and cryptocurrency wallet relationships rather than disposable network domain names. Network infrastructure is easily replaced, but core operational tradecraft remains constant. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Immutable binary artifact extraction. Extract unique compilation artifacts, rich headers, custom packer signatures, and internal PDB paths from binary samples. Step 2. JARM and cryptographic server fingerprinting. Query internet scanning platforms to identify servers exhibiting matching JARM fingerprints, SSL certificate characteristics, and other shared infrastructure traits that may indicate operational continuity. Step 3. Blockchain and payment infrastructure pivoting. Trace cryptocurrency, wallet addresses, and payment portal code structures across dark web leak sites. Step 4. EDR behavioral detection rule deployment. Deploy Yara and EDR behavioral rules targeting post-exploitation TTPs rather than dynamic network block lists. Step 5. Reclustered infrastructure validation. Correlate newly discovered C2 domains and hosting IPs back to the original ransomware threat actor profile. Step 6. Threat intelligence platform synchronization. Update internal platform threat actor records with newly discovered infrastructure nodes and updated confidence ratings. Final recommendation decision. I recommend tracking the ransomware operation using behavioral EDR rules and payload compile signatures rather than relying on dynamic domain or IP block lists. Pro tip: expert insight. Domain names and IP addresses are disposable. Track ransomware groups using immutable artifacts like custom packer signatures, cryptocurrency wallet clusters, or JARM response hashes.
Scenario 32. Infrastructure overlaps with multiple historical campaigns. A destination C2 IP address was previously associated with a 2022 espionage campaign, a 2024 loader operation, and a present-day ransomware campaign. How do you resolve historical infrastructure overlaps?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to correlate passive DNS resolution timelines with hosting provider ownership changes. Cloud providers and bulletproof hosters reassign IP addresses continuously, making temporal boundaries critical for accurate attribution. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Passive DNS resolution timeline audit. Map exact first seen and last seen resolution dates for all domains pointing to the shared IP address. Step 2. Hosting provider ownership and subnet tracking. Analyze BGP routing history and who has records to identify when the IP address was reassigned between hosting tenants. Step 3. Payload and protocol signature disambiguation. Compare C2 communication protocols and payload SSL certificates associated with each historical campaign window. Step 4. Temporal campaign boundary definition. Establish strict operational date boundaries for the 2022, 2024, and present-day campaigns inside the threat intelligence platform. Step 5. Telemetry indicator tag recalibration. Update historical SIM logs and platform records to reflect temporal infrastructure ownership shifts. Step 6. Attribution confidence adjustment. Adjust threat actor confidence ratings to ensure current alerts are not falsely attributed to historical espionage groups. Final recommendation decision. I recommend disambiguating historical infrastructure overlaps by enforcing temporal date boundaries based on passive DNS resolutions before attributing alerts to active threat actors. Pro tip: expert insight. IP addresses get reassigned by cloud and bulletproof hosting providers continuously. An IP used by a nation-state APT 2 years ago is likely being rented by a completely different e-crime actor today.
Scenario 33. Newly published malware shares code with a known threat actor. Reverse engineering reveals a 70% code overlap with a tool previously exclusive to a specific APT group. How do you evaluate code reuse for accurate attribution?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to evaluate binary code similarity alongside secondary infrastructure and post-exploitation tradecraft. Shared code frequently indicates common development frameworks or malware as a service ecosystems rather than proving that the same threat actor is responsible for both campaigns. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Binary function and MFASH comparison. Perform static code disassembly to determine whether shared code represents proprietary logic or open source libraries. Step 2. Developer artifact and symbol analysis. Analyze compiler flags, debug paths, language resources, and internal symbol names across both malware samples. Step 3. Underground marketplace and code leakage audit. Monitor dark web forums and public code repositories to determine if the codebase was leaked or sold as a tool. Step 4. Secondary infrastructure corroboration. Evaluate command and control server setups, SSL certificates, and JARM fingerprints for operational continuity. Step 5. Post-exploitation TTP matching. Correlate lateral movement scripts, credential dumping techniques, and exfiltration targets executed during the campaign. Step 6. Attribution assessment formulation. Document the malware as a shared codebase derivative while maintaining an independent threat cluster for the active campaign. Final recommendation decision. I recommend classifying the malware as a shared codebase or tool leak, requiring secondary infrastructure or post-exploitation corroboration before attributing the attack to the original threat actor. Pro tip: expert insight. Code leakage, GitHub repositories, and tool sales mean that shared code alone no longer proves actor identity. Always demand infrastructure or TTP corroboration before finalizing attribution.
Scenario 34. Threat actor infrastructure rapidly rotates command and control servers using fast flux DNS and dynamic hosting providers. Traditional perimeter IP blocking rules become obsolete within minutes. How do you counter and track fast flux C2 infrastructure?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to deploy behavioral web proxy rules and response policy zone RPZDNS sinkholing targeting fast flux resolution anomalies. Fast flux rotation renders static IP block lists useless, requiring detection at the protocol behavior layer. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Fast flux resolution anomaly analysis. Audit DNS query logs to identify domains returning multiple low time to live TTL/IP resolution across diverse ASNs. Step 2. JARM and JA3S server response fingerprinting. Extract cryptographic server response fingerprints to track C2 servers regardless of dynamic IP changes. Step 3. Response policy zone RPZ sinkhole deployment. Configure recursive DNS servers to sinkhole fast flux domains exhibiting anomalous TTL parameters. Step 4. Behavioral proxy inspection rule tuning. Update web application firewalls and proxy engines to detect anomalous user agent headers and URI structures. Step 5. Automated ASN cluster blocking. Apply risk-based monitoring or targeted blocking for ASNs consistently associated with bulletproof hosting, using additional infrastructure indicators to minimize collateral impact. Step 6. EDRC2 beaconing rule deployment. Deploy EDR rules targeting process network connections exhibiting regular beaconing intervals to dynamic IP destinations. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying behavioral web proxy inspection and RPZDNS sinkholing rules targeting fast flux TTL anomalies instead of relying on static IP block lists. Pro tip: expert insight. Fast flux infrastructure rotates IP addresses every few seconds. Block fast flux attacks by targeting short DNS time to live TTL values combined with dynamic ASN registration patterns.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 35. A financially motivated campaign begins using nation-state techniques. An e-crime gang deploys custom zero-day exploits and living off the land binaries previously reserved for state-sponsored espionage. How do you analyze and adapt to commodity actors adopting nation-state TTPs?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to update enterprise threat models and deploy behavioral living off the land detection rules. Cybercrime syndicates increasingly purchase zero-day exploits on commercial markets, blurring the line between financial e-crime and nation-state tradecraft. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Exploit and artifact technical analysis. Analyze the zero-day vulnerability payload and binary execution flow to isolate exploit mechanics from post-exploitation tools. Step 2. Dark web and broker market monitoring. Track underground marketplaces and initial access forums to identify commercial exploit availability. Step 3. Behavioral LOL bin detection rule deployment. Deploy EDR behavioral rules targeting malicious abuse of legitimate administrative utilities like PowerShell and WMI. Step 4. Threat actor motivation and target profiling. Analyze victimology and extortion demands to confirm financial motivation despite advanced technical capabilities. Step 5. MITRE attack matrix mapping updates. Update the internal threat actor profile in the TIP to reflect advanced exploitation capabilities. Step 6. Executive Strategic Risk Briefing. Brief security leadership on the evolving capability of e-crime actors and recommend enhanced behavioral endpoint protections. Final recommendation decision. I recommend updating organizational threat models to reflect e-crime groups adopting advanced nation-state exploitation techniques and deploying behavioral living off-the-land detections. Pro-TIP expert insight. The line between e-crime and state-sponsored APTs has blurred. E-crime syndicates purchase zero-day exploits on commercial markets to maximize financial extortion impact.
Scenario 36. A suspected false attribution appears in open-source reporting. A widely circulated vendor report attributes a major intrusion to a specific nation-state, but your internal telemetry indicates commodity ransomware tradecraft. How do you evaluate and correct open-source false attributions?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to apply the analysis of competing hypotheses ACH methodology to evaluate vendor claims against verified internal telemetry. Attribution assessments may differ because vendors have varying visibility, intelligence sources, and analytical methodologies. Objective validation against verified internal telemetry remains essential before adopting external conclusions. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Vendor evidence and artifact audit. Deconstruct the vendor report to separate verified technical indicators from analytical assumptions and marketing narratives. Step 2. Internal telemetry and forensic cross-check. Correlate vendor indicators against internal SIM, EDR, and network flow logs to evaluate true impact. Step 3. Analysis of competing hypotheses ACH execution. Evaluate evidence against alternative hypotheses, including proxy groups, shared tooling, and commodity e-crime. Step 4. Confidence score recalibration. Recalibrate attribution confidence in the threat intelligence platform to reflect verified internal evidence over vendor claims. Step 5. Internal executive briefing delivery. Deliver a corrective briefing to leadership clarifying the technical evidence and explaining vendor divergence. Step 6. Anonymized peer community engagement. Share verified findings with trusted ISAC partners to assist the broader community in evaluating the report. Final recommendation decision. I recommend issuing an internal threat assessment correcting the open-source false attribution based on verified internal telemetry and ACH analysis. Pro-TIP expert insight. Apply analysis of competing hypotheses ACH when vendor reports contradict your internal telemetry. Vendors often rush attribution for marketing publicity.
Scenario 37. Intelligence vendors disagree on actor attribution. Vendor A attributes a campaign to a Chinese APT group, while Vendor B attributes identical infrastructure to a Russian threat actor. How do you resolve vendor attribution conflicts for executive leadership?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to map vendor naming taxonomies, evaluate underlying datasets, and create an internal threat cluster designation. Vendor attribution disagreements stem from different visibility layers and naming conventions. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Vendor alias taxonomy mapping. Cross-reference vendor threat actor alias matrices to determine if Vendor A and Vendor B are tracking overlapping subgroups. Step 2. Technical evidence divergence analysis. Compare the technical indicator sets, infrastructure nodes, and victimology data utilized by each vendor. Step 3. Admiralty system vendor reliability scoring. Rate each vendor's reporting using the Admiralty system matrix based on historical accuracy against internal telemetry. Step 4. Internal telemetry corroboration. Query internal SIM and proxy logs to evaluate which vendor's indicator set aligns with observed enterprise traffic. Step 5. Internal threat cluster creation. Establish an internal tracking designation, for example, uncategorized Group 105, to track the campaign objectively. Step 6. Executive synthesis briefing delivery. Deliver a concise brief to leadership explaining vendor evidence divergences while focusing on actionable mitigations. Final recommendation decision. I recommend establishing an internal threat cluster designation to track the activity objectively while briefing leadership on the underlying evidence divergence. Pro tip expert insight. Vendors use different naming conventions and underlying visibility datasets. Create an internal threat actor alias matrix to map vendor A's naming schema to vendor B's taxonomy.
Scenario 38. Executives request confidence scoring for suspected threat actor involvement following a high-profile breach. Leadership demands a percentage score indicating whether a nation-state is responsible. How do you calculate and communicate objective attribution confidence scores?
Answer approach. My approach would be to apply Intelligence Community Directive 203 ICD 203 qualitative standards rather than assigning arbitrary mathematical percentages. Qualitative confidence scales clearly convey evidence strength and analytical gaps to leadership. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. ICD 203 Qualitative Standards Application. Map evidence strength to ICD 203 qualitative confidence levels high, moderate, low confidence. Step 2. Evidence weighing and corroboration matrix. Evaluate evidence across independent sources, technical telemetry, and historical threat actor baselines. Step 3. Key assumptions and gaps identification. Explicitly document analytical assumptions, missing telemetry layers, and potential deception factors. Step 4. Business risk impact translation. Translate technical attribution confidence into business risk scenarios and defensive prioritization options for leadership. Step 5. Bottom line upfront BLUF briefing. Structure the executive deliverable using BLUF methodology, stating the confidence level in the opening sentence. Step 6. Executive briefing delivery. Present the briefing to leadership, explicitly explaining why qualitative confidence levels are more accurate than arbitrary percentages. Final recommendation decision. I recommend presenting attribution using ICD 203 qualitative confidence language high, moderate, low confidence, accompanied by documented key assumptions. Pro tip expert insight. Never give executives an arbitrary percentage score like 87% confident. Use ICD 203 analytic standards low, moderate, high confidence, and explicitly document your key assumptions.
Scenario 39. A false flag operation deliberately imitates another threat actor. An intruder drops language-specific strings, reused APT malware, and fake registry keys designed to frame a rival nation-state. How do you identify and expose false flag operations?
Answer approach. My approach would be to analyze operational security consistency, working hours, compile timestamps, and infrastructure deployment anomalies. False flags rely on superficial artifacts, while deep operational tradecraft reveals true adversary baselines. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Artifact anomaly analysis. Inspect dropped language strings, registry keys, and malware headers for unnatural placement or forced attribution indicators. Step 2. Operational hours and timestamp audit. Analyze C2 communication timestamps and binary compilation dates to identify time zone discrepancies. Step 3. OPSEC and tradecraft consistency check. Compare observed operational security against the target APT's historical baseline to identify tradecraft flaws. Step 4. Victimology and strategic alignment assessment. Evaluate whether the victim profile aligns with the mimic threat actor's historical strategic objectives. Step 5. Infrastructure fingerprint verification. Compare C2 server configurations, SSL certificates, and hosting ASNs against the mimicked actor's baseline. Step 6. Deception-aware attribution report creation. Document the campaign as a deceptive false flag operation and assign a new internal tracking cluster. Final recommendation decision. I recommend reclassifying the campaign as a deceptive false flag operation after identifying OPSEC anomalies that contradict the mimicked actor's baseline. Pro tip expert insight. False flags are designed to fool surface-level analysis. Look for anomalies in adversary operational hours, compile timestamps, and infrastructure deployment that contradict the mimicked actor's baseline.
Scenario 40. New geopolitical events suddenly change attacker motivations. Outbreak of a regional conflict causes a previously quiet nation-state threat group to launch destructive wiper attacks against critical infrastructure partners. How do you adapt campaign analysis to shifting geopolitical drivers?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to align intelligence collection with regional conflict triggers and pivot defensive monitoring toward destructive wiper TTPs. Geopolitical shifts alter adversary motivations overnight, shifting focus from espionage to disruption. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Geopolitical trigger and escalation analysis. Monitor geopolitical developments, sanctions, regional conflicts, and government advisories to identify emerging intelligence requirements and anticipate shifts in adversary objectives. Step 2. Critical infrastructure and supply chain audit. Identify corporate assets, regional offices, and supply chain partners located in or connected to the conflict zone. Step 3. Destructive wiper TTP profiling. Profile wiper malware families, MBR overwrite techniques, and group policy, abuse patterns associated with the threat actor. Step 4. Priority intelligence requirements PIR realignment. Update enterprise PIRs to prioritize early-stage wiper reconnaissance and destructive tool deployment. Step 5. Defensive rule deployment. Deploy Yara and Sigma rules targeting known wiper signatures and Active Directory destruction behavior. Step 6. Executive Strategic Threat Briefing Delivery. Deliver a strategic risk briefing to leadership detailing geopolitical drivers, supply chain exposure, and mitigations. Final recommendation decision. I recommend realigning intelligence collection to monitor regional geopolitical triggers and deploying destructive wiper detection rules across connected operational networks. Pro tip: expert insight. Geopolitical conflict changes adversary behavior overnight. When regional tensions rise, cyber espionage groups frequently pivot to destructive wiper malware against connected supply chain networks.
Category 4 Conclusion. Threat actor attribution and campaign analysis.
In Category 4, we established how to evaluate adversary identity and strategic motivation. By applying the Diamond Model, analysis of competing hypotheses, ICD-203 confidence scoring, and cyber kill chain mapping, you deliver rigorous, objective attribution that executives can trust during high-pressure incidents.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 4, attribution, to Category 5, malware.
While attribution identifies who is behind an attack, defensive teams need to understand the technical weapons being deployed. In Category 5, we shift into malware intelligence to track evolving malware capabilities. Cloud C2 abuse, fileless execution, living off the land administration tools, and supply chain updates.
Category 5, malware intelligence.
Category 5 focuses on analyzing malware trends and strategic capabilities rather than deep reverse engineering. As a threat intelligence analyst, you must evaluate targeted malware families, novel persistence mechanisms, cloud-native command and control abuse, cross-platform shifts from Windows to Linux, and detection bypass techniques to strengthen organizational defenses.
Category 5, master scenario roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 5. Scenario 41, industry-targeted new malware family profiling. Scenario 42, analyzing novel malware persistence mechanism evolution. Scenario 43, tracking commodity malware evolution into targeted attacks. Scenario 44, countering malware cloud service command and control C2 abuse. Scenario 45, detecting and hunting fileless memory payload execution. Scenario 46, tracking ransomware initial access technique shifts. Scenario 47, detecting malicious abuse of legitimate administration tools. Scenario 48, analyzing malware cross-platform shifts from Windows to Linux. Scenario 49, countering EDR evasion and detections bypass techniques. Scenario 50, evaluating and mitigating malware supply chain evolution risks. Let's dive into Scenario 41.
Scenario 41, a newly discovered malware family targets your industry. Vendors report an emerging Stealer malware strain tailored specifically to extract vertical-specific corporate credentials and proprietary file formats. How do you profile and respond to a newly targeted malware family?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze malware functional capabilities and data extraction behaviors rather than conducting deep binary reverse engineering. Understanding what data the malware targets allows us to protect critical internal assets immediately. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Technical intelligence and artifact extraction. Parse vendor intelligence reports and sandbox execution logs to extract C2 network patterns and file artifacts. Step 2. Internal telemetry prevalence hunting. Determine whether the malware has already appeared within enterprise telemetry, identify potentially affected assets, and establish the current exposure level. Step 3. Behavioral Yara and Sigma rule generation. Formulate behavioral Yara memory rules and Sigma detection, logic targeting, the malware's data harvesting routines. Step 4. Crown Jewel data asset mapping. Map the malware's targeted file extensions and credential stores against internal high-value database locations. Step 5. Defensive control gap remediation. Update secure email gateways and endpoint security policies to block associated initial delivery mechanisms. Step 6. SOC triage briefing delivery. Provide an actionable threat brief to the SOC detailing detection triggers, infected host isolation steps, and remediation workflows. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying custom Yara memory rules across the EDR platform and updating email security gateways to block associated delivery vectors. Pro tip: expert insight. Focus on malware capability trends rather than spending hours reverse engineering individual binaries. Identify what data the malware extracts and map those behaviors to your internal high-value assets.
Scenario 42. Existing malware introduces new persistence techniques. A known loader family updates its codebase to use WMI event subscriptions and scheduled task modifications instead of traditional run keys. How do you detect and counter novel malware persistence mechanisms?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to pivot defensive monitoring from static registry keys to behavioral telemetry targeting WMI repository rights and scheduled task creation. Static detection rules fail when malware evolves its persistence mechanisms. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. WMI and task modification analysis. Deconstruct the updated malware sample to isolate exact WMI event filter bindings and scheduled task execution parameters. Step 2. Endpoint telemetry historical querying. Query historical EDR and Windows event logs event ID 4698 across endpoints to search for unauthorized task creation. Step 3. Behavioral EDR rule creation. Draft behavioral EDR detection rules targeting anomalous process launches originating from scrcons.exe or tasking.exe. Step 4. Yara memory scanning rule deployment. Deploy Yara rules to scan process memory for active persistence loader stubs executing on host endpoints. Step 5. Baseline security hardening update. Review enterprise group policy settings to restrict unauthorized scheduled task creation and WMI repository modifications while preserving legitimate administrative operations. Step 6. Detection engineering collaboration. Work with detection engineering to simulate novel persistence techniques and validate alert triggers. Final recommendation decision. I recommend replacing static registry detection rules with behavioral EDR detection targeting WMI repository modifications and anomalous scheduled task creation. Pro tip: expert insight. When malware changes its persistence mechanism, static registry alerts fail completely. Monitor system behavior, such as scrcons.exe launching or WMI repository rights, to catch persistent malware.
Scenario 43. Commodity malware evolves into targeted attacks. An infection originally classified as a routine in Fostealer drops a secondary loader that initiates hands-on keyboard reconnaissance. How do you identify and respond when commodity malware escalates into targeted intrusion activity?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to reclassify the incident from a routine infection to an active intrusion and execute immediate host isolation. Commodity stealers are routinely monetized by selling network access to targeted ransomware operators. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Process lineage and command line inspection. Inspect EDR process trees to identify secondary payload drops, anomalous child processes, and reconnaissance commands. Step 2. C2 infrastructure disambiguation. Correlate outbound network connections to distinguish commodity stealer check-ins from interactive C2 beaconing. Step 3. Internal lateral movement auditing. Query network flow logs and authentication logs for SMB or RDP activity originating from the compromised endpoint. Step 4. Active incident escalation. Escalate the ticket to the incident response lead as a potential initial access broker intrusion requiring full scope analysis. Step 5. Host isolation and credential revocation. Isolate infected endpoints from the network and force password resets for all user accounts logged into the host. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Attribution Update. Document the secondary loader TTPs in the Threat Intelligence Platform to update organizational threat models. Final recommendation decision. I recommend reclassifying the incident from a Tier 1 commodity infection to a Tier 3 active intrusion and immediately isolating impacted endpoints to prevent lateral movement. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Never treat commodity malware as low risk. Cybercrime groups routinely sell access to compromised endpoints infected with commodity stealers to targeted ransomware operators.
Scenario 44. Malware starts using cloud services for command and control. Threat actors configure malware payloads to use legitimate cloud APIs like Telegram, Notion, and Microsoft Graph for C2 communications, blending in with corporate traffic. How do you detect and mitigate cloud-hosted C2 abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze originating endpoint processes rather than attempting to block legitimate cloud provider IP addresses. Detecting cloud C2 abuse requires correlating host process execution with destination API traffic patterns. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Process to network connection correlation. Query EDR telemetry to identify non-standard administrative processes establishing outbound HTTPS connections to public APIs. Step 2. User agent and URI pattern inspection. Inspect web proxy logs for anomalous user agent strings and structured API request patterns matching known malware C2 profiles. Step 3. Traffic volume and frequency anomaly auditing. Analyze network connection frequency and payload size spikes directed toward public cloud services. Step 4. CASB policy enforcement. Deploy Cloud Access Security Broker (CASB) policies to restrict corporate API token usage to authorized enterprise applications. Step 5. Endpoint behavioral detection rule creation. Develop behavioral detections for trusted system utilities initiating unusual cloud API communications outside approved enterprise application baselines. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Signature Publishing. Publish Yara and Sigma rules covering malware payloads utilizing public cloud API infrastructure. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing process to network correlation rules in EDR to flag unauthorized administrative processes, establishing connections to public cloud API endpoints. Pro Tip Expert Insight. Blocking legitimate cloud provider IPs breaks business operations. Detect cloud C2 abuse by inspecting the originating process on the endpoint. Legitimate Microsoft Graph calls should not originate from PowerShell.exe or Rundle32.exe.
Scenario 45. Malware payloads become fileless. Adversaries execute malicious scripts directly in host memory using reflective DLL injection and living off the LAN binaries, leaving 0 file artifacts on disk. How do you detect and hunt for fileless malware execution?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to leverage event tracing for Windows ETW, MC telemetry, and EDR volatile memory scanning. Detecting fileless attacks requires inspecting script block execution and unbacked executable memory regions in real time. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. PowerShell script block logging activation. Ensure event ID 4104 script block logging and MC logging are active across all enterprise endpoints. Step 2. EDR memory inspection rule deployment. Deploy EDR memory rules to scan for reflective DLL injection, process hollowing, and unbacked executable memory pages. Step 3. MC telemetry and deobfuscation analysis. Query MC telemetry logs to analyze deobfuscated PowerShell and VB script commands executed directly in memory. Step 4. Living off the LAN command auditing. Monitor system utilities like mshta.exe, certutil.exe, and regsfor32.exe executing encoded command line payloads. Step 5. Volatile memory Yara scanning. Execute targeted Yara memory scans on suspicious processes to detect injected cobalt strike beacons or reflective stubs. Step 6. Attack surface reduction policy enforcement. Enforce ASR rules to block credential stealing from LSASS and restrict process creation from Office applications. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enabling PowerShell script block logging and deploying EDR memory inspection rules to detect unbacked executable memory regions across critical servers. Pro tip: expert insight. Fileless malware leaves no disk footprint. Enable PowerShell script block logging event ID 4104 and MC telemetry to capture the obfuscated script commands in memory before execution.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 46. A ransomware operator changes initial access techniques. A prominent group shifts from exploitation of perimeter VPNs to spear phishing with malicious QR codes, quishing, and phone-based social engineering vishing. How do you adapt intelligence detection to shifting initial access vectors?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to update secure email gateway scanning, deploy phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication, and monitor identity provider logs for anomalous session creation. Shifting from technical exploits to human targets requires identity-centric defenses. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Initial access threat trend analysis. Analyze intelligence reports to profile the ransomware operator's updated social engineering playbooks and lures. Step 2. Email gateway image scanning activation. Configure secure email gateways to extract embedded QR codes from incoming emails and perform automated URL detonation. Step 3. Identity and MFA anomaly monitoring. Monitor Okta and Azure AD logs for suspicious MFA push approvals, device registration shifts, and session hijacking. Step 4. Phishing-resistant MFA enforcement. Accelerate deployment of FIDO2 hardware keys or certificate-based authentication across remote access portals. Step 5. Employee alerting and awareness publishing. Publish targeted security advisories warning employees about QR code lures and help desk phishing impersonation. Step 6. Threat intelligence metric reporting. Track initial access vector shifts in quarterly CTI reports to inform security executive defense investments. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated QR code image scanning at the email gateway and enforcing FIDO2 phishing-resistant MFA across all remote access portals. Pro tip: expert insight. When ransomware groups encounter patched perimeter VPNs, they pivot to human targets. Deploying phishing-resistant MFA like FIDO2 keys neutralizes both QR code phishing and MFA fatigue attacks.
Scenario 47. Malware begins abusing legitimate administration tools. Threat actors deploy dual-use utilities like AnyDesk, Remote Process Explorer, and rclone for persistent access and data exfiltration. How do you detect and restrict malicious abuse of legitimate administration tools?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enforce application control whitelisting and monitor process execution context. Attackers favor dual-use tools because traditional security tools trust them, making parent-child process lineage and execution context critical. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Administrative tool inventory audit. Establish an approved baseline inventory of legitimate remote management and file transfer tools used by internal IT. Step 2. Unapproved tool execution alerting. Deploy EDR detection rules to flag execution of unapproved administration binaries across non-IT user endpoints. Step 3. Process lineage and parent-child inspection. Monitor administrative utilities launched from suspicious parent processes like web servers or script interpreters. Step 4. Outbound network volume anomaly monitoring. Configure firewall rules to detect high-volume data transfers initiated by tools like rclone to public cloud storage. Step 5. Attack surface reduction and application control. Enforce attack surface reduction (ASR) rules alongside App Locker or WDAC policies to restrict execution of dual-use utilities to authorized administrative groups. Step 6. SOC playbook updating. Update SOC triage playbooks with specific investigation steps for unapproved remote administration tool alerts. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing strict ASR and application control policies to block unapproved remote management tools, and configuring EDR alerts for anomalous outbound data transfers by administrative utilities. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers love dual-use tools because security tools trust them. Maintain a strict software application whitelist and alert whenever an administrative tool like rclone is executed by a non-IT service account.
Scenario 48. A malware campaign shifts from Windows to Linux environments. A ransomware group deploys custom ELF binaries targeting Linux hypervisors and ESXi virtualized infrastructure. How do you analyze and extend intelligence detection to Linux malware campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to deploy Linux EDR telemetry agents to hypervisors and configure audit monitoring for ESXi virtualized infrastructure. Ransomware groups target Linux hypervisors to encrypt dozens of virtual machines simultaneously. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Linux ELF binary behavioral analysis. Analyze malicious ELF binaries in isolated Linux sandboxes to identify encryption routines and target file extensions. Step 2. Hypervisor telemetry sensor deployment. Deploy Linux EDR sensors and audit logging across ESXi hosts and Linux server infrastructure. Step 3. Linux system YARA rule formulation. Draft YARA rules targeting Linux ELF headers, encryption functions, and ransom note string artifacts. Step 4. Hypervisor access control and SSH auditing. Restrict SSH access to ESXi hypervisors and audit service account permissions to prevent unauthorized access. Step 5. Cross-platform threat modeling update. Update enterprise threat models to include Linux-specific ransomware execution playbooks. Step 6. Linux backup isolation verification. Ensure Linux and ESXi virtual machine backups are immutable and isolated from primary network domains. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying Linux EDR telemetry agents to hypervisors, auditing ESXi SSH access controls, and deploying Linux-specific YARA detection rules across virtualized infrastructure. Pro tip: expert insight. Enterprise backup systems and virtual machines run on Linux and ESXi. Ransomware operators target Linux hypervisors to encrypt dozens of virtual servers simultaneously with a single execution command.
Scenario 49. New malware variants bypass existing detections. Adversaries deploy direct system calls, syscalls, and API unhooking techniques to evade EDR sensors and security logging. How do you detect and hunt for advanced malware evasion techniques?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to leverage event tracing for Windows ETW, attack surface reduction ASR rules, and kernel-level sensor telemetry to detect process memory modifications. Direct syscalls bypass user mode hooks, requiring kernel-level behavioral monitoring. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. EDR evasion and syscall mechanism analysis. Analyze malware evasion mechanics to identify custom syscall stubs and DLL unhooking routines. Step 2. Event tracing for Windows ETW inspection. Query ETW telemetry logs to monitor kernel-level process creation and memory allocation events. Step 3. Unbacked memory and syscall anomaly rules. Deploy EDR rules targeting direct syscalls originating from unbacked executable memory regions. Step 4. ASR and behavioral anomaly detection. Enable attack surface reduction ASR rules to block common malware behaviors, such as process injection and credential theft, while deploying behavioral detections for anomalous parent-child process relationships and other suspicious execution patterns. Step 5. Detection validation sandbox testing. Submit evasive malware samples to advanced sandboxes equipped with hypervisor-level memory inspection. Step 6. Sensor telemetry gap remediation. Collaborate with EDR vendors to update user mode sensor hooks and kernel driver inspection capabilities. Final recommendation decision. I recommend leveraging ETW ASR rules and kernel-level sensor telemetry to detect process memory modifications and syscall execution that bypass user mode API hooks. Pro tip: expert insight. User mode EDR hooks can be unhooked by malware. To catch advanced bypasses, build detections around kernel-level event tracing for Windows ETW logs, which malware running in user space cannot modify.
Scenario 50. Intelligence reports indicate malware supply chain evolution. Adversaries compromise open-source software repositories and CI and CD build pipelines to inject malicious code into trusted software updates. How do you evaluate and mitigate malware supply chain evolution risks?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enforce software bill of materials SBOM verification and automated dependency scanning across all build pipelines. Supply chain attacks bypass endpoint security because the malicious payload is signed by a trusted vendor. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Software bill of materials SBOM audit. Require an accurate SBOM inventory for all open source libraries and third-party software components. Step 2. Automated CI and CD dependency scanning. Integrate automated scanning tools into CI and CD pipelines to inspect open source packages for known malicious code. Step 3. Code signing and build pipeline integrity verification. Audit build server access controls, enforce hardware-backed code signing, and monitor compiler tampering. Step 4. Developer environment integrity monitoring. Deploy EDR telemetry and access controls across developer workstations to detect build system compromise. Step 5. Third-party vendor risk assessment. Evaluate commercial software vendors for secure software development lifecycle compliance and build security. Step 6. Supply chain threat intelligence integration. Ingest open-source repository security alerts and malicious package notifications into the threat intelligence platform. Final recommendation decision. I recommend implementing mandatory software bill of materials SBOM verification and automated dependency scanning across all CI and CD build pipelines prior to production deployment. Pro-TIP expert insight. Supply chain attacks bypass traditional endpoint defenses because the malicious code is signed by a trusted vendor. Require automated software bill of materials SBOM scanning to catch compromised third-party open-source packages.
Category 5 Conclusion. Malware Intelligence.
In Category 5, we mastered how to evaluate malware capabilities, fileless execution, Cloud C2 abuse, and cross-platform shifts. By focusing on behavioral trends, MC telemetry, ETW kernel logs, and ASR rules, you enable proactive detection across the enterprise regardless of binary obfuscation.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 5 malware to Category 6 phishing.
While malware represents technical weapons, social engineering targets the human element. In Category 6, we shift into phishing and social engineering intelligence to track corporate brand impersonation, executive spear phishing, AI-generated lures, business email compromise, smishing, and deepfake voice attacks.
Category 6. Phishing and social engineering intelligence.
Category 6 focuses on campaign tracking and social engineering intelligence rather than individual mailbox investigations. As a threat intelligence analyst, you must evaluate brand impersonation, executive targeting, QR code phishing, AI-enhanced BEC campaigns, rapid domain infrastructure rotation, smishing, and deepfake voice fraud to safeguard enterprise identity.
Category 6. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 6. Scenario 51. Countering large-scale corporate brand impersonation. Scenario 52. Mitigating executive spear phishing and whaling campaigns. Scenario 53. Countering emerging QR code phishing attacks. Scenario 54. Detecting and filtering AI-generated phishing lures. Scenario 55. Countering business email compromise BEC targeting finance. Scenario 56. Tracking rapid phishing infrastructure domain rotation. Scenario 57. Correlating multi-organization identical phishing themes. Scenario 58. Neutralizing recurrent phishing infrastructure regeneration. Scenario 59. Tracking and mitigating mobile smishing SMS phishing campaigns. Scenario 60. Countering executive deepfake voice social engineering attacks. Let's dive into Scenario 51.
Scenario 51. Large-scale phishing campaigns begin impersonating your organization. Cybercriminals register dozens of lookalike domains and host cloned login portals targeting your customers and employees. How do you track and neutralize brand impersonation campaigns?
Answer approach. My approach would be to deploy automated lookalike domain monitoring, issue immediate registrar takedown requests, and enforce perimeter blocking rules across corporate email and web proxies. Brand protection requires aggressive external infrastructure tracking. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Lookalike domain permutation monitoring. Deploy automated permutation tools to continuously scan WHOIS and certificate transparency logs for newly registered type-squatted domains. Step 2. Web scraping and DOM inspection. Crawl discovered lookalike domains to inspect page HTML, logo assets, and DOM structures for identical corporate login page clones. Step 3. Takedown request initiation. Submit automated takedown requests to domain registrars, hosting providers, and CDN abuse teams displaying cloned brand assets. Step 4. Secure email gateway and proxy blocking. Push newly identified lookalike domains to internal secure email gateways and web proxy block lists. Step 5. Customer advisory publication. Issue security advisories to customers and employees detailing active lookalike domain themes and official access channels. Step 6. Threat infrastructure tracking. Cluster discovered lookalike domains in the threat intelligence platform to identify underlying cybercrime infrastructure. Final recommendation decision. I recommend issuing automated registrar takedown requests for lookalike domains displaying high visual DOM similarity to corporate portals and enforcing perimeter email blocks. Pro tip expert insight. Look for newly registered lookalike domains with active MX or HTTPS records. Takedowns take hours, but blocking the domain at your email gateway and web proxy protects internal users instantly.
Scenario 52. Spear phishing targets executive leadership. Highly customized email lures containing bespoke attachments and personalized pretexts bypass standard secure email gateways. How do you analyze and protect C-suite executives from whaling attacks?
Answer approach. My approach would be to configure VIP protection rules in secure email gateways, execute deep attachment sandboxing, and audit executive digital footprints. Protecting C-suite targets requires dedicated security controls and process safeguards. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Executive digital footprint audit. Audit open source intelligence exposure on social media and corporate filings to identify pretexts exploited by threat actors. Step 2. Secure email gateway VIP rule configuration. Configure strict VIP mail policies applying enhanced attachment sandboxing and external display name spoofing checks for executives. Step 3. Attachment sandboxing and code analysis. Detonate suspicious executive email attachments in isolated sandboxes to detect macro execution and memory injection. Step 4. Out-of-band process verification enforcement. Mandate strict out-of-band phone or secondary digital verification protocols for executive financial or credential requests. Step 5. Tailored executive security briefing delivery. Provide specialized security briefings to C-suite leaders and executive assistants detailing whaling pretexts. Step 6. C-suite identity telemetry monitoring. Monitor executive accounts for anomalous login locations, MFA push fatigue attempts, and mailbox forwarding rule creation. Final recommendation decision. I recommend configuring strict VIP protection rules in the secure email gateway and enforcing mandatory out-of-band phone verification for all executive financial requests. Pro tip expert insight. Whaling attacks use open-source intelligence from social media and SEC filings to build pretexts. Audit executive digital footprints regularly to identify public data exploited by threat actors.
Scenario 53. QR code phishing campaigns emerge. Attackers embed QR codes in PDF attachments to bypass email text analysis and redirect users to credential harvesting portals on mobile devices. How do you detect and mitigate QR code phishing?
Answer approach. My approach would be to enable automated optical character recognition (OCR) at the secure email gateway to extract embedded QR codes and detonate decoded URLs. Quishing attempts to bypass text scanners by shifting payloads into images. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Automated OCR and image extraction activation. Configure email gateways to execute optical character recognition on incoming PDF and image attachments to extract QR codes. Step 2. Decoded URL headless detonation. Crawl and detonate extracted QR code URLs in isolated headless browsers to inspect redirection chains and DOM structures. Step 3. Mobile Device Management Policy Enforcement. Enforce Mobile Threat Defense (MTD) policies on corporate mobile devices to block malicious link navigation. Step 4. Identity Token and Credential Protection. Enforce phishing-resistant FYDO2 MFA across all corporate portals to neutralize stolen credentials. Step 5. Employee Security Awareness Publishing. Publish targeted security advisories educating employees on the risks of scanning QR codes in corporate emails. Step 6. Gateway Filter Tuning. Update email security rules to flag incoming messages containing image-only bodies or embedded QR code patterns. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enabling automated OCR and QR code scanning at the secure email gateway to extract, inspect, and block embedded redirection links before delivery. Pro tip: expert insight. Quishing bypasses traditional email filters because the payload is an image, not text. Use optical character recognition (OCR) tools to extract embedded URLs from images in real time.
Scenario 54. AI-generated phishing emails become increasingly convincing. Cybercriminals use large language models (LLMs) to write flawless, localized, and context-rich lures that exhibit zero traditional spelling or grammatical indicators. How do you identify and filter AI-generated phishing campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to deploy natural language processing (NLP) email security tools that evaluate communication baselines and strictly enforce email authentication protocols. AI eliminates spelling errors, making behavioral relationship profiling essential. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Behavioral NLP and email header analysis. Deploy API-based email security solutions that analyze sender-recipient communication baselines and structural headers. Step 2. Strict DMARC, SPF, and DKIM enforcement. Reject incoming emails failing DMARC alignment to block unauthorized domain impersonation. Step 3. Stylometry and sender relationship profiling. Evaluate communication tone and historical interaction frequency to detect anomalous external lures. Step 4. Web proxy content inspection and detonation. Ensure all links embedded in AI-generated lures are inspected and sandboxed upon user click. Step 5. Identity-centric security control tuning. Enforce phishing-resistant MFA across external access points to neutralize harvested credentials. Step 6. Security training curriculum update. Update employee security awareness training to emphasize context verification over looking for spelling mistakes. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying natural language processing (NLP) behavioral email security tools that evaluate sender-recipient relationship baselines rather than relying on static text grammar. Pro tip: expert insight. AI eliminates spelling mistakes, rendering traditional red flag training obsolete. Focus detection on email authentication DMARC and SPF, external sender tagging, and anomalous communication relationships.
Scenario 55. Business email compromise campaigns target finance departments. Threat actors compromise a trusted vendor's email account to insert fake invoice payment details into ongoing email threads. How do you investigate and prevent business email compromise (BEC) attacks?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to verify banking changes through out-of-band communication, analyze email origin headers, and enforce dual authorization financial controls. Vendor email compromise uses legitimate accounts that pass standard email authentication. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Email origin and routing header inspection. Analyze message headers and IP routing paths to determine if the vendor message originated from unusual infrastructure. Step 2. Mailbox rule and forwarding audit. Work with the vendor's IT team to check for hidden inbox forwarding rules or compromised OAuth tokens. Step 3. Out-of-band phone verification. Contact the vendor's finance team using a previously verified, independent phone number to confirm invoice changes. Step 4. Dual Authorization Financial Controls Enforcement. Mandate secondary executive sign-off for any changes to corporate wire transfer routing details. Step 5. Secure Email Gateway Display Name Rules. Configure gateway rules to flag incoming external messages containing vendor names or keywords like invoice payment. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Campaign Correlation. Share compromised vendor IOCs and BEC pretexts with internal fraud and procurement teams. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing dual authorization workflows for all invoice payment changes and configuring mail gateway rules to flag external emails displaying internal vendor names. Pro Tip Expert Insight. Vendor email compromise VEC uses legitimate compromised vendor mailboxes, passing DMARC and SPF checks. Always verify banking or invoice changes via an out-of-band phone call using a known phone number.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 56. Phishing infrastructure rapidly changes domains. Cybercriminals use fast flux domain generation algorithms and dynamic DNS providers to swap landing page domains every few hours. How do you track and block rapidly changing phishing infrastructure?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to track underlying phishing kit HTML templates, JARM response hashes, and SSL certificates rather than chasing disposable domain names. Structural infrastructure fingerprinting neutralizes fast flux domain rotation. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Phishing kit DOM and HTML fingerprinting. Extract unique JavaScript functions, form action paths, and CSS artifacts from the phishing landing page. Step 2. JARM and SSL certificate infrastructure pivoting. Query Sensis and Shodan for active servers responding with identical JARM server fingerprints and SSL hashes. Step 3. Newly registered domain NRD blanket blocking. Configure web proxy policies to automatically sandbox or apply enhanced scrutiny to newly registered domains NRDs, particularly those under 30 days old, unless explicitly trusted. Step 4. Recursive DNS sinkholing and RPZ rule deployment. Deploy response policy zone RPZ rules on recursive DNS resolvers to sinkhole discovered DGA domains. Step 5. Web proxy category filter enforcement. Enforce strict web proxy category rules to block uncategorized or dynamic DNS destinations. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Platform Infrastructure Tagging. Update Threat Intelligence Platform records with newly discovered fast flux IP clusters and certificates. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing automated web proxy blocks on newly registered domains under 30 days old and tracking phishing kits using JARM server response fingerprints. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Attackers swap domain names continuously, but they rarely rebuild phishing kit templates. Fingerprinting page DOM structures, or JARM hashes, allows you to block new domains automatically as soon as they resolve.
Scenario 57. Multiple organizations report identical phishing themes. Industry ISAC alerts reveal that a cybercrime group is launching standardized tax season lures across multiple peer enterprises. How do you leverage shared industry intelligence to defend against broad phishing themes?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to ingest shared ISAC threat indicators immediately to deploy preemptive email gateway blocks and targeted employee advisories before lures arrive. Community threat sharing provides early warning against seasonal campaigns. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. ISAC intelligence ingestion and indicator extraction. Parse ISAC threat bulletins to extract email subject lines, attachment hashes, sender domains, and C2 URLs. Step 2. Secure email gateway preemptive rule creation. Deploy proactive email gateway rules to quarantine incoming messages matching reported subject themes or attachment hashes. Step 3. Historical email telemetry auditing. Query secure email gateway logs to check if any peer-reported lure variations have reached enterprise inboxes. Step 4. Threat campaign profile creation. Document the seasonal phishing campaign in the threat intelligence platform, mapping associated threat actor TTPs. Step 5. Targeted employee security advisories. Issue brief security notices to high-risk departments warning them of active industry-wide seasonal lures. Step 6. Community feedback and TTP sharing. Share newly discovered local lure variations and telemetry back with peer ISAC member organizations. Final recommendation decision. I recommend ingesting ISAC threat indicators immediately into email gateways to deploy proactive blocking rules before regional seasonal phishing campaigns hit corporate inboxes. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Shared ISAC intelligence gives you early warning. When peer organizations report a seasonal lure, immediately block the subject lines, attachment hashes, and sender infrastructure before the campaign reaches your users.
Scenario 58. Previously blocked phishing domains reappear using new infrastructure. Attackers re-register expired domains or migrate blocked landing pages to compromised legitimate websites using cloud proxies. How do you detect and counter recurrent phishing infrastructure regeneration?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to perform deep web proxy SSL content inspection to detect phishing kit HTML signatures on compromised websites. Attackers reuse clean legitimate domains to bypass static URL block lists. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Phishing kit DOM and code similarity analysis. Analyze landing page source code to extract unique HTML signatures, CSS frameworks, and credential exfiltration paths. Step 2. Historical who-is and domain lifecycle tracking. Track domain re-registration dates and DNS IP shifts to detect recycled domain infrastructure. Step 3. Web proxy SSL content inspection tuning. Configure SSL inspection, where organizational policy permits to inspect HTTP or HTTPS payloads for phishing kit signatures on newly accessed or uncategorized websites. Step 4. Compromised website category re-evaluation. Request web proxy category re-evaluations for legitimate compromised sites serving active phishing kits. Step 5. Automated reinfection alerting. Configure SIM alerts to flag internal endpoints attempting outbound connections to recurring phishing kit signatures. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Platform Master Record Update. Update platform campaign records with newly associated cloud proxy IPs and compromised web hosts. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying deep web proxy SSL decryption to inspect HTTP payload content and block landing pages based on phishing kit HTML signatures rather than static domain names. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Attackers frequently host phishing pages on compromised legitimate websites to inherit clean domain reputation. Use web proxy content inspection to detect phishing kits running on legitimate domains.
Scenario 59. Smishing campaigns target employees' mobile devices. Attackers send fraudulent SMS text messages containing malicious links impersonating corporate IT help desks to bypass enterprise email security. How do you track and mitigate mobile smishing campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to deploy Mobile Threat Defense MTD software via MDM and enforce phishing-resistant multi-factor authentication. Mobile devices lack traditional email security layers, making endpoint link protection essential. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Smishing telemetry intake and URL extraction. Establish an employee smishing reporting channel to extract malicious URLs and sender phone numbers. Step 2. Mobile Threat Defense MTD deployment. Deploy MTD agents via Mobile Device Management (MDM) to inspect and block malicious web links on mobile browsers. Step 3. Telecom carrier and abuse reporting. Report smishing phone numbers and short codes to telecom carriers and registrar abuse teams for takedown. Step 4. Identity and MFA session monitoring. Monitor identity provider logs for anomalous logins originating from mobile IP addresses following smishing spikes. Step 5. Employee awareness and help desk alerting. Issue urgent advisories warning employees about SMSIT help desk impersonation and credential theft lures. Step 6. Smishing infrastructure pivoting. Pivot on extracted URLs to uncover backend C2 infrastructure and map related phishing domains in the TIP. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying Mobile Threat Defense agents via MDM to block malicious URLs on corporate mobile devices and enforcing phishing-resistant MFA to prevent session theft. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Mobile devices lack traditional email security layers. Deploying Mobile Threat Defense (MTD) software through MDM ensures malicious links are blocked on the mobile device's web browser during a smishing attack.
Scenario 60. Deepfake voice attacks are used against finance executives. Fraudsters use AI voice cloning to impersonate the CEO during phone calls, instructing finance personnel to execute urgent wire transfers. How do you investigate and counter deepfake voice social engineering attacks?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enforce strict dual authorization financial governance policies that mandate out-of-band secondary approvals for all fund transfers. Technical deepfake detection cannot replace process controls during live phone calls. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Incident forensics and call metadata extraction. Collect call logs, audio recordings, telecom metadata, and spoofed phone numbers for forensic analysis. Step 2. Financial controls and out-of-band process audit. Audit existing wire transfer authorization workflows to identify procedural gaps exploited during the call. Step 3. Dual signature policy enforcement. Mandate strict secondary written or in-person authorization rules for wire transfers, rendering voice requests alone invalid. Step 4. Telecom carrier spoofing analysis. Coordinate with telecom providers to investigate caller ID spoofing mechanisms and block fraudulent trunk lines. Step 5. Targeted executive security awareness. Educate finance personnel and executive assistants on AI voice cloning capabilities and verification protocols. Step 6. Strategic threat intelligence reporting. Deliver a strategic brief to the CISO detailing deepfake fraud trends and recommended identity controls. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing mandatory out-of-band dual signature financial policies that require in-person or secondary digital approvals for all wire transfers, rendering voice authorization alone invalid. Pro tip: expert insight. Never rely on technical deepfake detection alone during live phone calls. Mitigate AI voice fraud by enforcing strict financial governance policies that mandate out-of-band secondary approvals for all fund transfers.
Category 6 Conclusion. Phishing and social engineering intelligence.
In Category 6, we mastered how to track brand impersonation, executive whaling, AI-generated lures, and deepfake voice fraud. By deploying automated OCR for quishing, enforcing phishing-resistant MFA, and establishing out-of-band financial controls, you safeguard corporate identity and defeat social engineering campaigns.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 6, phishing, to Category 7, threat hunting.
While phishing intelligence detects initial access attempts, threat actors who breach defenses operate stealthily inside internal networks. In Category 7, we shift into threat hunting intelligence support to provide hypotheses, TTP guidance, and telemetry queries for proactive threat hunting across endpoints, networks, and cloud identity environments.
Category 7, threat hunting intelligence support.
Category 7 focuses on providing actionable intelligence hypotheses for proactive threat hunting. As a threat intelligence analyst, you do not perform endpoint investigations yourself. Instead, you translate threat actor behavior into hunt hypotheses covering PowerShell abuse, credential dumping, scheduled tasks, LOL bins, WMI, lateral movement, cloud identity abuse, DNS tunneling, remote management tools, and stealthy data exfiltration.
Category 7, master scenario roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 7. Scenario 61, formulating threat hunting hypotheses for malicious PowerShell abuse. Scenario 62, developing proactive detections and hunts for credential dumping. Scenario 63, constructing enterprise threat hunts for scheduled task persistence. Scenario 64, supporting proactive hunting for living off the land binaries LOL bins. Scenario 65, formulating threat hunt frameworks for WMI repository abuse. Scenario 66, developing proactive hunting strategies for emerging lateral movement. Scenario 67, executing proactive threat hunting for cloud identity abuse. Scenario 68, constructing network threat hunts for active DNS tunneling. Scenario 69, proactively hunting malicious remote management software abuse. Scenario 70, developing proactive detections and hunts for stealthy data exfiltration. Let's dive into Scenario 61.
Scenario 61, intelligence reports suggest attackers abuse PowerShell. Threat reports indicate an active threat group uses obfuscated PowerShell scripts and encoded commands to download secondary C2 payloads. How do you formulate and support a proactive threat hunt for malicious PowerShell activity?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to formulate a hunt hypothesis targeting the obfuscated script block logging and unbacked process creation. Threat actors use encoded parameters to evade basic logging, making memory-level script block inspection essential. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Script block logging telemetry setup. Ensure PowerShell script block logging event ID 4104 and MC logging are active across all enterprise endpoints. Step 2. Base 64 and high entropy parameter querying. Provide threat hunters with SIM queries targeting script block logs containing base 64 encoded commands, i.e. X usage, and other obfuscation patterns such as dash encoded command or string concatenation techniques. Step 3. Process lineage and parent-child inspection. Guide hunters to search for PowerShell processes launched by unexpected parent applications like Word, Excel, or WMI. Step 4. AMSI telemetry correlation. Cross-reference AMSI detection logs with process execution trees to identify script bypass attempts. Step 5. Network connection process mapping. Correlate PowerShell execution events with outbound network connections established to uncategorized public IPs. Step 6. Behavioral detection rule conversion. Convert validated hunt findings into permanent EDR and Sigma detection rules targeting encoded script execution. Final recommendation decision. I recommend providing the threat hunting team with a structured hunt package targeting script block event ID 4104 logs with high entropy base 64 parameters and unbacked process creation. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers use encoded commands to bypass basic command line logging. Use PowerShell script block logging event ID 4104 to capture and search the fully deobfuscated script text in memory.
Scenario 62. New credential dumping techniques require hunting recommendations. Intelligence reveals that threat actors are using custom NTDS.DIT extraction utilities and LSASS memory cloning techniques to harvest Active Directory credentials. How do you develop threat hunting recommendations for novel credential dumping?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to equip hunters with queries targeting process handles opened against LSASS and unauthorized volume shadow copy access. Credential theft targeting Active Directory binaries leaves distinct handle access and volume shadow copy artifacts. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. LSASS memory access handle auditing. Formulate EDR queries targeting non-system processes requesting read handles process access event ID 10 against LSASS.exe. Step 2. Volume shadow copy access hunting. Guide hunters to search for command line utilities like vssadmin.exe or ntdsudo.exe accessing volume shadow copies. Step 3. NTDS database copy detection. Audit file system activity logs for unauthorized reads or copies of NTDS.DIT from non-domain controller systems. Step 4. LSA protection status verification. Audit host configurations to verify LSA protection run as PPL and credential guard enforcement across high-value endpoints. Step 5. Domain controller event log querying. Search domain controller security logs event ID 4662 for anomalous directory services object access. Step 6. Permanent alert rule handoff. Package successful hunt queries into permanent SIM alerts targeting unauthorized credential store reads. Final recommendation decision. I recommend hunting for non-system processes opening handle reads against LSASS.exe event ID 10 and unauthorized access to volume shadow copies containing NTDS.DIT. Pro tip: expert insight. LSASS memory protection run as PPL prevents unprivileged process reading. Hunt for attackers attempting to disable LSA protection or creating volume shadow copies to steal the Active Directory NTDS.DIT database file directly.
Scenario 63. Intelligence identifies scheduled task persistence. Threat actors configure hidden scheduled tasks that execute malicious payloads under system context during system boot or user logon. How do you construct an enterprise threat hunt for scheduled task persistence?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to correlate task scheduler event log creation events with disk XML files and process execution lineage. Attackers abuse scheduled tasks to maintain persistent administrative execution across system reboot cycles. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Scheduled task creation event querying. Construct SimQuery's targeting task scheduler event ID 4698 to identify newly registered scheduled tasks across hosts. Step 2. User writable path parameter inspection. Filter task execution parameters for binaries or scripts executing out of user writable directories like appdata or temp. Step 3. Orphaned memory task disambiguation. Compare active task objects running in task scheduler memory against XML files present on the system disk. Step 4. Encoded script executable auditing. Hunt for scheduled tasks referencing PowerShell, WScript, or CMD with encoded command line parameters. Step 5. System privilege context verification. Audit tasks executing under NT authority /system context to identify unauthorized privilege elevation. Step 6. Remediation and detection playbook handoff. Deliver validated persistence hunt patterns to SOC teams to automate malicious task deletion. Final recommendation decision. I recommend delivering a hunting hypothesis query targeting event ID 4698 for tasks executing out of user writable directories or referencing encoded script parameters. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers often delete the task's registry key while leaving the task active in memory to create invisible tasks. Compare running task scheduler memory objects against task XML files on disk to uncover stealthy persistence.
Scenario 64. Living off the land binaries become increasingly abused. Attackers deploy LOL bins like certutil.exe, bitsadmin.exe, and mseeksec.exe to download payloads and execute code while bypassing application whitelisting. How do you support proactive hunting for LOL bin abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to equip threat hunters with process lineage queries targeting system binaries, establishing outbound network connections. Native administrative tools should rarely make external internet calls during routine operations. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. LOL bin process lineage baseline mapping. Baseline administrative execution patterns to identify native binaries executing from anomalous parent processes. Step 2. Outbound connection network auditing. Provide hunters with queries targeting system utilities certutil.exe, bitsadmin.exe, establishing outbound network connections to external or untrusted destinations. Step 3. Command line URL parameter filtering. Hunt for binary executions containing HTTP or HTTPS URL parameters designed to fetch external payloads. Step 4. Temp directory file write auditing. Monitor system binaries writing executable payloads or script stubs into temporary user directories. Step 5. Application control exception auditing. Audit app locker and WDAC bypass logs to identify native tools used to evade execution restrictions. Step 6. Sigma detection rule formulation. Package validated LOL bin hunting logic into Sigma rules for integration into enterprise SIM platforms. Final recommendation decision. I recommend providing threat hunters with process lineage hunting queries targeting certutil.exe or bitsadmin.exe, invoking outbound HTTP requests, or writing to temporary directories. Pro tip: expert insight. Native Windows binaries should rarely establish external internet connections. Hunt for system utilities like certutil.exe making outbound network calls to non-Microsoft IP addresses.
Scenario 65. Attackers begin abusing Windows management instrumentation. Threat actors leverage WMI for remote process execution, environmental reconnaissance, and fileless lateral movement. How do you formulate a threat hunting framework for WMI repository abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to guide hunters to audit child processes spawned by WMI PRV SE.exe and monitor WMI Event Consumer Repository bindings. WMI Abuse allows fileless execution and stealthy persistent access across Windows environments. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Remote WMI Execution Log Auditing. Construct queries for Windows Event Logs Event ID 4648 and 5861 to track remote WMI method invocations. Step 2. WMI PRV-SE.exe Child Process Inspection. Guide hunters to analyze child processes launched by WMI PRV-SE.exe, targeting PowerShell or CMD execution. Step 3. WMI Event Consumer Repository Hunting. Audit WMI Event filters and consumers to discover persistent scripts bound to WMI events. Step 4. Network WMI Port 135 Telemetry Tracking. Monitor internal network flow logs for RPC Port 135 connections originating from non-IT workstation IPs. Step 5. Fileless Script Memory Execution Inspection. Correlate WMI execution events with MC telemetry to capture in-memory script payloads. Step 6. WMI Detection Baseline Package Handoff. Deliver a comprehensive WMI threat hunting framework to SOC and detection engineering teams. Final recommendation decision. I recommend guiding threat hunters to search for child processes spawned by WMI PRV-SE.exe and audit WMI event consumers for persistent script bindings. Pro tip: expert insight. Legitimate administrative WMI traffic stays local or originates from known IT management jump boxes. Flag any WMI process execution initiated by unauthorized workstation IP addresses.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 66. New lateral movement techniques emerge. Threat actors utilize Remote Desktop Protocol RDP shadow sessions, Remote PowerShell remoting, and SMB named pipes to move laterally without dropping malware binaries. How do you support proactive hunting for stealthy lateral movement?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to correlate authentication events logon types 3 and 10 with process execution and WinRM network connections. Malware-less lateral movement leaves distinct authentication and network session artifacts. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Logon event correlation querying. Formulate queries correlating security event ID 462 for logon type 10 RDP and type 3 network with user account context. Step 2. RDP shadow session and remote desktop auditing. Hunt for anomalous RDP session shadowing commands msdsc.exe/shadow executed across workstation hosts. Step 3. WinRM port 5985 or 5986 connection inspection. Audit internal network flow telemetry for PowerShell remoting sessions between workstation subnets. Step 4. Anomalous named pipe communication hunting. Monitor EDR telemetry for non-standard process creation utilizing named pipe connections over SMB. Step 5. Non-business hours administrative login profiling. Identify administrative credential usage occurring outside normal user working hours. Step 6. Lateral movement detection playbook delivery. Package validated hunt queries into automated SIM rules targeting unauthorized internal RDP and WinRM traffic. Final recommendation decision. I recommend equipping the hunting team with queries correlating logon event 462 for type 10 RDP with process execution and monitoring anomalous internal WinRM connections between workstations. Pro tip: expert insight. Lateral movement without malware leaves deep authentication artifacts. Hunt for logon type 10 RDP or logon type 3 network events originating from non-administrative endpoints during non-business hours.
Scenario 67. Cloud identity abuse requires proactive hunting. Adversaries compromise OAuth tokens, manipulate federated identity claims, and execute password spraying against cloud tenants to maintain persistent access. How do you execute proactive threat hunting for cloud identity abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit enterprise application OAuth registrations, secret additions, and anomalous login locations in cloud identity providers. Threat actors prefer cloud application persistence over stolen passwords. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Cloud Identity Audit Log Ingestion. Query Microsoft Entra ID or Okta audit logs for high-risk identity administrative events and service principal modifications. Step 2. OAuth application consent and secret hunting. Formulate hunt queries targeting new client credentials or certificates added to existing multi-tenant cloud applications. Step 3. Impossible travel and anomaly location profiling. Analyze user sign-in logs to identify rapid geographic location changes and suspicious IP address switches. Step 4. Password spraying pattern detection. Monitor authentication logs for single failed login attempts across hundreds of user accounts originating from shared proxies. Step 5. MFA push fatigue and device registration auditing. Audit MFA logs for multiple denied push notifications, followed by successful authentication or new device enrollment. Step 6. Identity threat briefing and handoff delivery. Deliver cloud identity hunt findings to cloud security engineers to revoke compromised OAuth tokens. Final recommendation decision. I recommend formulating hunt hypotheses targeting anomalous OAuth application consent grants and new client credentials added to existing enterprise applications in Microsoft Entra ID or Okta. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers prefer persistence via cloud OAuth applications over stealing user passwords. Hunt for new client secrets or certificates added to existing multi-tenant cloud applications.
Scenario 68. DNS tunneling campaigns become active. Threat actors use covert DNSTXT record queries to bypass firewalls, establish C2 communications, and exfiltrate sensitive files byte by byte. How do you construct network threat hunts for active DNS tunneling?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze subdomain character entropy, query volume spikes, and non-standard record types TXT or null. DNS tunneling relies on high-frequency, high-entropy query structures to transmit data. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. DNS query entropy and length metric calculation. Calculate Shannon entropy scores for subdomain strings across recursive DNS query logs to detect random data encoding. Step 2. TXT and CNAME query volume anomaly hunting. Query DNS telemetry for internal endpoints issuing abnormally high volumes of TXT, null, or unusually frequent CNAME queries record requests. Step 3. Subdomain string structural auditing. Identify endpoints querying long, structured subdomain strings, for example, base 64 encoded chunks to external domains. Step 4. Non-standard resolver detection. Monitor firewall logs for internal systems bypassing corporate DNS resolvers to query public DNS servers directly. Step 5. Endpoint process and socket correlation. Correlate anomalous DNS query spikes with process execution on originating internal endpoints. Step 6. DNS tunneling hunt package delivery. Deliver statistical detection models to network security teams to enforce automated RPZ DNS sinkholing. Final recommendation decision. I recommend providing threat hunters with statistical analysis models targeting high-entropy subdomain strings and abnormally high volumes of TXT or null record queries per endpoint. Pro tip: expert insight. Standard web browsing generates low DNS subdomain entropy and short query lengths. DNS tunneling creates long, high-entropy subdomains, for example, A1B2C3D4E5F6.attacker.com sent at rapid query frequencies.
Scenario 69. Attackers increasingly exploit remote management software. Threat actors deploy legitimate remote monitoring and management RMM tools like Adara, AnyDesk, and Screen Connect to bypass security controls and maintain persistent remote access. How do you proactively hunt for malicious RMM software abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to map approved administrative RMM software and query EDR telemetry for unapproved RMM binaries running from user-writable directories. Dual-use RMM tools are trusted by security tools, making inventory baselining essential. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Approved RMM application baseline mapping. Establish an approved enterprise inventory of authorized RMM software binaries and network destinations. Step 2. Unapproved RMM execution and service hunting. Query EDR telemetry for execution of unapproved RMM installers launching from app data or temp folders. Step 3. User Account Execution Context Auditing. Identify RMM tools executed under non-IT user account contexts or non-administrative user sessions. Step 4. Network Connection Destination Auditing. Correlate RMM process execution with outbound connections established to uncategorized public IP destinations. Step 5. AppLocker and WDAC Policy Gap Review. Audit AppLocker, WDAC, and Attack Surface Reduction ASR policies to ensure unapproved RMM utilities cannot execute on enterprise endpoints. Step 6. RMM Hunt Finding Synthesis and Alert Handoff. Package hunt findings into permanent EDR detection rules, targeting unapproved RMM executable execution. Final recommendation decision. I recommend guiding the hunting team to query EDR telemetry for RMM installer executables launching from user-writable directories or running under non-IT user account contexts. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers use unapproved RMM tools because they are signed and trusted by security tools. Maintain a strict whitelist of approved RMM executables and hunt for any unapproved RMM binary running on user workstations.
Scenario 70. Intelligence identifies stealthy data exfiltration behaviors. Threat actors use encrypted archive utilities, cloud storage APIs, and slow ICMP or DNS data dribbling to exfiltrate proprietary corporate data without triggering volume-based DLP alerts. How do you develop proactive detections and hunts for stealthy exfiltration?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to equip hunters with queries targeting command line archiving utilities with password flags and protocol anomaly detectors. Stealthy exfiltration uses compression and slow transfer rates to evade threshold-based DLP alerts. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Command line archive creation auditing. Formulate EDR queries targeting 7-zip, WinRAR, or PowerShell compression executions utilizing password encryption parameters. Step 2. Cloud storage API outbound transfer hunting. Monitor network proxy logs for process connections transferring data to personal cloud storage services. Step 3. Low and slow protocol anomaly inspection. Analyze ICMP and DNS network telemetry for low bandwidth, continuous data dribbling patterns. Step 4. Non-standard port exfiltration auditing. Query firewall flow logs for outbound connections on non-standard ports or unusual encrypted application protocols initiated by compression utilities. Step 5. Sensitive directory file staging hunting. Search endpoint logs for bulk file copies from sensitive network shares into temporary user staging folders. Step 6. Exfiltration detection handoff delivery. Package hunt logic into behavioral DLP and SIM alert rules targeting encrypted archive staging. Final recommendation decision. I recommend providing hunters with queries targeting command line archive creation using password protection flags combined with outbound network transfers to personal cloud storage domains. Pro tip: expert insight. Attackers rarely exfiltrate raw files. They compress and encrypt data using command line tools like 7-zip or WinRAR with password flags -p. Hunt for command line executions of compression utilities containing encryption parameters.
Category 7 Conclusion. Threat hunting intelligence support.
In Category 7, we established how threat intelligence provides actionable hypotheses for proactive threat hunting. By converting threat actor TTPs into structured hunt queries covering PowerShell, LSASS handle access, LOL bins, WMI, cloud identity, and stealthy exfiltration, you uncover hidden intrusions across the enterprise.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 7, Threat Hunting, to Category 8, Detection Engineering.
While threat hunting proactively discovers unknown compromises, validated hunt findings must be operationalized into scalable, continuous defenses. In Category 8, we move into detection engineering intelligence to convert TTPs into Sigma rules, update SIM correlation logic, reduce false positives, tune EDR sensors, and transition from brittle IOCs to behavioral analytics.
Category 8, Detection Engineering Support.
Category 8 focuses on translating threat intelligence into robust, automated detection rules. As a threat intelligence analyst, you collaborate with detection engineers to deploy vendor-agnostic Sigma rules, map detections to MITRE ATT&CK, resolve detection gaps, eliminate alert fatigue, tune EDR rule bases, and engineer cloud detections in platforms like Microsoft Sentinel.
Category 8. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 8. Scenario 71. Converting threat intelligence into vendor-agnostic Sigma detections. Scenario 72. Updating SIM correlation rules using MITRE attack mapping. Scenario 73. Remediating detection engineering gaps against evolving TTPs. Scenario 74. Tuning and optimizing high-volume false positive detection rules. Scenario 75. Tuning EDR detection rules using new threat intelligence. Scenario 76. Engineering multi-stage correlation rules for newly published TTPs. Scenario 77. Auditing and replacing obsolete detection logic due to attacker evolution. Scenario 78. Transitioning from brittle indicator detections to behavioral rules. Scenario 79. Engineering Microsoft Sentinel detections for emerging cloud attacks. Scenario 80. Replacing static IOC detections with advanced behavioral analytics. Let's dive into Scenario 71.
Scenario 71. Intelligence reveals new Sigma detection opportunities. Threat reports disclose a novel adversary persistence technique. Detection engineering needs vendor-agnostic detection rules that can be deployed across SIM platforms. How do you convert threat intelligence into actionable Sigma rules?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to extract core adversary behaviors and map them into standardized YAML-formatted Sigma rule conditions. Sigma rules allow threat intelligence to be translated once and deployed universally across Splunk, Elastic, and Sentinel. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Threat behavior extraction. Analyze threat intelligence reports to isolate specific Windows event IDs, command line flags, and process parent-child relationships. Step 2. Sigma condition definition. Write structured YAML detection logic specifying exact selection fields, image paths, and command line parameters. Step 3. False positive exclusion modeling. Add legitimate administrative path exclusions to the Sigma rule definition to prevent operational noise. Step 4. Cross-platform conversion testing. Use Uncoder or Sigmac tools to validate the Sigma rule by converting it into native Splunk SPL, Elastic EQL, Microsoft Sentinel KQL, or other supported backend query languages, and confirming equivalent detection behavior across platforms. Step 5. Telemetry validation and replay. Test generated SIM queries against historical endpoint telemetry and simulated adversary attack logs. Step 6. Production repository deployment. Commit validated Sigma rules to the organizational detection repository for automated SIM deployment. Final recommendation decision. I recommend standardizing all new behavioral threat intelligence into vendor-agnostic Sigma rules to streamline multi-SIM deployment. Pro tip: expert insight. Write detection logic in open-source Sigma format first. Converting Sigma into SPL, KQL, or EQL ensures your detection library remains portable even if your enterprise switches SIM vendors.
Scenario 72. MITRE attack mapping requires SIM rule updates. Executive leadership requests a gap assessment of internal SIM correlation rules mapped against the latest MITRE attack framework release. How do you perform a detection gap analysis and update SIM correlation logic?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit existing SIM detection rules using the Attack Navigator to identify unmonitored techniques targeting our industry. Heat mapping detection coverage highlights critical blind spots before adversaries exploit them. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Attack Navigator coverage mapping. Export existing SIM and EDR detection rule metadata to map active coverage across attack tactics and techniques. Step 2. Threat actor TTP overlap profiling. Cross-reference current industry threat actor profiles to prioritize unmonitored high-risk techniques. Step 3. Detection telemetry gap audit. Evaluate whether missing detection coverage stems from absent log sources or unwritten correlation logic. Step 4. Correlation logic rule writing. Draft new SIM correlation rules targeting unmonitored techniques like DC sync, Kerberoasting, or token impersonation. Step 5. Atomic red team simulation. Execute automated atomic red team test scripts to validate that updated correlation rules fire accurately. Step 6. Executive MITRE Attack Heat Map Briefing. Present updated MITRE attack coverage heat maps to security leadership demonstrating quantified risk reduction. Final recommendation decision. I recommend using MITRE Attack Navigator heat maps to prioritize SIM correlation rule development based on active industry threat actor TTPs. Pro tip expert insight. Do not try to achieve 100% MITRE attack matrix coverage. Focus detection, engineering on techniques actively used by threat actors targeting your specific industry vertical.
Scenario 73. Existing detections fail against new attacker techniques. Red team testing and intelligence reports demonstrate that adversaries bypass existing PowerShell.exe detections by using unmanaged PowerShell execution in PowerPick.exe. How do you update and remediate failing detection rules?
Answer approach. My approach would be to shift detection logic from executable process names PowerShell.exe to underlying DLL loading behavior CLR.dll. Attackers easily rename binaries, but unmanaged execution requires loading the .NET CLR runtime. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Evasion technique mechanics breakdown. Deconstruct unmanaged PowerShell execution tools to identify required system calls and loaded DLLs. Step 2. .NET CLR loading telemetry auditing. Ensure endpoint telemetry captures non-standard processes loading CLR.dll or CLRJIT.dll, enabling behavioral detections regardless of the endpoint platform. Step 3. MC telemetry correlation. Correlate unmanaged process execution with MC script content inspection logs. Step 4. Behavioral detection logic updating. Update SIM and EDR rule logic to alert on any unapproved binary, initializing the .NET runtime in memory. Step 5. Red Team simulation validation. Rerun Red Team unmanaged PowerShell attack scripts to confirm updated behavioral detections trigger. Step 6. Obsolete signature decommissioning. Retire brittle process name matching rules to reduce SIM rule maintenance overhead. Final recommendation decision. I recommend replacing process name detection rules with behavioral EDR alerts targeting non-standard processes loading .NET runtime DLLs. Pro tip expert insight. Never rely on process names like PowerShell.exe for security alerts. Detect unmanaged PowerShell by alerting on non-standard binaries loading CLR.dll to execute C# and PowerShell code in memory.
Scenario 74. Detection rules generate excessive false positives. A newly deployed Sigma rule targeting command line process creation generates thousands of daily false positive alerts, swamping the SOC. How do you tune and optimize noisy detection rules without introducing security blind spots?
Answer approach. My approach would be to analyze false positive alert distributions, implement parent-child process exclusions, and add contextual tuning parameters. Tuning must filter out legitimate IT administrative patterns while preserving detection sensitivity for abnormal behavior. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. False positive baseline analysis. Group false positive alerts by process command lines, user account contexts, parent executables, and host groups. Step 2. Administrative parent process filtering. Identify legitimate software deployment tools, for example, SCCM, Ansible generating recurring benign triggers. Step 3. Precision condition addition. Refine detection rule criteria by pairing generic process execution flags with specific network or file system actions. Step 4. Exclusions whitelist optimization. Add scoped, highly specific exclusions based on binary hash, signing certificate, and parent path rather than blanket user exclusions. Step 5. Staging and canary testing. Deploy tuned detection rules into a 72-hour silent test mode to verify false positive reduction before moving to production. Step 6. Rule metric documentation. Document false positive tuning criteria in the detection engineering repository for audit compliance. Final recommendation decision. I recommend tuning high noise detection rules by adding parent process and signing certificate exclusions while validating rule accuracy in silent test mode. Pro tip expert insight. Never tune a noisy rule by adding blanket IP or user exclusions. Always scope exclusions using immutable attributes like binary signing certificates or parent-child process hashes.
Scenario 75. New threat intelligence requires EDR detection tuning. Intelligence reports disclose that a ransomware actor uses VSSadmin.exe and WBadmin.exe to delete volume shadow copies during intrusions. How do you tune EDR detection rules to detect shadow copy deletion?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to configure EDR behavioral rules targeting process execution trees that combine volume shadow copy deletion commands with administrative privilege escalation. Rapid shadow copy deletion precedes ransomware encryption. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Command line execution parameter extraction. Analyze threat intelligence reports to isolate specific command parameters like vssadmin.exe delete shadows commands. Step 2. Alternative utility usage identification. Expand detection coverage to include alternative deletion binaries like wmic.exe, PowerShell.exe, and resize commands. Step 3. Process parent-child lineage mapping. Map command line executions originating from non-standard parents like Microsoft Office applications or script hosts. Step 4. Automated EDR response rule pairing. Configure EDR rules to automatically isolate the host endpoint upon detecting volume shadow copy deletion attempts. Step 5. Canary attack simulation. Run controlled atomic red team shadow copy deletion scripts to verify real-time EDR blocking performance. Step 6. SOC alert response playbook updating. Update SOC incident playbooks to treat shadow copy deletion alerts as high-priority ransomware incidents. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying EDR behavioral blocking rules for vssadmin.exe shadow deletion commands and configure automated or analyst-approved endpoint isolation based on organizational response policies and alert confidence. Pro tip: expert insight. Volume shadow copy deletion is an immediate indicator of impending ransomware encryption. Configure your EDR to automatically isolate the endpoint network socket the second vssadmin.exe deletes shadows.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, Cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 76. Newly published TTPs require correlation rule creation. Intelligence indicates an APT group executes a multi-stage attack. Password spraying, followed by OAuth consent grant, followed by e-discovery search creation. How do you create multi-stage SIM correlation rules?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to build a time-windowed SIM correlation rule that links identity, cloud application, and administrative compliance logs across a single user account. Single event alerts miss complex multi-stage attack patterns. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Attack chain telemetry requirement mapping. Identify required log sources. Azure AD sign in logs, Cloud App Admin logs, and security and compliance audit logs. Step 2. Unique entity correlation parameter definition. Configure user account principal name as the correlation join key across all 3 log sources. Step 3. Temporal window threshold configuration. Set a 60-minute correlation time window to link initial password spray failures with subsequent OAuth consent events. Step 4. E-discovery search anomaly detection. Add a third rule condition flagging newly created compliance e-discovery searches exporting user mailboxes. Step 5. Rule scoring and high severity escalation. Assign a high severity score to the composite correlation rule to bypass Tier 1 triage and alert IR leads. Step 6. Automated incident response trigger setup. Configure SIM automation to revoke active user OAuth tokens upon rule trigger. Final recommendation decision. I recommend engineering time-windowed correlation rules that join user identity events across cloud sign-in, OAuth consent, and mailbox search logs. Pro tip: expert insight. Individual events like an OAuth consent grant appear benign in isolation. Multi-stage correlation rules connect weak individual signals into high-confidence composite alerts.
Scenario 77. Detection logic becomes obsolete due to attacker evolution. Legacy SIM rules matching specific command line strings fail because threat actors now use obfuscated string concatenation and environment variables. How do you audit and modernize obsolete detection logic?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit detection rule performance metrics and rewrite static string matching rules using regular expressions and normalized execution telemetry. Obsolete detection logic creates a false sense of security. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Detection rule efficacy audit. Review SIM detection rules older than 12 months that have triggered zero alerts despite active industry usage. Step 2. Obfuscation evasion technique profiling. Analyze recent intelligence reports to identify common command line obfuscation tricks like caret insertion and variable expansion. Step 3. Normalize telemetry field mapping. Shift rule matching from raw command line strings to normalized field variables decoded by EDR and MC layers. Step 4. Regex and wildcard detection upgrades. Rewrite detection logic using regex patterns that account for character padding, variable substitution, and string concatenation. Step 5. Automated adversary simulation testing. Execute obfuscated attack variations using Atomic Red Team to verify modernized rule detection. Step 6. Rule Lifecycle Governance Standardization. Establish an annual detection review policy requiring all rules to undergo validation testing or retirement. Final recommendation decision. I recommend auditing legacy string matching detection rules and updating them with normalized MC and EDR behavioral telemetry and regex logic. Pro tip expert insight. String matching rules like cmd.exe executing PowerShell are trivial for attackers to bypass using environment variables. Always build detections onto obfuscated script block logs or process lineage.
Scenario 78. IOC-only detections miss behavior-based attacks. An adversary executes a complete intrusion using living off-the-land binaries and stolen credentials without dropping known file hashes or communicating with flagged IP addresses. How do you transition detection engineering from static IOCs to behavioral rules?
Answer approach. My approach would be to pivot detection engineering from brittle pyramid of pain indicators to MITRE attack behavioral patterns. Behavioral rules detect attacker tradecraft regardless of changing infrastructure or file hashes. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Pyramid of pain gap assessment. Audit existing security controls to quantify reliance on low-value indicators hashes, IPs, domains versus TTPs. Step 2. Behavioral anomaly rule formulation. Draft detection rules targeting adversary tradecraft, such as LSASS memory reads, DPAPI credential access, or NTDS copies. Step 3. Living off the land execution baselining. Baseline legitimate administrative process execution to isolate anomalous usage of system utilities like certutil.exe. Step 4. Contextual scoring model deployment. Implement behavioral alert scoring that aggregates multiple low-severity process anomalies into a single high-priority alert. Step 5. Brittle IOC auto-expiration implementation. Configure threat intelligence platforms to auto-expire dynamic IP and hash indicators after 30 days. Step 6. Detection rule library modernization. Re-architect the detection repository to ensure 80% of production rules target behavioral TTPs. Final recommendation decision. I recommend re-architecting the detection library to prioritize MITRE attack behavioral analytics over static file hashes and IP block lists. Pro tip expert insight. Static IOCs like hashes and IPs expire in hours. Behavioral rules targeting TTPs, like certutil.exe downloading a file, remain effective for years because attackers rarely change their underlying tradecraft.
Scenario 79. New cloud attack techniques require sentinel detections. Threat reports disclose that adversaries are abusing Azure managed identities and Cloud Shell sessions to access cloud resources covertly. How do you engineer Microsoft Sentinel detections for emerging cloud attacks?
Answer approach. My approach would be to write custom Custo query language KQL detections in Microsoft Sentinel targeting anomalous managed identity token requests and Cloud Shell activity. Cloud-native attacks require monitoring identity logs and ARM plane operations. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Cloud telemetry log ingestion audit. Verify that Azure activity, AAD admin logs, and managed identity sign-in logs are actively streaming into Microsoft Sentinel. Step 2. KQL query formulation. Draft KQL rules searching for managed identity access tokens requested from unexpected external IP ranges or unmanaged VMs. Step 3. Cloud Shell Session anomaly hunting. Query Azure activity logs for Cloud Shell sessions initiated from untrusted user locations. Step 4. ARM template modification rule creation. Create KQL alerts targeting unauthorized modifications to Azure Resource Manager ARM templates, RBAC assignments, and privileged cloud resources. Step 5. Automated Sentinel playbook integration. Pair KQL detection rules with Logic app playbooks to automatically revoke compromised managed identity tokens. Step 6. Detection validation in Cloud Sandbox. Simulate managed identity token abuse in a Sandbox Cloud tenant to validate KQL alert triggering. Final recommendation decision. I recommend engineering custom KQL detection rules in Sentinel targeting anomalous managed identity token usage and pairing them with automated revocation playbooks. Pro tip expert insight. Managed identities bypass traditional MFA controls because they lack interactive logins. Always monitor Sentinel managed identity sign-in logs for token issuance originating from unauthorized user IP addresses.
Scenario 80. Threat intelligence recommends replacing IOC-based detections with behavioral analytics. Executive management asks for a strategic plan to replace brittle perimeter IP and hash block lists with behavioral analytics across the enterprise security stack. How do you plan and execute this transition?
Answer approach. My approach would be to establish a phased transition roadmap that replaces bulk indicator feeds with behavioral Sigma rules and UEBA analytics. Transitioning to behavioral analytics improves detection efficacy while reducing SIM ingestion costs and alert fatigue. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Indicator feed ROI audit. Audit existing commercial threat feeds to measure how many static IOC alerts resulted in true incident detections versus false positives. Step 2. Behavioral rule replacement framework. Map existing threat scenarios to MITRE attack behavior rules, replacing hash block lists with EDR memory and execution rules. Step 3. User and entity behavior analytics setup. Enable UEBA engines in the SIM to establish behavioral baselines for user accounts, administrative accounts, and endpoints. Step 4. IOC automated expiration implementation. Implement lifecycle management policies that automatically expire dynamic IP and URL indicators based on their observed operational value and confidence. Step 5. SOC analyst workflow optimization. Retrain SOC analysts to investigate behavioral process anomaly alerts rather than static IOC matches. Step 6. Executive transition metric reporting. Report progress to leadership showing reduced SIM alert volumes, lowered false positive rates, and increased MITRE attack coverage. Final recommendation decision. I recommend executing a phased transition to behavioral analytics by deploying Sigma rules and UEBA baselines, while auto-expiring static indicator feeds. Pro tip expert insight. Transitioning to behavioral analytics reduces SIM ingestion costs and eliminates false positives. Shift budget from bulk IOC threat feeds toward behavioral detection engineering and UEBA capabilities.
Category 8 conclusion. Detection engineering support.
In Category 8, we mastered how to transform threat intelligence into continuous defensive rules. By engineering Sigma rules, updating SIM correlation logic, tuning EDR sensors, and replacing brittle static indicators with behavioral analytics, you establish scalable detection capabilities across enterprise and cloud environments.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 8 detection, engineering to Category 9, vulnerability intelligence.
While detection engineering catches active attacks, defenders must also prioritize patching before exploitation occurs. In Category 9, we shift into vulnerability intelligence to prioritize zero-day risks, evaluate EPSS scores, track CISA-KEV disclosures, monitor weaponized exploits, and guide patch management strategies.
Category 9, vulnerability intelligence.
Category 9 focuses on risk prioritization rather than patch deployment. As a threat intelligence analyst, you do not deploy patches yourself. Instead, you evaluate wild exploitation activity, public POC availability, ransomware weaponization trends, vendor disclosure delays, and EPSS metrics to deliver intelligence-driven patch prioritization to security leadership.
Category 9. Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 9. Scenario 81. Responding to critical zero-day active exploitation worldwide. Scenario 82. Prioritizing multiple concurrent CVEs impacting corporate assets. Scenario 83. Evaluating risk and exposure upon public exploit code release. Scenario 84. Managing vulnerability risk spikes following vendor disclosures. Scenario 85. Countering weaponized exploitation of recently patched CVEs. Scenario 86. Delivering intelligence-driven patch prioritization to executives. Scenario 87. Defending against mass internet-wide scanning after CVE publication. Scenario 88. Resolving discrepancies across multi-vendor vulnerability intelligence. Scenario 89. Tracking vulnerabilities weaponized by ransomware operators. Scenario 90. Navigating vendor downplaying of actively exploited vulnerabilities. Let's dive into Scenario 81.
Scenario 81. A critical zero-day begins active exploitation worldwide. Unpatched internet-facing edge infrastructure is under active compromise, but official vendor patches are not yet available. How do you assess organizational exposure and guide emergency mitigations?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to rapidly inventory exposed internet-facing systems, evaluate CISA-KEV status, and recommend immediate virtual patching or perimeter access restrictions. When vendor patches are unavailable, intelligence must deliver temporary workarounds. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. External attack surface ingestion. Query attack surface management tools and Shodan to identify all internet-facing servers running the vulnerable software. Step 2. CISA-KEV and exploit telemetry auditing. Verify whether the zero-day is listed on CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog or actively traded on dark web forums. Step 3. Web application firewall virtual patching. Work with security engineering to deploy WAF rules and IPS signatures, targeting zero-day exploit payloads. Step 4. Perimeter exposure network isolation. Recommend taking vulnerable unpatched edge appliances offline or restricting access to trusted VPN ranges. Step 5. EDR and SIM behavioral detection deployment. Deploy interim behavioral rules to detect post-exploitation shell spawns or unauthorized privilege escalation. Step 6. Executive zero-day status briefing. Deliver an urgent one-page strategic brief to executive leadership detailing enterprise exposure, mitigations, and patch ETA. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying perimeter WAF virtual patches immediately and isolating unpatched internet-facing systems until vendor hotfixes are released. Pro tip: expert insight. Never wait for vendor patches during an active zero-day outbreak. Immediately apply WAF virtual rules, disable vulnerable services, or restrict perimeter access to trusted IP ranges.
Scenario 82. Multiple CVEs affect technologies used by your organization. Vulnerability scanners flag hundreds of unpatched CVEs across internal servers, swamping IT patching teams. How do you construct an intelligence-driven patch prioritization framework?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enrich vulnerability scanner outputs with exploit prediction scoring system EPSS probabilities, CISA-KEV inclusion, and asset criticality. Intelligence converts raw CVSS scores into realistic exploitation risk. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Exploit prediction scoring EPSS enrichment. Ingest EPSS data to identify vulnerabilities with high statistical probability of exploitation within 30 days. Step 2. CISA-KEV catalog cross-referencing. Filter the vulnerability inventory against CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog to highlight confirmed in the wild attacks. Step 3. Asset criticality and exposure weighting. Correlate vulnerabilities with internal asset tags, prioritizing internet-facing systems, hosting crown jewel databases. Step 4. Dark web exploit trade monitoring. Monitor underground forums and code repositories to identify active exploit development or weaponization chatter. Step 5. Prioritized patching SLA assignment. Recategorize vulnerabilities into actionable SLA tiers, for example, 24-hour SLA for KEV-listed edge assets. Step 6. Remediation dashboard handoff. Provide IT patch management with a prioritized remediation matrix sorted by real-world threat probability. Final recommendation decision. I recommend establishing an intelligence-driven patch SLA model that mandates 24-hour remediation for CISA KEV vulnerabilities on internet-facing systems. Pro tip: expert insight. CVSS measures severity, not real-world risk. Combine EPSS probabilities with CISA KEV data to focus patching on the 5% of vulnerabilities actively exploited by threat actors.
Scenario 83. Public exploit code becomes available for a high-risk vulnerability. Security researchers publish a functional proof of concept POC exploit script on GitHub for a remote code execution CVE affecting enterprise web servers. How do you assess risk and respond upon public exploit release?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze POC execution mechanics in a sandbox, verify internal asset susceptibility, and accelerate emergency patching. Public POC code dramatically lowers the technical barrier for commodity threat actors. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Public POC code analysis. Review published GitHub exploit code in an isolated sandbox to understand attack vectors and request parameters. Step 2. Internal telemetry and version auditing. Query asset inventory databases to identify all enterprise web servers running affected software versions. Step 3. Web proxy and WAF signature creation. Formulate detection rules in web application firewalls and intrusion prevention systems matching POC payload syntax. Step 4. Emergency patch SLA triggering. Escalate the vulnerability from standard patching workflows to emergency patching status with a 48-hour deadline. Step 5. Active scan telemetry monitoring. Monitor perimeter firewall logs for incoming scanning traffic executing the published POC payload. Step 6. Vulnerability intelligence brief delivery. Deliver an updated threat assessment to the CISO confirming POC availability and enterprise remediation status. Final recommendation decision. I recommend triggering emergency patch deployment for systems exposed to public POC exploit code and updating WAF rules to drop exploit payloads. Pro tip: expert insight. Public POC code on GitHub triggers automated scanning within minutes. Treat publicly available functional exploit code as a major increase in exploitation risk and reprioritize remediation accordingly, especially for internet-facing or high-value assets.
Scenario 84. Exploitation activity rapidly increases after vendor disclosure. Within hours of a major software vendor releasing an advisory and patch, threat actors begin mass exploitation of unpatched enterprise firewalls. How do you manage rapid risk spikes following vendor disclosures?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to monitor real-world exploitation telemetry, alert perimeter IT teams, and deploy automated IOC blocks. Vendor disclosures act as blueprints for threat actors, triggering rapid race to patch windows. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Vendor advisory technical breakdown. Analyze vendor disclosure notes and patch diffing reports to isolate exact vulnerable functions. Step 2. Perimeter mass scanning telemetry tracking. Query honeypots and threat feeds to map incoming mass scanning IP ranges targeting the disclosed CVE. Step 3. Emergency vulnerability alert publication. Issue an urgent alert to IT operations detailing affected perimeter hardware, patch download links, and workarounds. Step 4. Dynamic perimeter IP blocking. Feed mass scanning IP addresses into automated perimeter firewall block lists to delay exploitation attempts. Step 5. Post-exploitation EDR rule tuning. Deploy EDR detection rules targeting post-exploitation behaviors on perimeter appliance management interfaces. Step 6. Remediation verification auditing. Perform internal vulnerability rescans to confirm 100% patch compliance across edge appliances. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing emergency same-day patching for perimeter appliances upon vendor disclosure of actively exploited edge vulnerabilities. Pro tip: expert insight. Patch diffing allows attackers to reverse engineer vendor fixes within hours of publication. Assume the exploitation race begins the exact second a vendor discloses a critical CVE.
Scenario 85. Threat actors weaponize a recently patched vulnerability. Intelligence reports reveal a ransomware syndicate has developed a custom exploit module for a 30-day-old CVE, targeting organizations that lagged on monthly patching. How do you track and defend against post-patch weaponization?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit historical patch compliance, deploy behavioral detection rules, and hunt for unpatched legacy systems. Threat actors capitalize on corporate patch delays to deploy ransomware via newly weaponized exploits. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Patch compliance audit execution. Query vulnerability management databases to identify servers where the 30-day-old patch remains uninstalled. Step 2. Weaponized exploit artifact profiling. Analyze threat reports to extract exploit delivery signatures, memory payloads, and C2 communication channels. Step 3. Perimeter and endpoint hunting execution. Query EDR and SIM logs for historical exploitation, attempts targeting the 30-day-old CVE. Step 4. Targeted temporary mitigation deployment. Work with system administrators to apply temporary registry workarounds or service stops on unpatched systems. Step 5. Ransomware behavioral detections. Deploy EDR behavioral rules targeting post-exploitation ransomware actions like shadow copy deletion. Step 6. Strategic patch policy briefing. Present findings to IT leadership demonstrating how 30-day patch delays directly expose the enterprise to ransomware. Final recommendation decision. I recommend accelerating monthly patch SLA timelines from 30 days to 14 days for weaponized CVEs associated with ransomware groups. Pro tip: expert insight. Ransomware syndicates actively target 30 to -60-day-old CVEs because they know enterprise patch cycles lag. Monitor dark web markets to identify when old CVEs get added to commercial exploit kits.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 86. Executives request intelligence-driven patch prioritization. Security leadership wants to replace arbitrary CVSS severity thresholds with an objective, threat-informed vulnerability risk scoring framework. How do you design an intelligence-driven patch prioritization model?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to design a multi-factor risk scoring formula combining asset exposure, CSUK-EV inclusion, EPSS probabilities, and threat actor targeting trends. Replacing CVSS-only patching focuses resources on true operational risk. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Risk scoring formula definition. Construct a weighted scoring algorithm combining asset criticality, network exposure, EPSS probability, and KEV status. Step 2. CISA KEV and EPSS data pipeline setup. Automate daily ingestion of CISA KEV updates and EPSS API feeds into the vulnerability management platform. Step 3. Threat actor industry alignment mapping. Add dynamic threat weighting for CVEs actively used by APTs or ransomware groups targeting our industry. Step 4. SLA tier restructuring. Realign patch remediation SLAs to mandate 24 hours for critical threats, 7 days for high threats, and 30 days for moderate threats. Step 5. IT patch management workflow integration. Integrate the intelligence-driven risk score into IT ticketing systems for automated ticket routing. Step 6. Executive metric reporting. Deliver monthly vulnerability metrics to executive leadership demonstrating reduced mean time to remediate for active threats. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying a threat-informed vulnerability scoring framework that combines EPSS metrics, CISA-KEV data, and asset exposure to dictate patch SLAs. Pro tip: expert insight. Patching based on CVSS alone wastes IT resources on low-risk vulnerabilities. A CVSS 9.8 vulnerability with 0% EPSS probability on an isolated host is far less dangerous than a CVSS 7.5 in the CISA-KEV catalog.
Scenario 87. Internet-wide scanning begins immediately after CVE publication. Autonomous botnets and threat actors deploy automated scanners across IPv4 space, searching for vulnerable enterprise endpoints within minutes of disclosure. How do you defend against post-publication automated scanning?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to obscure perimeter software banners, Deploy automated scanning IP block lists and verify edge appliance exposure. Automated mass scanning precedes exploitation, making early perimeter defense critical. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Perimeter surface exposure audit. Query external attack surface management tools to identify all public endpoints advertising vulnerable software versions. Step 2. Server banner obfuscation configuration. Work with network engineering to remove software version headers and banners from public-facing web servers. Step 3. Mass scanning IP ingestion. Ingest threat intelligence on mass scanning infrastructure while monitoring internal telemetry for large-scale reconnaissance activity associated with newly disclosed vulnerabilities. Step 4. Dynamic perimeter firewall blocking. Feed mass scanner IPs into automated firewall block lists to prevent probing of vulnerable services. Step 5. Rate limiting and WAF rule enforcement. Configure web application firewalls to enforce connection rate limits and inspect incoming probe payloads. Step 6. SIM reconnaissance alerting. Configure SIM alerts to flag internal endpoints receiving high-frequency HTTP probes matching published CVE paths. Final recommendation decision. I recommend obscuring public server version banners and feeding mass scanner IP pools directly into automated perimeter firewall blocks. Pro tip expert insight. Automated botnets scan the entire IPv4 address space in under 15 minutes. Strip version banners from web services to prevent automated scanners from flagging your public endpoints.
Scenario 88. Vulnerability intelligence conflicts across multiple vendors. Vendor A rates a new vulnerability as a critical 0-day with wild exploitation, while Vendor B rates it as a low-severity flaw requiring local access. How do you resolve multi-vendor vulnerability intelligence discrepancies?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to evaluate technical proof of concept evidence, verify CISA KEV listings, and test exploit mechanics internally. Resolving vendor discrepancies requires independent technical verification over relying on vendor ratings. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Technical evidence and vector audit. Compare vendor technical notes to evaluate exact prerequisite access requirements, vector complexity, and privileges. Step 2. CISA KEV and government source verification. Cross-reference official government advisories CISA NVD to verify confirmed in the wild exploitation reports. Step 3. Independent sandbox exploit testing. Replicate the vulnerability in an isolated lab environment to test local privilege requirement claims. Step 4. Internal telemetry exposure audit. Query enterprise endpoint inventory to assess whether internal configurations meet the vulnerability prerequisite conditions. Step 5. Recalibrated risk score generation. Assign an internal risk score reflecting verified technical prerequisites and internal asset exposure. Step 6. Discrepancy explanation briefing. Deliver an internal briefing to security leadership explaining the technical reason for vendor rating divergence. Final recommendation decision. I recommend assigning an internal risk score based on lab-verified exploit mechanics and CISA KEV listings rather than relying on external vendor scores. Pro tip expert insight. Vendor threat scores often reflect marketing biases or incomplete telemetry. Always trust government KEV catalogs and internal lab testing over vendor marketing alerts.
Scenario 89. Exploitation trends indicate a vulnerability is becoming a ransomware favorite. Dark Web Intelligence reveals multiple ransomware as a service RAS affiliates integrating a specific VPN vulnerability into their initial access playbooks. How do you respond when a vulnerability becomes a ransomware favorite?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to trigger emergency out-of-band patching for all affected edge devices and deploy targeted EDR and SIM behavioral rules. When RAS affiliates adopt a CVE, widespread automated attacks follow immediately. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Dark Web and RAS playbook profiling. Track underground forums to analyze how ransomware affiliates execute the vulnerability exploit module. Step 2. Perimeter appliance asset audit. Query inventory management systems to identify every perimeter VPN appliance running the vulnerable firmware. Step 3. Emergency out-of-band patch SLA triggering. Issue an emergency patch directive requiring VPN firmware updates within 24 hours. Step 4. Post-exploitation behavioral rule deployment. Deploy EDR detection rules targeting post-exploitation RAS behaviors like credential dumping and lateral movement. Step 5. Identity and MFA audit enforcement. Enforce mandatory MFA resets and audit active VPN user sessions for anomalous concurrent logins. Step 6. CISO ransomware risk briefing. Brief the CISO on the vulnerability adoption by RAS groups and confirm enterprise edge remediation status. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing emergency 24-hour patch SLAs for all edge appliances matching RAS weaponization trends and resetting active VPN user sessions. Pro tip expert insight. Ransomware affiliates favor edge VPN vulnerabilities because they provide instant internal network access. Treat any perimeter VPN flaw adopted by RAS groups as a top-tier security emergency.
Scenario 90. A vendor downplays a vulnerability while active exploitation increases. A software vendor classifies a flaw as moderate severity, requiring local access, but open source intelligence confirms wild remote exploitation. How do you navigate vendor downplaying and protect the enterprise?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to override the vendor's official severity rating internally, deploy virtual patches, and escalate patching priority. Vendor classifications often lag behind real-world threat actor capabilities. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Open source exploitation evidence audit. Compile verified wild exploitation telemetry, public POCs, and threat intelligence reports. Step 2. Internal asset and version audit. Identify all enterprise systems running the affected software and evaluate exposure to remote network access. Step 3. Internal risk rating override. Formally override the vendor's moderate rating inside the threat intelligence platform, reclassifying it as critical. Step 4. Virtual patching and workaround execution. Deploy web application firewall rules or disable affected service modules to mitigate exposure. Step 5. Executive advisory and vendor divergence briefing. Brief the CISO and IT leadership explaining why internal risk severity supersedes vendor guidance. Step 6. Accelerated patch escalation request. Direct IT teams to apply available vendor updates under an emergency patching timeline, regardless of official rating. Final recommendation decision. I recommend formally overriding the vendor's low severity rating in internal systems and enforcing an emergency patch schedule based on verified wild exploitation. Pro tip expert insight. Vendor severity assessments are based on the information available at the time of disclosure and may differ from rapidly evolving threat intelligence. Reassess internal risk as new exploitation evidence, POCs, or KEV listings emerge.
Category 9 Conclusion. Vulnerability Intelligence.
In Category 9, we mastered how to prioritize vulnerability remediation based on real-world exploitation risk. By evaluating EPSS probabilities, tracking CISA-KEV listings, monitoring dark web RAS exploit integration, and replacing rigid CVSS scores, you optimize enterprise patch SLAs to neutralize active threats.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 9, Vulnerability, to Category 10, Cloud.
While vulnerability intelligence protects physical and virtual servers, modern enterprises operate heavily in multi-cloud and container environments. In Category 10, we shift into cloud and container threat intelligence to track exposed cloud storage, stolen access keys, cloud persistence, Kubernetes attacks, identity federation abuse, container registry malware, and CI and CD supply chain risks.
Category 10, Cloud and Container Threat Intelligence.
Category 10 focuses on threat intelligence tradecraft tailored for modern cloud-native architectures. As a threat intelligence analyst, you evaluate adversary TTPs across AWS, Azure, and GCP environments, tracking stolen API keys, serverless payload execution, Kubernetes cluster hijacking, OAuth federation abuse, malicious container images, and build system compromises.
Category 10, Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 10. Scenario 91. Countering threat actor targeting of exposed cloud storage buckets. Scenario 92. Responding to stolen cloud access keys discovered in dark web forums. Scenario 93. Detecting and mitigating adversary abuse of cloud-native serverless services. Scenario 94. Uncovering evolving cloud identity persistence mechanisms. Scenario 95. Countering cryptojacking and espionage campaigns in Kubernetes clusters. Scenario 96. Mitigating threat actor abuse of Cloud Identity Federation protocols. Scenario 97. Analyzing and defending against multi-cloud cross-tenant attack campaigns. Scenario 98. Mapping cloud threat intelligence to MITRE ATT&CK for cloud. Scenario 99. Detecting malicious container images in public and internal registries. Scenario 100. Countering supply chain compromises in CI and CD build pipelines. Let's dive into Scenario 91.
Scenario 91. Threat actors target exposed cloud storage. Automated web crawlers and dark web threat actors scan public IPv4 spaces to locate unauthenticated S3 buckets and Azure Blob storage containers containing sensitive corporate data. How do you detect exposed cloud storage and mitigate data leak risks?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit public cloud storage exposure using Cloud Security Posture Management (CSPM) tools and enforce automated public access blocks. Unauthenticated cloud storage buckets represent immediate data exfiltration targets. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Public Bucket Exposure Scan. Deploy CSPM scanning tools to audit all AWS S3 buckets and Azure Blob containers for public read permissions. Step 2. Cloud Access Log Telemetry Audit. Review AWS CloudTrail together with S3 server access logs or CloudTrail data events where enabled, and Azure Storage Diagnostic Logs to identify anomalous or unauthenticated object access. Step 3. Automated Public Access Block Enforcement. Work with cloud operations to enforce global block public access policies at the organization root level. Step 4. Dark Web Leak and Scraping Forum Audit. Search dark web forums and Telegram channels to verify if sensitive S3 URLs or sample data have been posted. Step 5. Sensitive Data Classification and DLP Setup. Apply automated data loss prevention DLP tagging to classify crown jewel assets stored in cloud buckets. Step 6. Cloud Governance Briefing Delivery. Deliver a cloud posture assessment to executive leadership detailing eliminated public storage risks. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing global block public access policies across all AWS and Azure cloud storage buckets and automating daily CSPM exposure audits. Pro tip: expert insight. Never rely on individual bucket configurations. Enforce block public access policies at the root cloud account and organization level to prevent developers from accidentally exposing S3 buckets.
Scenario 92. Stolen cloud access keys appear in underground forums. Threat actors scrape a public GitHub repository and leak AWS access key pairs, initiating immediate automated resource provisioning. How do you respond when cloud access keys appear in underground forums?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to immediately revoke the exposed cloud access keys, terminate active IAM sessions, and audit cloud audit logs for unauthorized provisioning. Exposed access keys trigger automated threat actor bots within seconds. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Access key revocation and IAM invalidation. Immediately deactivate and delete the exposed AWS access key pair via IAM and revoke all active session tokens. Step 2. Unauthorized API call auditing. Query CloudTrail and GuardDuty logs for API calls executed using the stolen key pair, focusing on EC2 and IAM events. Step 3. Rogue cloud resource termination. Identify and terminate rogue virtual machines, container clusters, or serverless functions deployed by the attacker. Step 4. Public code repository secret scanning. Deploy Git Guardian or Trufflehog secret scanning across all internal and public developer code repositories. Step 5. Automated secret detection playbook setup. Configure automated AWS Lambda playbooks to auto-disable keys the instant secret scanners flag public commits. Step 6. Threat Intelligence Attribution Briefing. Document the key leakage vector and brief cloud engineering leads on secure credential management. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated secret scanning across developer code repositories and configuring instant Lambda key revocation playbooks. Pro tip: expert insight. Threat actor bots scan public GitHub commits continuously. Automate secret scanning within your CI and CD pipeline to block commits containing hard-coded API access keys before they push to public repositories.
Scenario 93. Attackers increasingly abuse cloud-native services. Threat actors compromise cloud environments and deploy malicious workloads via serverless functions, AWS Lambda, Azure Functions to evade traditional VM-based EDR sensors. How do you detect and mitigate serverless cloud service abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to monitor serverless invocation metrics, audit IAM execution roles, and enforce serverless runtime security. Traditional EDR sensors cannot monitor ephemeral serverless execution environments. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Serverless execution telemetry ingestion. Enable detailed CloudWatch and Azure Monitor logging for all serverless function deployments. Step 2. Anomalous invocation and timeout querying. Audit serverless metrics for sudden execution frequency spikes, long runtime durations, and high memory allocations. Step 3. Serverless IAM role least privilege audit. Restrict execution role permissions attached to Lambda functions to prevent unauthorized cloud resource access. Step 4. Outbound network socket inspection. Monitor serverless runtime logs for unauthorized and unexpected outbound network connections from serverless workloads. Step 5. Serverless code hash integrity scanning. Enforce automated hash verification for serverless deployment packages to detect code tampering. Step 6. Cloud Threat Detection Rule deployment. Configure guard duty and sentinel alerts to flag unapproved serverless function creation and production tenants. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing strict least privilege IAM roles for serverless functions and deploying automated sentinel alerts for unapproved function deployments. Pro tip: expert insight. Traditional EDR agent software cannot be installed on serverless functions like AWS Lambda. Rely on Cloud Audit Logs, CloudTrail, and IAM role permission boundaries to detect serverless abuse.
Scenario 94. Cloud persistence techniques evolve. Threat actors manipulate cloud identity federations, create secondary cloud access keys, and assign rogue administrative roles to maintain persistent access across enterprise cloud tenants. How do you detect and hunt for evolving cloud persistence?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit administrative IAM events, track newly created service principals, and monitor federated trust modifications. Cloud persistence shifts focus from local registry keys to identity provider configurations. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Administrative IAM event telemetry querying. Query Microsoft Entra ID and AWS IAM logs for high-risk administrative events like create access key or add role member. Step 2. Service principal credential secret hunting. Audit cloud tenants for newly created service principals or new client secrets added to existing OAuth applications. Step 3. Identity federation and SAML trust auditing. Inspect federated identity provider configurations for newly trusted identity providers or modified SAML claims. Step 4. Non-administrative user privilege escalation auditing. Monitor IAM policy modifications, granting administrative permissions to standard user accounts. Step 5. Cloud security posture automation. Deploy automated posture management rules to flag and alert on non-compliant IAM role assignments. Step 6. Persistent cloud session invalidation. Work with cloud operations to revoke compromised session tokens and delete unauthorized IAM credentials. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated alert rules in Microsoft Sentinel and Guard Duty to flag new service principal secrets and SAML trust modifications. Pro tip: expert insight. Threat actors establish cloud persistence by adding client secrets to legitimate enterprise OAuth apps. Audit cloud application registrations regularly for new secret additions.
Scenario 95. Kubernetes attack campaigns emerge. Cybercrime syndicates target unauthenticated Kubernetes, API servers, and misconfigured kubelet dashboards to deploy cryptojacking pods and execute cluster lateral movement. How do you investigate and defend against Kubernetes attack campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to restrict public Kubernetes API access, enforce container runtime security sensors, and audit API server audit logs. Protecting container clusters requires securing control plane APIs and pod network boundaries. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Kubernetes Control Plane API Exposure Audit. Query attack surface management tools to ensure Kubernetes API servers and kubelet ports are not internet exposed. Step 2. Kubernetes API Audit Log Analysis. Inspect API server logs for unauthenticated pod creation, exec commands, or privilege escalation requests. Step 3. Container Runtime Security Agent Deployment. Deploy runtime container security tooling, for example, eBPF-based monitoring such as Falco, to detect anomalous process execution inside containers. Step 4. Malicious cryptojacking pod termination. Terminate unauthorized pods executing high CPU workloads or establishing outbound connections to mining pools. Step 5. Kubernetes RBAC and service account hardening. Audit cluster role-based access control RBAC permissions to restrict auto-mounting of service account tokens. Step 6. Kubernetes MITRE attack framework mapping. Map observed cluster attacks to the MITRE attack for containers matrix for threat briefing. Final recommendation decision. I recommend restricting Kubernetes API server access to private management subnets and deploying eBPF-based runtime security agents across all nodes. Pro tip: expert insight. Unauthenticated Kubernetes API servers are primary targets for automated cryptojacking bots. Always restrict access to the control plane API endpoint using private cloud endpoints.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 96. Cloud Identity Federation becomes attacker focus. Sophisticated threat actors compromise Active Directory Federation Services ADFS token signing certificates to forge SAML tokens and bypass multi-factor authentication, Golden SAML attack. How do you detect and counter Cloud Identity Federation abuse?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit ADFS token signing certificate access, monitor cloud sign and logs for SAML claim discrepancies, and transition to cloud-native identity providers. Forged SAML tokens bypass MFA, requiring strict certificate protection. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. ADFS Private Key Access Auditing. Query Endpoint EDR and Windows Event Logs Event ID 4662 for unauthorized read attempts against ADFS private key stores. Step 2. Cloud Sign and SAML Claim Discrepancy Querying. Audit Microsoft Entra ID logs for sign-ins where the SAML assertion metadata mismatches the IDP server baseline. Step 3. Token Signing Certificate Rotation Execution. Work with identity engineers to immediately rotate compromised ADFS token signing certificates. Step 4. On-premises domain controller hardening. Enforce strict administrative access controls on on-premises domain controllers hosting ADFS services. Step 5. Cloud-native managed identity transition. Accelerate migration from legacy federated ADFS architecture to cloud-native Entra ID managed authentication. Step 6. Identity Attack Executive Briefing. Deliver an executive threat assessment detailing Golden SAML mechanics and identity modernization milestones. Final recommendation decision. I recommend rotating ADFS token signing certificates immediately and migrating authentication from legacy federated ADFS to cloud-native Entra ID. Pro Tip: Expert Insight. Golden SAML attacks allow threat actors to access any cloud service as any user without triggering MFA. Protect your ADFS servers with the exact same security rigor as domain controllers.
Scenario 97. Multi-cloud attack campaigns become widespread. A threat group compromises credentials in an AWS account and uses stored Azure Service Principal secrets to pivot laterally into the corporate Azure tenant. How do you investigate and defend against multi-cloud cross-tenant campaigns?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to correlate cross-cloud audit logs using a centralized SIEM and normalize identity telemetry across cloud providers. Threat actors exploit multi-cloud trust relationships to pivot between isolated cloud platforms. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Multi-cloud audit log correlation. Centralize log ingestion from AWS CloudTrail, Azure Activity, and GCP audit logs into a single SIEM platform. Step 2. Cross-cloud secret and key inventory audit. Audit environment variables, config files and secret stores in AWS for plain text Azure or GCP access keys. Step 3. Cross-tenant session revocation. Revoke compromised access tokens and service principal credentials across both AWS and Azure tenants simultaneously. Step 4. Workload Identity Federation implementation. Replace hard-coded static cloud access keys with temporary Workload Identity Federation tokens. Step 5. Cross-cloud threat behavior mapping. Map adversary pivoting paths to MITRE ATT&CK for cloud to identify cross-tenant detection gaps. Step 6. Cloud Incident Response Playbook updating. Update multi-cloud incident response playbooks to mandate simultaneous cross-cloud credential containment. Final recommendation decision. I recommend replacing static multi-cloud credentials with temporary Workload Identity Federation tokens and centralizing multi-cloud telemetry in a single SIEM. Pro tip: expert insight. Never hard-code access keys for Provider B inside Provider A's workloads. Use Workload Identity Federation to establish short-lived, trust-based authentication between AWS, Azure, and GCP.
Scenario 98. Cloud Threat Intelligence requires mapping to MITRE ATT&CK for cloud. Security leadership requests a comprehensive mapping of Cloud Threat Actor TTPs against the MITRE ATT&CK for Cloud Matrix to evaluate multi-cloud defensive coverage. How do you execute MITRE ATT&CK for cloud intelligence mapping?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to extract cloud-specific TTPs from vendor reports and map them across MITRE ATT&CK for Cloud Matrix domains. Standardizing Cloud Threat Intelligence provides structured visibility into cloud control gaps. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Cloud Threat Intelligence parsing. Parse cloud threat reports to extract specific tactics, such as instance metadata service, IMDS abuse, or bucket enumeration. Step 2. MITRE ATT&CK for Cloud Matrix alignment. Map extracted behaviors to the relevant cloud-focused MITRE ATT&CK techniques, for example, IMDS abuse or cloud credential access. Step 3. Multi-cloud native control mapping. Correlate map techniques against active security settings in AWS GuardDuty, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, and GCP Command Center. Step 4. Cloud detection gap identification. Highlight unmonitored cloud matrix techniques, specifically serverless execution and cloud identity persistence. Step 5. Cloud detection rule writing. Work with cloud security engineers to write custom KQL and GuardDuty rules covering unmonitored cloud TTPs. Step 6. Executive Cloud Heatmap presentation. Present a color-coded MITRE ATT&CK for cloud coverage matrix to the CISO, detailing threat reduction progress. Final recommendation decision. I recommend using the MITRE ATT&CK for Cloud Matrix to audit multi-cloud security logging and prioritize cloud detection rule development. Pro tip: expert insight. Do not rely on traditional endpoint MITRE ATT&CK frameworks for cloud security. Use the dedicated MITRE ATT&CK for Cloud Matrix to evaluate cloud-native techniques like IMDS credential theft and cloud identity abuse.
Scenario 99. Container registries become targets for malware distribution. Threat actors push malicious container images embedded with cryptominers and reverse shells to public container registries Docker Hub and compromise private registries. How do you detect and secure container registries against malicious images?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enforce automated container image vulnerability and malware scanning, mandate cryptographic image signing, and restrict deployment to approved registries. Insecure container images bypass network firewalls. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Automated registry image scanning activation. Integrate static security scanners into container registries to inspect images for malware and secrets. Step 2. Cryptographic image signing enforcement. Deploy cosign or Docker Content Trust to enforce cryptographic image signatures before deployment. Step 3. Container registry admission control deployment. Configure Kubernetes Admission Controllers OPA or Kyverno to reject unsigned or unapproved container images. Step 4. Private Container Registry Isolation. Block direct Kubernetes node pulls from unapproved public container registries like generic Docker Hub repos. Step 5. Runtime Container Image Drift Monitoring. Deploy eBPF-based container security agents to detect new executable file drops inside running container pods. Step 6. Container Security Posture Reporting. Deliver a Container Security Posture Report to cloud operations, verifying 100% image signing compliance. Final Recommendation Decision. I recommend enforcing mandatory container image scanning and cryptographic signing, blocking unauthorized container image deployments at the Kubernetes admission controller layer. Pro tip: expert insight. Never allow Kubernetes clusters to pull unvetted public container images. Maintain a private container registry. Scan all base images for malware, and enforce cryptographic image signing via cosign.
Scenario 100. Supply chain attacks increasingly abuse CI and CD pipelines. Threat actors exploit compromised GitHub actions, runner credentials, and unvetted third-party pipeline plugins to inject malicious code into production software releases. How do you investigate and secure CI and CD build pipelines against supply chain attacks?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to harden CI and CD runner access permissions, enforce software bill of materials SBOM verification, and monitor build system execution logs. Compromising the build pipeline grants attackers trusted access to all downstream software users. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. CI and CD pipeline credential and secret audit. Audit GitHub Actions, GitLab CI, and Jenkins secrets to enforce ephemeral, short-lived OIDC access tokens. Step 2. Open source action and plugin dependency scanning. Enforce strict pin by hash versioning for all third-party GitHub actions to prevent malicious code injection. Step 3. Build system log and process monitoring. Deploy EDR sensors and audit logging across self-hosted build runners to detect unauthorized process spawns. Step 4. Software bill of materials SBOM generation. Mandate automated SBOM generation during build processes to verify all compiled third-party code packages. Step 5. Reproducible build and hash verification setup. Implement binary artifact verification to implement reproducible builds and cryptographic artifact verification to ensure released artifacts correspond to the reviewed source code and approved dependencies. Step 6. Supply chain security briefing delivery. Deliver a strategic brief to DevSecOps leadership detailing CI and CD pipeline security controls and compliance goals. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing pin by hash versioning for all pipeline plugins, replacing static runner secrets with OIDC, and mandating automated SBOM verification. Pro tip: expert insight. Never use loose version tags like @v2 in GitHub Actions. Always pin third-party actions to specific full-length SHA commit hashes at A1B2C3D to prevent upstream supply chain compromise.
Category 10 Conclusion. Cloud and Container Threat Intelligence.
In Category 10, we mastered threat intelligence tradecraft for cloud and container environments. By detecting exposed storage buckets, revoking compromised access keys, securing serverless execution, hardening Kubernetes clusters, preventing identity federation abuse, and enforcing CI and CD pipeline security, you defend modern multi-cloud architectures.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 10, Cloud, to Category 11, Platforms and Automation.
As intelligence sources, cloud logs, and threat feeds scale rapidly, manual processing becomes impossible. In Category 11, we move into threat intelligence platforms, automation and sharing to manage platform duplication, optimize feed confidence scoring, tune STIX and TAC-C ingestion, debug Python scripts, handle API failures, and streamline cross-team sharing.
Category 11, Threat Intelligence Platforms, Automation and Sharing.
Category 11 focuses on platform engineering, automation playbooks, and intelligence sharing mechanisms. As a threat intelligence analyst, you manage threat intelligence platforms like Threat Connect and MISP, optimize indicator aging rules, resolve feed conflicts, debug Python automation scripts, maintain API integrations, and reconcile vendor reporting like Recorded Future against internal telemetry.
Category 11, Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 11. Scenario 101. Resolving duplicate indicator flooding in threat intelligence platforms. Scenario 102. Filtering and scoring low-confidence automated intelligence feed indicators. Scenario 103. Auditing and remediating commercial intelligence feed quality degradation. Scenario 104. Optimizing dynamic indicator expiration and aging out policies. Scenario 105. Resolving conflicting intelligence ingested via STIX and TAXI protocols. Scenario 106. Streamlining inconsistent intelligence sharing between internal security teams. Scenario 107. Reconciling recorded future vendor reports with internal telemetry. Scenario 108. Correcting inaccurate automated enrichment playbooks in Threat Connect. Scenario 109. Auditing and debugging Python intelligence automation processing errors. Scenario 110. Maintaining resilient intelligence, APIs, and fallback flows during active campaigns. Let's dive into Scenario 101.
Scenario 101. Duplicate indicators flood the threat intelligence platform. Automated feed ingestion from multiple vendor sources creates millions of redundant indicator records, degrading database search performance and causing platform slowdowns. How do you resolve indicator duplication and restore TIP efficiency?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to enforce canonical indicator key indexing and deploy automated database merging playbooks. Deduplicating entries at the ingestion layer maintains database query speeds and creates a single source of truth. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Ingestion key standardization setup. Configure canonical primary keys based on normalized IP strings, domain syntax, and lowercase file hashes. Step 2. Automated merging playbook execution. Deploy TIP database rules to merge duplicate indicator records while aggregating vendor tags and timestamps. Step 3. Source attribution retention. Preserve original vendor source metadata in the merged record to maintain source credibility audit trails. Step 4. Expiration policy implementation. Configure automated aging out rules to purge inactive dynamic indicators after organizational retention windows. Step 5. Database indexing optimization. Optimize database search indexes on high-frequency query attributes like indicator value and confidence score. Step 6. Downstream SIM and EDR synchronization. Ensure deduplicated master records synchronize cleanly with internal SIM and EDR platforms. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated canonical merging rules at the ingestion layer and enforcing an enterprise indicator expiration policy. Pro TIP expert insight. Duplicate indicators, dilute vendor confidence scores, and bloat TIP databases. Automatically merge identical indicators upon ingestion, while aggregating vendor tags into a single unified record.
Scenario 102. Automated intelligence feeds introduce low-confidence indicators. Bulk commercial feeds stream unverified IP addresses and dynamic cloud domains into the TIP, generating excessive false positives in downstream security firewalls. How do you filter and score automated feed indicators?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to implement a multi-factor confidence scoring model at the feed ingestion boundary. Filtering out unverified bulk indicators before they reach enforcement tools prevents firewall table bloat and alert fatigue. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Feed weighting matrix setup. Assign dynamic confidence weightings to incoming commercial feeds based on historical accuracy against internal telemetry. Step 2. Multi-source corroboration requirement. Require indicators to be reported by at least 2 independent sources or backed by internal telemetry before enforcement. Step 3. Dynamic cloud provider exclusions. Filter out shared cloud provider IP ranges AWS, Cloudflare unless tied to specific domain artifacts. Step 4. Automated confidence score thresholding. Configure the TIP to enforce organization-defined confidence thresholds before automatically distributing indicators to enforcement systems, with higher thresholds for automated blocking than for analyst review. Step 5. Low-confidence sandbox quarantining. Route low-confidence indicators to an internal sandbox queue for automated enrichment. Step 6. Feed performance audit delivery. Deliver a quarterly feed efficacy report to security leadership recommending feed renewal adjustments. Final recommendation decision. I recommend establishing a strict 80% confidence threshold for automated firewall blocking and filtering dynamic cloud IP ranges. Pro-T IP expert insight. Never pass raw bulk threat feeds directly to perimeter firewalls. Require multi-source corroboration and internal telemetry validation before allowing automated blocking.
Scenario 103. Intelligence feed quality degrades significantly. A key commercial threat feed vendor begins delivering stale indicators, dead C2 domains, and high false positive rates, disrupting SOC operations. How do you audit, evaluate, and remediate degrading threat intelligence feeds?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to audit vendor indicators against internal SIM alerts, active-passive DNS resolutions, and SOC false positive metrics. Continuously auditing feed health ensures security budget is spent on actionable telemetry. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Vendor indicator accuracy audit. Query historical SIM logs to calculate the percentage of vendor indicators that triggered true positive alerts versus false alarms. Step 2. Passive DNS resolution check. Perform active-passive DNS lookups on a sample of vendor domain indicators to identify expired or dead infrastructure. Step 3. Dynamic weighting reduction. Lower the vendor's reliability weighting inside the threat intelligence platform to suppress automated blocking. Step 4. Vendor escalation and data correction request. Submit a formal technical audit report to the vendor detailing stale indicator rates and requesting feed recalibration. Step 5. Alternative feed ingestion testing. Ingest trial feeds from alternative intelligence providers or open-source ISAC channels for comparative benchmarking. Step 6. Contract renewal recommendation. Present feed ROI metrics to the CISO recommending contract termination or renegotiation upon renewal. Final recommendation decision. I recommend reducing the feed's automated confidence weighting in the TIP and presenting audit metrics to the CISO to evaluate contract cancellation. Pro-TIP expert insight. Audit vendor feed quality. Establish measurable feed quality KPIs, such as true positive rate, indicator freshness, and analyst validation rate, and continuously adjust source weighting based on those metrics.
Scenario 104. Indicator expiration policies require optimization. The threat intelligence platform retains millions of stale IP addresses and domain indicators from historical campaigns, exhausting firewall blocklist capacity and triggering false positive alerts on reassigned infrastructure. How do you optimize indicator aging policies?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to implement dynamic indicator type specific aging policies based on indicator volatility and active threat actor usage. Dynamic infrastructure like IP addresses requires rapid expiration, while malware hashes persist indefinitely. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Indicator volatility classification. Classify indicators into volatility tiers. Dynamic infrastructure IPs, domain assets, and static artifacts hashes, rules. Step 2. Dynamic IP expiration policy setup. Configure automated 14-day aging out rules for dynamic IP addresses unless tied to active nation-state APT campaigns. Step 3. Domain renewal and passive DNS tracking. Implement 30-day expiration rules for domains, extending retention if passive DNS shows active resolutions. Step 4. Permanent binary hash retention enforcement. Retain verified malware file hashes, Yara rules, and Sigma signatures indefinitely in the master repository. Step 5. Automated downstream blocklist deprecation. Synchronize indicator expiration events with perimeter firewalls to automatically purge expired IPs. Step 6. Expiration audit logging setup. Configure audit logs to track indicator expiration events and enable analyst manual override extensions. Final recommendation decision. Implement indicator type-specific expiration policies based on observed volatility, threat activity, and organizational retention requirements. Pro-tip expert insight. Static expiration policies break security operations. Set short 14-day expiration windows for dynamic cloud IPs, but retain file hashes and Yara rules permanently.
Scenario 105. STIX and TAXI feeds produce conflicting intelligence. Ingested STIX 2.1 objects from vendor Taxi 2.1 servers, assign conflicting threat actor attributions, and malware tags to identical indicator objects. How do you resolve STIX and Taxi feed conflicts?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to establish a STIX object disambiguation pipeline that evaluates source reliability and maintains multi-source relationship graphing inside the TIP. Standardized schemas require custom relationship handling when vendors disagree. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. STIX 2.1 Object Syntax Inspection. Parse incoming STIX bundles to evaluate indicator confidence properties, modified timestamps, and source identities. Step 2. Multi-source relationship graphing setup. Model STIX objects using graph database relationships, linking a single indicator to multiple vendor threat actor objects. Step 3. Admiralty System Reliability Weighting. Apply source reliability weightings to incoming Taxi server streams to determine master attribute display. Step 4. Internal telemetry disambiguation querying. Query SIM and EDR logs to verify which vendor's campaign attribution aligns with internal telemetry. Step 5. Canonical master object override. Overwrite external STIX threat actor relationships with a custom internal threat cluster tag inside the TIP. Step 6. Taxi feed ingestion error auditing. Monitor Taxi server connection logs for object parsing errors or missing relationship references. Final recommendation decision. I recommend maintaining multi-vendor STIX relationship graphs inside the TIP while overriding master display tags using verified internal telemetry. Pro TIP Expert Insight. Do not force STIX objects from different vendors to merge into a single attribution tag. Graph multiple vendor relationships to the same indicator to preserve full intelligence context.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 106. Intelligence sharing between internal teams becomes inconsistent. The threat intelligence team produces tactical reports, but SOC, threat hunting, and incident response teams receive updates via email attachments, leading to missed detections and fragmented workflows. How do you streamline internal intelligence sharing?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to centralize intelligence distribution through API-driven TIP integrations and automated ticketing workflows. Replacing static PDF email reports with structured automated data feeds ensures real-time operational alignment across security teams. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Stakeholder communication audit. Interview leads from SOC, incident response, detection engineering, and vulnerability management to map specific intelligence format needs. Step 2. API-driven SIM and EDR distribution setup. Configure automated TIP integrations to push validated IOCs and Sigma rules directly into security enforcement tools. Step 3. Automated SOAR and ticketing integration. Integrate TIP workflows with SOAR platforms and Jira to automate incident enrichment. Step 4. Traffic light protocol enforcement. Apply the current TLP designations, for example, TLP red, TLP amber, TLP green where appropriate, and TLP clear according to organizational sharing policies. Step 5. Centralized intelligence portal setup. Establish a self-service CTI portal providing searchable threat actor profiles, active campaign briefs, and PIR roadmaps. Step 6. Weekly operational sync implementation. Host a weekly operational sync with SOC and incident response leads to review active campaign updates. Final recommendation decision. I recommend replacing manual email PDF distribution with API-driven TIP integrations into SIM and SOAR platforms backed by TLP enforcement. Pro TIP Expert Insight. PDF reports sent via email are where threat intelligence goes to die. Automate intelligence sharing by pushing structured STIX data directly into your SOC, SOAR, and SIM tools.
Scenario 107. Recorded future reports conflict with internal telemetry. A high-severity recorded future alert flags an internal executive IP address as an active C2 node, but internal EDR and network logs show clean, legitimate SaaS traffic. How do you reconcile commercial reporting with internal telemetry?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to perform deep network packet inspection, verify the commercial vendor's external data source, and prioritize internal endpoint telemetry. External vendor scoring models often misinterpret shared cloud egress IPs. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Vendor alert data source audit. Contact recorded future support and analyze alert metadata to identify the specific external collection source. Step 2. Internal host and memory forensic inspection. Execute EDR volatile memory scans and network socket audits on the executive endpoint to confirm zero compromise. Step 3. Shared IP and proxy egress disambiguation. Verify whether the flagged IP represents a shared corporate NAT proxy or cloud VPN egress endpoint. Step 4. Vendor false positive feedback submission. Submit internal forensic proof to recorded future to request indicator score adjustment and vendor feed correction. Step 5. Internal risk override ingestion. Override the vendor threat score inside the threat intelligence platform, marking the IP as a clean internal asset. Step 6. Executive Incident Brief Delivery. Brief the CISO confirming that the alert was a commercial false positive caused by shared infrastructure. Final recommendation decision. I recommend trusting verified internal EDR forensics over external vendor alerts and submitting a formal false positive correction request. Pro tip expert insight. Commercial vendors score threats based on global external observations. When vendor reports conflict with host-level EDR memory forensics, internal telemetry always wins.
Scenario 108. Threat Connect automation enriches incorrect indicators. A misconfigured playbook in Threat Connect triggers automated whose queries on internal private IP ranges, throwing script errors and corrupting platform records. How do you debug and optimize Threat Connect automation playbooks?
Answer approach. My approach would be to pause the failing playbook, implement RFC 1918 private IP rejects filters, and purge corrupted records from the platform. Automation playbooks must validate indicator attributes before executing external enrichment API calls. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Failing playbook execution pause. Immediately disable the Threat Connect automation playbook to stop error cascading and API quota exhaustion. Step 2. RFC 1918 private IP rejects filtering setup. Add a validation step filtering out RFC 1918 private IP ranges. Step 3. External API call condition hardening. Configure playbook decision branches to only trigger who is or virus total enrichment on public routable IPs. Step 4. Platform database sanitization execution. Run a Python database cleanup script to purge corrupted who is metadata from private IP records. Step 5. Playbook error handling and alerting setup. Add try-catch error handling blocks to the playbook to alert analysts upon API execution failure. Step 6. Sandbox playbook validation testing. Test the updated playbook against a historical dataset containing mixed public and private indicators. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying strict private IP rejects validation filters in Threat Connect playbooks before executing external API calls. Pro tip expert insight. Always filter out private IP ranges RFC 1918 and loopback addresses at the opening step of any automated enrichment playbook to avoid burning API quotas and corrupting data.
Scenario 109. Python automation introduces intelligence processing errors. A custom Python script intel_enrich.py used to parse vendor JSON feeds fails silently on malformed Unicode characters, dropping critical campaign IOCs. How do you audit, debug, and harden intelligence processing scripts?
Answer approach. My approach would be to implement robust exception handling, enforce strict JSON schema validation, and deploy automated error logging in Python automation pipelines. Silent script failures create dangerous intelligence blind spots. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Script failure and log audit. Inspect Python execution logs and stack traces to isolate the unhandled Unicode decode error exception in intel_enrich.py. Step 2. Robust encoding and exception handling setup. Update string parsing functions using UTF-8 encoding with exception handling rules. Step 3. JSON schema validation enforcement. Implement validation modules in Python to check incoming feed structures before processing. Step 4. Automated failure alerting deployment. Configure centralized monitoring and alerting so script failures immediately notify the responsible engineering or CTI operations team through the organization's incident management workflow. Step 5. Historical feed reprocessing execution. Rerun the updated Python script on historical raw JSON feeds to recover dropped campaign IOCs. Step 6. Code repository unit test integration. Add automated unit tests in Git pipelines to test script resilience against malformed JSON data. Final recommendation decision. I recommend updating Python processing scripts with robust UTF-8 exception handling, JSON schema validation, and automated error logging. Pro tip: expert insight. Never assume third-party threat feeds deliver valid JSON. Always enforce schema validation and explicit UTF-8 encoding in Python automation to prevent silent script crashes.
Scenario 110. Intelligence APIs fail during an active campaign. Rate limits and server outages crash commercial intelligence vendor APIs during a high-severity ransomware outbreak, halting automated SOC enrichment. How do you engineer resilient intelligence integrations and failover controls?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to deploy local Redis caching layers, implement API rate limit exponential backoff rules, and configure failover to open source feeds. Critical security enrichment must survive vendor API outages. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Local Redis caching layer deployment. Configure a local Redis database to cache enrichment responses using configurable retention policies that reflect indicator volatility and provider licensing requirements. Step 2. Exponential backoff and retry logic setup. Implement HTTP rate limit handling with exponential backoff algorithms in TIP integration scripts. Step 3. Primary to secondary API failover rules. Configure automated failover to open source feeds when primary vendor APIs fail. Step 4. Asynchronous queue implementation. Deploy Celery or RabbitMQ message queues to buffer enrichment requests during network outages. Step 5. Vendor SLA health monitoring. Build an internal API health dashboard tracking vendor uptime, response latency, and rate limit consumption. Step 6. Emergency outage playbook delivery. Provide SOC analysts with manual lookup playbooks during extended commercial vendor API outages. Final recommendation decision. I recommend engineering local Redis response caching, exponential backoff retries, and secondary API failover rules across all integration scripts. Pro tip: expert insight. Vendor APIs fail during major global outbreaks due to traffic spikes. Implement local Redis caching for past queries to reduce API dependencies during active incidents.
Category 11 Conclusion. Threat intelligence platforms, automation and sharing.
In Category 11, we mastered how to engineer scalable platform operations and automated workflows. By resolving indicator duplication, filtering low-confidence feeds, optimizing dynamic aging policies, tuning STIX and TAC-C ingestion, and building API failovers, you ensure high-fidelity intelligence flows seamlessly to security operations.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 11 platforms and automation to Category 12 OSINT and dark web.
While platforms process internal telemetry and commercial feeds, security teams must also look outside perimeter walls to monitor the adversary ecosystem. In Category 12, we shift into OSINT, dark web and external intelligence to track leaked credentials, industry dark web chatter, supplier breaches, mobile app clones, leaked source code, and Telegram threat channels.
Category 12 OSINT, dark web and external intelligence.
Category 12 focuses on proactive external threat monitoring and digital risk protection. As a threat intelligence analyst, you operate non-attributable research environments to safely monitor dark web marketplaces, ransomware leak sites, open source code repositories, Telegram infrastructure distribution channels, cryptocurrency wallet transactions, and emerging domain registrations before attacks materialize.
Category 12 Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 10 real-world scenarios covered in Category 12. Scenario 111. Investigating corporate credential leaks discovered on dark web forums. Scenario 112. Analyzing threat actor chatter targeting industry sectors. Scenario 113. Assessing organizational risk when suppliers appear on ransomware leak sites. Scenario 114. Neutralizing brand impersonation and type-squatted external domains. Scenario 115. Takedown and analysis of fake mobile applications impersonating the brand. Scenario 116. Monitoring underground communities for early vulnerability weaponization. Scenario 117. Responding to proprietary corporate source code leaked on public repositories. Scenario 118. Tracking and analyzing cryptocurrency wallets linked to ransomware campaigns. Scenario 119. Monitoring Telegram channels distributing fresh cybercrime infrastructure. Scenario 120. Detecting emerging phishing campaigns via bulk domain registration telemetry. Let's dive into Scenario 111.
Scenario 111. Corporate credentials appear for sale on underground forums. Threat actors dump thousands of enterprise email credentials and session tokens harvested from infostular malware on a dark web marketplace. How do you investigate, validate, and respond to leaked corporate credentials?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to safely acquire sample credential dumps in an isolated research environment, validate token authenticity, and enforce forced password resets. Leaked infostealer logs represent immediate initial access risks. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Isolated data acquisition. Access the dark web forum via an isolated, non-attributable research environment to obtain leaked credential samples. Step 2. Credential and token authenticity validation. Cross-reference leaked email hashes and session cookies against internal identity provider logs to confirm active validity. Step 3. Affected identity account revocation. Force immediate password resets and invalidate active OAuth and SSO session tokens for confirmed compromised accounts. Step 4. Infostealer machine forensic audit. Inspect EDR telemetry on user endpoints linked to leaked credentials to isolate and remediate underlying stealer malware. Step 5. Identity anomaly and MFA monitoring. Monitor Okta and Entra ID logs for anomalous logins or MFA push attempts targeting impacted user identities. Step 6. Dark web credential feed ingestion. Ingest credential leak metadata into continuous dark web monitoring tools to alert on future breach exposures. Final recommendation decision. I recommend forcing immediate credential resets, invalidating session tokens for affected accounts, and auditing user endpoints for active infostealer infections. Pro tip: expert insight. Infostealer logs contain both passwords and active session cookies. Resetting user passwords alone is insufficient. You must explicitly invalidate active browser session tokens to prevent session hijacking.
Scenario 112. Threat actors discuss targeting your industry. Underground forum monitoring reveals threat actors actively soliciting access, sharing sector-specific exploits, and discussing target selection within your vertical. How do you assess and action underground industry chatter?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to analyze threat actor reputations, identify referenced attack vectors, and deliver preemptive defensive hardening guidance. Underground chatter provides early operational warning before attacks are launched. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Underground forum post-analysis. Evaluate thread context, seller history, forum reputation, and language semantics to gauge actor credibility. Step 2. Targeted vector and TTP extraction. Identify specific vulnerabilities, initial access broker listings, or software tools mentioned in forum discussions. Step 3. Enterprise telemetry and surface audit. Cross-reference mentioned technologies against internal asset inventories to evaluate organizational exposure. Step 4. Preemptive defensive rule tuning. Deploy targeted EDR behavioral rules and update SIM correlation logic based on discussed attack techniques. Step 5. Priority intelligence requirement update. Update internal PIRs to heighten monitoring on specific threat actor handles and infrastructure. Step 6. Strategic threat briefing delivery. Brief the CISO and SOC leads on emerging sector targeting trends and confirmed defensive readiness. Final recommendation decision. I recommend updating internal PIRs to monitor identified threat actor handles and deploying preemptive detection rules for discussed attack vectors. Pro tip: expert insight. Underground forum chatter gives you lead time. When threat actors discuss targeting your sector, audit your external exposure immediately before access brokers publish listings.
Scenario 113. A ransomware leak site references one of your suppliers. A major ransomware group posts a victim listing claiming to have stolen files from a third-party IT vendor servicing your enterprise. How do you evaluate third-party exposure and protect corporate data?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to safely acquire leak samples in an isolated environment, audit vendor network access, and assess corporate data exposure. Managing third-party breaches requires rapid supply chain containment. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Leak site data acquisition. Safely download leaked sample-proof files using a non-attributable research network to inspect file metadata. Step 2. Corporate data exposure audit. Analyze leaked file samples for proprietary code, customer records, network diagrams, or corporate credentials. Step 3. Supplier network access isolation. Work with IAM teams to coordinate with third-party risk management and infrastructure teams to evaluate whether supplier access should be temporarily restricted based on verified exposure and business continuity requirements. Step 4. Formal vendor risk escalation. Engage third-party risk management and legal teams to issue a formal security inquiry to the impacted vendor. Step 5. Internal telemetry and log querying. Query SIM and firewall logs for anomalous data transfers or connection spikes with the vendor's network. Step 6. CISO confidence briefing delivery. Deliver an executive briefing detailing verified data exposure, vendor access isolation, and ongoing risks. Final recommendation decision. I recommend restricting the vendor's network access immediately, auditing leaked sample files for corporate exposure, and conducting a formal vendor risk review. Pro tip: expert insight. Never download dark web leak files directly on corporate devices. Always use a cloud-based non-attributable sandbox to prevent triggering internal SOC alerts or exposing corporate IP addresses.
Scenario 114. Brand impersonation websites begin appearing. External threat monitoring identifies fake corporate portals hosted on lookalike domains designed to harvest employee login credentials and partner data. How do you track, mitigate, and dismantle brand impersonation infrastructure?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to issue automated domain takedown requests, enforce perimeter web blocks, and pivot on infrastructure artifacts to map the phishing network. Rapid takedowns protect external customers and internal users. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Lookalike domain discovery and crawling. Identify newly registered type-squatted domains using certificate logs and crawl landing pages for brand assets. Step 2. Takedown notice submission. Issue automated abuse takedown notices to domain registrars, hosting providers, and CDN abuse contacts. Step 3. Internal perimeter gateway blocking. Push newly discovered lookalike domain URLs directly to internal secure email gateways and web proxies. Step 4. SSL certificate and JARM pivoting. Extract SSL certificates and JARM response hashes to locate co-located brand impersonation servers. Step 5. Public search engine to indexing. Submit malicious domains and URLs to major browser reputation services, search providers, and relevant safe browsing programs to reduce user exposure while registrar takedowns are in progress. Step 6. Executive brand risk briefing. Report brand threat metrics and takedown success rates to legal and communications leadership. Final recommendation decision. I recommend initiating automated domain takedown requests with hosting providers while blocking lookalike URLs across internal perimeter security gateways. Pro tip: expert insight. Pair domain takedown notices with Google Safe Browsing and Microsoft Smart Screen submissions. Search engine warnings block user access globally within minutes, while registrar takedowns process.
Scenario 115. Fake mobile applications impersonate your organization. Cybercriminals publish Trojanized mobile apps on third-party application stores containing embedded malware and fake login interfaces. How do you investigate, remove, and defend against malicious mobile app impersonation?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to extract app package artifacts, initiate App Store takedown requests, and deploy Mobile Threat Defense MTD signature updates. Fake mobile apps exploit customer trust on unmanaged devices. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. APK package artifact extraction. Safely download the malicious APK or IPA file in a mobile research sandbox to extract package names and C2 endpoints. Step 2. App Store Takedown Request Initiation. Submit formal trademark infringement and malware takedown requests to official and third-party app stores. Step 3. C2 domain and endpoint perimeter blocking. Extract backend, API endpoints, and C2 domains from the mobile app binary and push them to perimeter block lists. Step 4. Mobile Threat Defense Rule Updates. Share malicious app package hashes with MTD vendors to block installation on enterprise mobile devices. Step 5. Public Customer Warning Advisory. Publish a security notice on official corporate channels advising users to download apps exclusively from official stores. Step 6. App Store Monitoring Automation Setup. Deploy continuous mobile store scraping tools to detect new Trojanized app uploads in real time. Final recommendation decision. I recommend issuing immediate App Store takedown requests, blocking extracted C2 domains at perimeter gateways, and pushing package hashes to MTD vendors. Pro Tip Expert Insight. Trojanized mobile apps often connect to the exact same backend C2 infrastructure as web phishing kits. Decompile the APK package to extract C2 endpoints and block them network-wide.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The Elite Transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 116. Underground communities discuss newly discovered vulnerabilities. Threat actors on dark web forums share functional zero-day exploit concepts, bypass techniques, and target lists for newly published software flaws. How do you monitor underground forums for early vulnerability weaponization?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to monitor underground technical discussions, evaluate exploit code validity, and accelerate internal patching. Dark web exploit chatter provides real-world weaponization signals before commercial feeds update. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Dark web forum exploit scraping. Monitor dark web technical forums, Telegram research channels, and paste sites for discussions mentioning CVE identifiers. Step 2. Exploit code analysis and lab testing. Evaluate published exploit snippets in an isolated lab to test execution reliability and prerequisite conditions. Step 3. Internal vulnerability exposure auditing. Query asset inventory systems to identify internal enterprise software matching the discussed vulnerability. Step 4. Threat intelligence risk rating escalation. Increase internal vulnerability risk scores and trigger emergency patch SLAs for affected internal assets. Step 5. IPS and WAF signature customization. Work with detection engineering to deploy custom WAF rules and IPS signatures matching exploit execution patterns. Step 6. CISO Vulnerability Intelligence Briefing. Brief the CISO on confirmed underground exploit chatter and present enterprise patch completion timelines. Final recommendation decision. I recommend escalating vulnerability risk severity based on underground exploit chatter and triggering emergency patch SLAs for exposed edge devices. Pro tip: expert insight. Underground exploit chatter is an early indicator of impending mass attacks. Treat any CVE with active exploit sales or functional code sharing on dark web forums as an immediate emergency patch priority.
Scenario 117. Leaked source code appears on public repositories. An employee accidentally commits proprietary corporate source code and internal API tokens to a public GitHub repository. How do you investigate, contain, and remediate public source code exposures?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to immediately revoke exposed secrets, coordinate GitHub repository removal, and conduct a code risk assessment. Stolen source code allows adversaries to identify zero-day flaws offline. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Secret and credential revocation. Immediately invalidate all API keys, database credentials, and access tokens discovered within the leaked repository. Step 2. Repository takedown and purge execution. Request immediate repository removal via GitHub security support and purge commit history. Step 3. Leaked code inventory audit. Analyze exposed source code files to identify proprietary business logic, hard-coded secrets, and architectural blueprints. Step 4. Internal repository secret scanning setup. Deploy Git Guardian or Trufflehog secret scanning across all internal Git repositories to catch pre-commit leaks. Step 5. Code vulnerability review. Conduct static code analysis on the leaked codebase to remediate software vulnerabilities before attackers exploit them. Step 6. Legal and HR incident reporting. Report the source code exposure to legal, human resources, and CISO leads according to corporate policy. Final recommendation decision. I recommend revoking all exposed secrets immediately, initiating repository takedowns, and deploying pre-commit secret scanning across developer tools. Pro tip expert insight. Deleting a GitHub repository does not erase cached commits. Always assume exposed credentials were captured by automated scraper bots the instant the commit was pushed.
Scenario 118. Cryptocurrency, wallets linked to ransomware campaigns, expand rapidly. On-chain blockchain analytics reveal large ransom payments deposited into threat actor crypto wallets tied to an active campaign targeting your industry. How do you leverage blockchain intelligence for threat tracking?
Answer approach. My approach would be to analyze blockchain transactions using chain analysis tools, map wallet clustering, and monitor associated dark web payment portals. Cryptocurrency telemetry provides insight into threat actor financial scale and infrastructure relationships. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. On-chain wallet transaction mapping. Track transactions on transparent blockchains where feasible and use commercial blockchain intelligence to correlate infrastructure across associated wallets and services. Step 2. Exchange and mixer hop identification. Identify cryptocurrency exchanges, OTC brokers, and mixing services used by the threat actor to launder funds. Step 3. Payment portal and leak site correlation. Link crypto wallet clusters to specific ransomware, leak sites, and negotiation portals. Step 4. Law enforcement sanction list cross-referencing. Verify wallet addresses against OFAC sanctioned entity lists to ensure regulatory compliance. Step 5. Threat intelligence platform attribution tagging. Update threat intelligence platform actor profiles with newly attributed cryptocurrency wallet clusters. Step 6. Financial risk briefing delivery. Deliver an intelligence briefing to legal and executive leadership detailing threat actor financial metrics and campaign scale. Final recommendation decision. I recommend ingesting verified threat actor wallet clusters into the threat intelligence platform and cross-referencing OFAC sanction lists. Pro tip expert insight. Cryptocurrency wallets provide immutable infrastructure trails. Tracking wallet transaction hops reveals shared payment infrastructure between seemingly independent ransomware affiliate groups.
Scenario 119. Telegram channels begin distributing fresh attack infrastructure. Cybercriminals use public and private Telegram channels to share fresh phishing kits, bulletproof hosting IPs, and Stealer log archives. How do you monitor and action threat intelligence from Telegram?
Answer approach. My approach would be to deploy automated Telegram scraper bots, parse message content for indicators, and feed extracted telemetry into internal block lists. Telegram has become a primary hub for real-time cybercrime infrastructure distribution. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Automated Telegram ingestion setup. Use approved collection methods and available APIs where applicable to monitor relevant Telegram channels in accordance with legal, organizational, and platform policies. Step 2. Message parser and indicator extraction. Parse incoming channel messages for URLs, IP addresses, domain names, file hashes, and config files. Step 3. Automated telemetry enrichment. Enrich extracted indicators against virus total and who is databases to assign threat confidence scores. Step 4. Dark web and channel takedown submission. Submit abuse reports to Telegram trust and safety teams to request channel suspensions. Step 5. Perimeter defensive synchronization. Push high-confidence indicators extracted from Telegram directly into perimeter email gateways and web proxies. Step 6. Intelligence feed integration. Ingest validated Telegram threat telemetry into the threat intelligence platform under a dedicated OSINT channel tag. Final recommendation decision. I recommend deploying automated Telegram scraper bots to extract infrastructure indicators in real time and feeding high-confidence URLs to perimeter block lists. Pro tip expert insight. Modern cybercriminals use Telegram channels as real-time distribution nodes for phishing kits and C2 infrastructure. Automating Telegram scraping gives you instant access to fresh attack infrastructure.
Scenario 120. Domain registrations indicate an emerging phishing campaign. Bulk domain registration. Logs reveal dozens of newly created domains, matching corporate trademarks registered through the same registrar using privacy proxies. How do you detect and counter emerging pre-attack domain registrations?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to monitor certificate transparency and who is registration feeds, score domain risk using infrastructure parameters, and deploy proactive web proxy blocks. Detecting domains during registration neutralizes campaigns before emails are sent. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Certificate transparency and who is monitoring. Scan certificate transparency logs and daily who is registration feeds for domain names matching brand keywords. Step 2. Domain risk and infrastructure scoring. Calculate risk scores based on domain age, registrar reputation, active MX records, and SSL certificate issuance. Step 3. Proactive web proxy blanket blocking. Configure web proxy policies to automatically block or sandbox user connections to newly registered domains. Step 4. Preemptive registrar takedown initiation. Initiate registrar or hosting abuse notifications when domains demonstrably infringe trademarks, impersonate the organization, or are being prepared for malicious use. Step 5. Secure email gateway ingestion. Add newly registered lookalike domains to secure email gateway block lists to prevent incoming phishing delivery. Step 6. Campaign infrastructure mapping. Cluster newly registered domains in the TIP to track the threat actor's infrastructure footprint over time. Final recommendation decision. I recommend enforcing automated web proxy blocks on newly registered domains matching corporate brand permutations and issuing preemptive registrar takedown requests. Pro TIP expert insight. Monitor certificate transparency, CT logs alongside who is feeds. Threat actors issue SSL certificates for lookalike domains hours before launching a phishing campaign, giving you early warning.
Category 12 conclusion. OSINT, dark web, and external intelligence.
In Category 12, we mastered how to operate safely outside the enterprise perimeter. By investigating leaked credentials, monitoring dark web forums, assessing supplier breaches on ransomware leak sites, taking down brand impersonation infrastructure, and tracking Telegram distribution channels, you protect corporate assets before attacks materialize.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths. but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transitioning from Category 12 OSINT and Dark Web to Category 13 Strategic Intelligence and Reporting.
In our final category, we reach the apex of the threat intelligence lifecycle: strategic intelligence, executive communication, and program maturity. Category 13 covers one-page executive briefs, CTI program metrics, translating technical findings into business risk, ICD 203 confidence scoring, and quarterly threat landscape assessments.
Category 13 Intelligence Reporting, Program Maturity, and Strategic CTI.
Category 13 evaluates your ability to operate as a strategic leader within cyber threat intelligence. As a senior analyst, you must translate complex technical telemetry into business risk decisions, deliver concise BLUF briefs to executive leadership, establish quantitative CTI program maturity metrics, apply analytic standards to conflicting evidence, and author quarterly strategic threat landscape assessments.
Category 13 Master Scenario Roadmap.
Here are the 5 real-world scenarios covered in Category 13. Scenario 121. Authoring one-page strategic intelligence briefs for C-suite executives. Scenario 122. Measuring threat intelligence program maturity and operational efficacy. Scenario 123. Translating technical intelligence findings into business risk language. Scenario 124. Applying analytic confidence scoring and assumptions to conflicting evidence. Scenario 125. Authoring quarterly enterprise threat landscape assessments for leadership. Let's dive into Scenario 121.
Scenario 121. Executives request a one-page strategic intelligence brief after a major global cyber event. A widespread supply chain breach dominates international headlines, and the board of directors demands an immediate one-page briefing on enterprise exposure and business impact. How do you draft an executive strategic intelligence brief?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to structure the brief using bottom line upfront BLUF methodology, answering executive business risk questions in the opening paragraph. Executives care about organizational impact, active mitigations, and confidence levels, not raw IOC lists. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. BLUF impact statement formulation. Draft a two-sentence opening summary stating whether enterprise infrastructure is impacted and current defense posture. Step 2. Technical jargon translation. Convert technical attack mechanics into business risk concepts like operational downtime and supply chain exposure. Step 3. Enterprise exposure assessment. Detail internal exposure metrics verified through EDR and SIM queries across critical business units. Step 4. Actionable mitigation prioritization. Outline 3 prioritized, non-technical defensive actions being executed by IT and security teams. Step 5. Analytic confidence scoring. State the qualitative confidence level together with the primary assumptions, key evidence supporting the assessment, and the most significant information gaps. Step 6. Executive one-page format Polish. Format the brief on a clean, single page with clear bullet headings for rapid executive reading. Final recommendation decision. I recommend delivering a structured one-page BLUF intelligence brief to executive leadership detailing exposure metrics, confidence scores, and business risk. Pro tip: expert insight. Never send a technical report to C-suite executives or board members. Always open with a two-sentence BLUF statement answering. Are we breached? What are we doing about IT? And how confident are we?
Scenario 122. Security leadership asks how to measure the effectiveness of the threat intelligence program. The CISO requests a quantitative key performance indicator (KPI) framework to justify intelligence budget and demonstrate operational value to business leadership. How do you measure CTI program maturity and effectiveness?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to measure intelligence impact across operational, tactical, and strategic metrics rather than counting total IOCs ingested. High-value CTI programs demonstrate value by reducing SOC triage time, improving patch SLAs, and preventing incidents. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Operational SOC metric tracking. Measure reduction in SOC mean time to detect MTTD and mean time to respond MTTR achieved through automated enrichment. Step 2. Tactical detection engineering metrics. Track the percentage of production SIM rules and threat hunts driven directly by CTI reports. Step 3. Vulnerability intelligence ROI measurement. Measure how CTI-driven prioritization improved remediation outcomes for actively exploited vulnerabilities compared with standard risk-based patching. Step 4. Strategic executive support metrics. Track CTI fulfillment rates for executive priority intelligence requirements PIRs and executive RFIs. Step 5. Feed quality and efficacy auditing. Measure false positive alert rates generated by third-party commercial feeds to optimize vendor renewals. Step 6. CTI maturity dashboard delivery. Present a quarterly CTI program scorecard to the CISO highlighting quantified risk reduction metrics. Final recommendation decision. I recommend establishing a multi-tiered CTI metrics framework measuring SOC time savings, threat hunt successes, and PIR fulfillment. Pro tip: expert insight. Counting ingested IOCs is a vanity metric that measures volume, not value. Measure CTI success by tracking how many alerts your intel prevented and how much triage time you saved the SOC.
Scenario 123. Technical intelligence findings must be translated into business risk for non-technical executives. A technical threat report details complex kernel-level exploit primitives and BGP hijacking techniques, but executive leaders need to evaluate financial and operational risk. How do you translate technical intelligence into business risk?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to map technical attack mechanics directly to enterprise business capabilities, financial losses, regulatory non-compliance, and operational downtime. Non-technical executives evaluate risk through business outcomes rather than exploit code details. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Business function impact mapping. Map affected technical assets to critical core business operations like payment processing or customer portals. Step 2. Financial and operational risk modeling. Translate technical capabilities like ransomware encryption into estimated operational downtime and revenue loss. Step 3. Regulatory and compliance exposure assessment. Evaluate whether the threat technique exposes customer data to GDPR, HIPAA, or SEC disclosure mandates. Step 4. Fair risk taxonomy application. Where organizationally adopted, use FAIR or another approved enterprise risk framework to express cyber risk consistently with broader business risk reporting. Step 5. Prioritized risk mitigation costing. Present defensive recommendations with associated implementation effort and cost-benefit trade-offs. Step 6. Non-technical executive briefing delivery. Deliver a non-technical briefing to the board of directors focusing on business risk mitigations. Final recommendation decision. I recommend mapping technical threat findings directly to business process impacts, financial risks, and regulatory compliance requirements. Pro tip: expert insight. Frame threats using the language of business risk. Financial loss, operational downtime, customer churn, and regulatory fines. Technical details belong in appendices, not the executive summary.
Scenario 124. Intelligence reports contain conflicting evidence and require confidence scoring with documented assumptions. Internal network logs indicate commodity malware, while an external government advisory attributes identical infrastructure to a nation-state APT group. How do you handle conflicting evidence and score analytical confidence?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to execute analysis of competing hypotheses ACH and apply Intelligence Community Directive 203 ICD 203 analytic standards. Documenting key assumptions and data gaps ensures objective analysis when evidence is contradictory. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Admiralty System Source Credibility Scoring. Evaluate source reliability and information credibility for both internal telemetry and external advisories. Source credibility and information credibility should be evaluated independently, which is how the Admiralty Code is commonly applied. Step 2. Analysis of competing hypotheses execution. Construct an ACH matrix testing evidence against alternative hypotheses, including false flags and shared hosting. Step 3. Explicit assumptions and data gap documentation. Formally list analytical assumptions, missing log sources, and potential deception factors. Step 4. ICD 203 Qualitative Confidence Assignment. Assign a qualitative confidence level high, moderate, low based on evidence consistency. Step 5. Analytic humility communication. Explicitly state the level of uncertainty in the intelligence brief and identify triggers that would alter the assessment. Step 6. Internal intelligence record publishing. Publish the balanced assessment in the threat intelligence platform with documented analytical rationale. Final recommendation decision. I recommend presenting a balanced assessment using ICD 203 qualitative confidence language accompanied by explicit key assumptions and ACH matrix findings. Pro tip: expert insight. True analytic maturity is acknowledging what you do not know. Always document your key assumptions and data gaps alongside your confidence score to maintain analytical credibility.
Scenario 125. The organization requests a quarterly threat landscape assessment with prioritized defensive recommendations based on geopolitical trends, industry targeting, and emerging attacker capabilities. How do you author a comprehensive quarterly strategic threat landscape assessment?
Answer: approach. My approach would be to synthesize internal incident metrics, external geopolitical trends, and industry threat actor evolution into a strategic, decision-focused assessment. Strategic intelligence drives long-term security investments and executive risk planning. I would execute the following response plan. Step 1. Strategic threat trend data aggregation. Aggregate quarterly telemetry from internal SIM incidents, commercial feeds, dark web monitoring, and ISAC alerts. Step 2. Geopolitical and industry targeting analysis. Analyze geopolitical events, regulatory shifts, and regional conflicts impacting our specific industry sector. Step 3. Threat actor TTP and tooling evolution profiling. Profile shifts in adversary tradecraft such as new zero-day adoption, AI lures, or cloud identity abuse. Step 4. Strategic business risk synthesis. Synthesize technical trend data into strategic risk themes impacting business continuity, compliance, and cloud architecture. Step 5. Prioritize strategic defensive recommendations. Deliver a prioritized set of strategic security investments mapped directly to the highest business risks identified during the assessment. Step 6. Executive briefing and board delivery. Present the quarterly threat landscape assessment to the CISO, Risk Committee, and Board of Directors. Final recommendation decision. I recommend delivering a quarterly strategic threat landscape assessment to executive leadership featuring prioritized security investments tied to evolving business risks. Pro tip: expert insight. A strategic threat assessment should look forward, not backward. Use past quarterly data to forecast emerging adversary trends and recommend proactive security investments for the coming year.
Category 13 Conclusion. Intelligence reporting, program maturity, and strategic CTI.
In Category 13, we reach the strategic peak of threat intelligence tradecraft. By authoring concise BLUF executive briefs, measuring program maturity through quantitative KPIs, translating technical telemetry into business risk, applying ICD 203 confidence standards, and delivering forward-looking quarterly landscape assessments, you empower corporate leadership to make informed security investments.
Masterclass Conclusion. 125 Threat Intelligence Scenarios Complete.
Congratulations! You have completed all 125 real-world cyber threat intelligence interview scenarios across the complete operational lifecycle. By mastering intelligence planning, source validation, correlation, attribution, malware analysis, phishing defense, threat hunting, detection engineering, vulnerability prioritization, cloud security, automation, OSINT, and strategic leadership, you possess the tradecraft to excel in any senior CTI role.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault, Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The Elite Transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
For more exciting tips, tricks, and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers, for 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most asked interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.